Good afternoon, members and members of the public. Welcome to today's meeting. I would now like to call upon the Dean, the Very Reverend David Brindley, to say prayers.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As everyone knows, today is, of course, Shrove Tuesday, also known as Pancake Day. I've just informed the Lord Mayor there are free pancakes in the cathedral all day, and we'll be serving till 9 o'clock this evening. Which is an incentive to members to move down to the cathedral by 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, of course, is Ash Wednesday, which is a major feast in the Christian calendar, and many people give up something for Lent. And this is the theme of the prayers. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, give your world the courage to give up war and bitterness and hatred. Give us the courage to give up quarrels, strife and jealousy in our families, neighbourhoods and communities. Give us the courage to give up our selfishness as we live for others. Give us the courage to give up our fear of death and our fear of humiliation. And as we meet today to consider the well-being of this city, may we be encouraged to give up all that harms its well-being. May we be open to the needs of all its citizens. And may we work together for its common good. Amen.
Thank you, Dean. You're most welcome to stay for the meeting, but we will understand if you're not able to do so. Thank you very much. I would like to... members, sit down. I would now like to begin today's meeting with agenda item 1, and that's declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Stubbs.
I've taken advice from the monitoring officer for the fire service, the deputy solicitor at Hampshire County Council, and he advises me that as a member of the fire authority, that to take a position on the motion, on the petition that we have in front of us, would be potentially to predetermine a decision, and therefore the advice which I'm going to accept will be to leave the room for the debate. Furthermore, there are associated deputations and I believe a question from the public on the same matter, and I will also leave the chamber for those elements of the meeting as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any more?
The name is Luke Stubbs. I'm also a member of the Fire Authority, so I'll remove myself from the chamber while the deputation's being given.
Thank you. Councillor Swan.
I might have to shout, hang on. Yes, same again. Agenda item 5, I have a disclosable pecuniary interest as my house is actually adjacent to the fire station.
Thank you, Councillor Swan. Any others? Yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As per Councillors Stubbs and Hockaday, as the third member of the Fire Authority from this council, I will be leaving the meeting for the relevant items.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Any other declarations? That being the case, item 2 are the minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Jones, seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson, that the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of December 2015, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Councillor Sanders.
Brief is finally on. Just one small thing with regards to the discussion of minute 75 on page 4. Within that particular discussion, there was a comment from Councillor Jones with regards to there being no confidentiality agreements as part of that. I understand from the City Solicitor that since June 2014 there have been 772 such confidentiality agreements, which is slightly higher than 0.
Sorry, is this about the inaccuracy of the minutes?
I believe so. Well, it's up to you, my Lord Mayor, not up to me.
If the leader would, please.
I meant councillors hadn't signed any non-disclosure agreements or any confidentiality agreements. It's previously been discussed in this chamber over the last 3 or 4 years that there had been confidentiality agreements signed by the previous leader of the council, and I gave an undertaking that I wasn't prepared to do that when I became leader of the council.
Councillor Sanders, please. Is that satisfactory?
It may be satisfactory to me, but whether it's satisfactory to others, I don't know.
Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. That's a very helpful statement from Councillor Jones. Actually, I didn't sign any confidentiality agreements, so her statement is again incorrect.
Lord Mayor, if I may assist, the point here really is with regard to the accuracy of the minutes. The minutes record what was stated in the meeting. We're now entering into a debate which is behind the minutes. It's not appropriate.
Are the minutes approved? Thank you. We'll move on. Communication and apologies, Lord. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor J. Ferret. Lucky man. Some might say. Just to remind everybody that today's meeting is being filmed from a fixed location camera placed in the chamber with the intention of web streaming the recordings. The camera has been positioned so that as not to visually record any members of the public who may be in attendance at the meetings. Also, for the attention of those in the galleries and in the chamber, can I strongly impress upon all those present that as per guidance displayed on the walls, the Council's rules strictly prohibit the filming, photography or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only then if they do not actively object. Filming from gallery to gallery is also prohibited. Consequently, can I also remind all the persons making deputations and asking questions today that if any of you do not wish to be filmed, photographed or recorded when addressing the Council, please indicate now so we can advise all those present who may be intending to do so, film or photograph you, proceedings to comply with your wish accordingly. Evacuation procedures. Also, just to remind you that the evacuation assembly point is in the Guildhall Square in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria statue. There are building evacuation signs displayed both inside the public galleries and in the chamber itself. There is also an in-out logbook on reception for the public attending the council meetings. The Guildhall staff will undertake any roll call of the public using the completed log. The officers will undertake the roll call of members and offices. And finally, due to the electrical issues ongoing, we will be using a bell instead of the traffic light system to control speaking times. Item 4 is the first petition. The Council has received the petition in respect of domestic violence as set out on the agenda. The Council's rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it would be debated by the full Council if the lead petitioner so requests, and they do. The process will be the lead petitioner, Ms S. Dillon, will be given 6 minutes to present the petition. We will then consider the public deputation received on this matter, and in accordance with agreed arrangements, the administration will present its response to the petition via a proposer and seconder. The petition and the administration's response motion will then be discussed by councillors, and the normal rules of debate will apply. I'll now deal with the petition as presented. Council City Solicitor, please.
Lord Mayor, can I ask Ms Dillon, as the lead petition organiser, to present your petition? You have 6 minutes to present your petition, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Since the meeting on December the 8th to discuss the budget savings proposal, Aurora New Dawn has consistently asked councillors one important question. That question has always remained the same. What is the Council's plan to fund and/or provide sustainable specialist service provision that ensures the safety and protection of the victims of domestic abuse in Portsmouth? To date, councillors have been unable to provide any meaningful answer. We hope, but fear it unlikely, that today will be different. In being part of this campaign, alongside a myriad of others, most notably End Violence Against Women Coalition, the UK's largest coalition of individuals and organisations campaigning for an end to violence against women and girls, which includes Amnesty International, the Fawcett Society, Rape Crisis, Refuge and Respect, we have only ever sought to advocate on behalf of the vulnerable and too often voiceless victims of violence and abuse living in Portsmouth. This is the reason why we founded Aurora, and it is the reason that men and women from our team come to work every day, just like the hard-working EIP team. For clarity and for the record, we have never received any funding from Portsmouth City Council. As a charity, we have worked hard over the years to bring money into this city to provide the services and support them that are already in place. The budget that we bring into the city this financial year alone amounts to just under £150,000. We will continue to work hard to provide services and funding for victims and survivors across Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. We raised the question about the future of the Council's service provision on behalf of victims and survivors of the City of Portsmouth, and we believe that they still deserve an answer.
Thank you for Ms Dillon. Thank you for your deputation. Members, there is one public deputation today relating to this item. Can I now ask Mr John Woods from Unison to speak on the petition? Mr Woods, as you're aware, you have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go and then again at the end of your time. Mr Woods.
Thanks, Council. I'm John Woods. I'm the chair of the Portsmouth City Unison branch, and we do have members in the Domestic Violence Service, and we are very concerned about their futures and their jobs. But the thrust of my deputation will be around the absolute essential need to keep domestic violence service in a sustainable way in this city. And I think it's important, before I go on to the domestic violence service, to put it in context. Because when the Tories tell us there's no money for public services, I have one word for them: Google. How many millions of pounds worth of tax evasion has George Osborne allowed Google to get away with? So when they say there's no money, they are lying. There is a deliberate attack to inflict austerity on people. It's a political choice, not a necessity. And we are looking at by 2021, that councils like Portsmouth will rely almost entirely for their funding on the business rate. Central government funding is going to be whittled away bit by bit, year after year after year. We are actually witnessing the deliberate and wanton destruction of council services, and it's important that the people responsible for that destruction take responsibility for it. Now, the domestic violence service is a very significant part of this destruction, and it's captured people's imagination. That's why there's so many people outside and so many people have signed the petition. Now, Donna Jones has argued that other services will fill the gap if this service is taken away. Well, the Crime Commissioner disagrees. He says the police have been cut to such a degree they cannot fill the gap. In any case, the police are not set up to provide the highly skilled, intense support that the domestic violence service provides in this city. If you look at other services that could have had some bearing on domestic violence, services like the adult social care, children's and youth services, they've been cut to ribbons. They are struggling to meet their basic core business, let alone take on detailed, sophisticated, intense support for victims of domestic violence. A good example is the Integrated Youth Support Service, which provided support for teenagers and did tackle some of the domestic violence going on in teenage relationships. The Hate Crime Service, again, also there was an overlap there with some of the domestic violence service. Again, those services have had their funding completely withdrawn. So domestic violence is rising. Government policies are, in addition, shutting down the escape routes for people. The bedroom tax. People can't have safe rooms in their houses. Benefit cuts. Restricts people's financial independence and ability to get out of abusive situations. Tighter criteria for legal aid, making it harder for people to get legal redress to the difficulties they face. Councillors in this room must take responsibility. If they fail to fund domestic violence service, no one is going to step in and pick up the pieces, literally. Domestic violence reduces the risk of serious harm, including murder. If it is not there, the human costs are unacceptably high. Now, I urge councillors to listen and act on the huge numbers of representations they have received on this issue. There is widespread agreement in the city that domestic violence service must stay and must stay for the long term. We're not talking about a temporary stay of execution. We need domestic violence service and a commitment in this city to maintain that service as it is for the future. Unfortunately, at least one councillor does not seem to understand that they are elected here to serve the people. I recognise Councillor Harris there. He doesn't look quite as chirpy as his picture on the front page of the news on Saturday, I'm pleased to say. But instead of listening and considering the representations on domestic violence, Councillor Harris thought he should attempt to smear some of the people making those representations. It is particularly despicable to target Shona Dillon and the charity Aurora New Dawn. Instead of being smeared, Shona deserves to be congratulated for tirelessly campaigning to save domestic violence services in Portsmouth. I ask that Councillor Harris takes the opportunity here, today in the Council chamber, to publicly apologise to Shona and the other people he's intending to smear. I also think it's important that other councillors distance themselves from the methods that bring the council and local politicians into disrepute. But most important of all, I urge the council to use this debate, called for by the people of Portsmouth, to save the domestic violence service in Portsmouth.
Thank you, Mr Woods. Could I now ask the lead petitioner and Mr John Wood to retire to the public gallery if you want to sit and listen to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Now, in respect of a mover and a seconder to propose a response to the petition, I have already received signed notice on this from Councillor Jones, which I understand is about to be circulated. Before I ask Councillor Jones to propose accordingly, can I remind members that details of any amendments to the administration's response are to be disclosed at the conclusion of the speech of the mover of the recommendation being proposed. I will require it to be written down and given to me after being proposed and seconded and before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. I'll now call upon the proposer of the administration's response to the petition. Is that seconded? To the protesters, please. Do you wish? Can I ask you? Can't reason with them. 10-minute adjournment, members. If you'd like to leave the chamber, we can't go on like this.
Members
It doesn't all the time.
Yeah, well,
We'll resume by asking the leader to propose the administration's response to the petition, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the administration, I would like to thank everyone involved in the domestic violence early intervention project work in the city. We pride ourselves on our first-class service in Portsmouth, but we acknowledge that even more can be done to help. We would like to take this opportunity to place on record our thanks to the following people: Councillors Robert New, Hannah Hockaday, Julie Swan, Darren Sanders, Lynn Stagg and Susie Horton for their commitment and contribution to raising the awareness amongst the City Council of the important work carried out by support services in Portsmouth to support some of the most vulnerable people, mostly women, in this city. The educational journey that councillors have gone on over the last 20 months has been staggering in fully understanding the importance of the service and how much it really helps people. We would also like to place on record, on behalf of Portsmouth City Council, our sincere thanks to the third sector and non-profit organisations in Hampshire who have been invaluable in the last 2 months. Southern Domestic Abuse Service and the Home Group, to name but 2 of these. The support we have received as a city, free of charge, the advice and the ideas have been inspiring. We would like to place on record our thanks to the petitioner for raising this issue, which also allows us the opportunity to highlight the excellent work that has been achieved so far. Since December 2015, when we had to present to this chamber the news that £180,000 of the £500,000 budget for the early intervention project team was being cut, we made a promise to work to find new funding sources and not just protect the service long term, but to improve it. I'm pleased to confirm that before you today in our capital budget is a proposal to increase the Council's Property Investment Fund. The reason for the recommendation is to create new income streams for the Council. We are proposing to use £50,000 of that new income that this administration will create to fund domestic violence support, therefore putting some of that money back into the City Council revenue budget. I'm pleased to also confirm that we are in advanced talks with the Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Hayes, about a jointly commissioned service to cover this area of work from April 2017. In addition, we have received confirmation from Michael Lane, one of the Police and Crime Commissioner candidates in the election in May, that if elected, he will fund the remaining £130,000 gap. In the meantime, our excellent Cabinet member, Councillor Robert New, has confirmed that he will fund the £130,000 shortfall from his portfolio reserve for the next year until April 2017, meaning there will be absolutely no reduction in service for the next 14 months, no job losses and no cuts to domestic violence in the city, allowing us time to continue to develop and build our service. Thank you.
Is that seconded, please? Thank you. Do I have any amendments to the proposed response?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I thought I was being heckled already by Councillor behind. My Lord Mayor, I think there's an amendment that's been gone round. I'm very sorry that the... it hasn't been put round? Oh, many thanks, my Lord Mayor. I have a copy. I hope everybody else would. Colleagues, just so we can help with the time, the amendment says delete everything after paragraph 2 in the original proposal and replace with the words, the Council deplores the decision to cut the domestic violence unit. That's it. So, Lord Mayor, the domestic violence unit is a very important part of what the Council provides. And the cut that's been proposed, even though it is a reduced cut, is still a cut. And if we accept this cut today, it will be in the council's budget and the money will go. That means that 500 victims of domestic violence in this city every year will not get a service in the future. I'm very grateful that we found money to keep this service going for the next 14 months, but it means in 14 months' time that cut will take place, and that should not happen. That's why we found money to stop this cut, and we will continue to do so. I think this council and the people of this city should be enormously grateful to Shona for all the campaigning she has done to raise awareness of this terrible decision. She deserves our thanks, not the abuse that has been heaped on her, and it's absolutely disgraceful. The proposal from the Leader of the Council is warm words, but no money. There is no proposal to put the £130,000 back into the council's budget so that this service will be cut in the future, and that is not something we can support. We've identified money to be able to make sure this service continues in the way it's gone in the past, and we have to remember that we are very lucky because the council has been worked so hard to try to make sure that we intervene to stop domestic violence, and we've really been proactive about it, that there have been no domestic violence deaths in Portsmouth for a long time. We do not want to go back to a time when victims' lives are at risk. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we should amend the proposition. I think we should not just have warm words. I think we need action. I hope that the amendment succeeds.
Councillor Mason, do you second that?
My Lord Mayor, I second it, and I reserve my right to speak later.
I heard that. Thank you.
Good.
The matter is now before the council for debate. Councillor Sanders.
Right, the microphones work. That's good news. Before I commence my remarks, I want to thank 3 people in the domestic violence unit. I want to thank Bruce, Sharon and Michelle for helping me and my colleague Lynn Stagg last Thursday at a training session for councillors in how to handle domestic abuse. There was just 2 of us there. I don't know why there was just 2 of us. I hope there were more, but there were 2 of us there, and so it became a very good and a very positive discussion about how both the strengths and the limitations of getting councillors involved in dealing with survivors of domestic abuse. I'm delighted to have worked with Councillor New and other colleagues over the last few months over this. I think that we've worked well together. And I think certainly from that, Lynn and I have now decided to take on board the more intensive training required, a 2-day training later on this year in dealing with people who are survivors of domestic abuse. This is because we take this very seriously and we're very concerned about getting it right. And getting it right has been the one thing that has not occurred with regards to this policy over the last few months. I, like Councillor Vernon Jackson, want to congratulate Shona and Aurora New Dawn. I know it's been a very difficult and harsh few months for them, but this is just a bad policy. And that's why I support the amendment. It's bad because we all know that cuts are coming. Some people don't like it, but we know they're there. So what we should have done at the start, last July, is to sit down with every single person who was involved and say, look, we might have to change how this service works. If we are to change and improve this city, we have to take people with us, not lecture people instead. And that's why it's important to have worked together. But instead, they were faced with a slightly different situation, a cash saving of £180,000, not just now, but every year until April 2019. Now, that means that any review that happens, no matter how good the intentions, is going to be driven by the cash. It is not going to be driven by the quality of service. And so what is required is actually to remove that cash saving, sit down with people, work through ways in which a service can be improved, and that way you'll take people with you, rather than have the unnecessary confrontation that has dominated the last few weeks and months about this. We now have this odd proposal, and I have to say, if the amendment is passed, my Lord Mayor, there may have to be some spelling changes, because my name is spelled incorrectly, Councillor Stagg's name is spelled incorrectly, Councillor Horton's name is spelled incorrectly, and 3 lines from the bottom, losses, is spelled incorrectly. I hope that you and Mr Raglan will make those amendments should this be passed. But in the general gist of it, what this amendment also says, now we have the bizarre situation by mentioning Mr Lane, one of the Police and Crime Commissioner candidates, namely the Conservative candidate, is instead of reversing the cuts, it's just, well, vote Conservative in Hampshire in May and they will reverse the cuts Portsmouth has had. Surely it's easier just to reverse the cut in the first place. The December council budget that the Liberal Democrats put forward offered up ways in which we could do that. It wasn't supported then. I suspect it might not be supported about 1:30 tomorrow when we eventually decide to vote on it. But it did offer a way forward. And I would support the amendment that Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor Mason have put down, because people in a service as important as this, whereby so many people in all parties are genuine in their desire to help improve victims and survivors of domestic abuse, you must take people with you. That means having certainty. That means removing the cut in 2017-18, 2018-19. It means working with people, not trying to lecture them. There is another way. We deserve a better way, and that is why I back the Liberal Democrat amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lindstag, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can't match what he says at all, so I'm not even going to try. I'm quite passionate about this because I taught in inner city school here, and I dealt with a lot of mums who came in who were obviously the victims of domestic abuse, of domestic violence. And I didn't have the skills, I didn't have the training to deal with it myself. I passed them on to the professionals here in Portsmouth City Council, and they dealt with them. I just want to be a bit anecdotal here. I was lying in bed one night listening to my ex-next-door neighbour being thrown against the wall by her partner. I was lying there. I was there for about, I suppose, 40 minutes before I decided enough is enough. I could hear the furniture, which was being crashed against my bedroom wall. So I phoned the police, and they came around, and then when I saw what she was like, she had blood streaming from her face. Now, I've not been a victim of domestic abuse myself, but I know there are people here, there are some of our councillors who have been. So I'm not speaking about this from my own personal experience of being a victim, but certainly of witnessing and listening to what goes on. And it's horrible when it's 12:30 at night and you can't get to sleep and you hear this going on, and the screaming and the shouting and the violence, the bangs against the wall, etc. So I very reluctantly called the police, but I was glad that I did do it. One thing I want to remind people about, it's not just women who are the victims of domestic abuse. And as this is predominantly a male council, please think about it. I had, well, it wasn't a friend, but someone I knew quite well when I was at university, who married, and she was, if you'll excuse the phrase, she was a bitch. And she gave him hell. And 25 years later, when she had belittled him, she taunted him with the affairs she'd had, etc., he thought on their silver wedding that he would try and make amends, took her on holiday, and she taunted him yet again about how useless he was, and he just lost it. And he killed her. He strangled her there and then. This was in Canada. As it happens, he was in Quebec, and it was French law, and it was a crime of passion. But he has to live with that for for the rest of his life. His two sons, who supported him completely and had been through 25 years of watching their father being destroyed by their mother, and they supported him totally. That shouldn't be happening to anybody, whether it's a man or whether it's a woman. Now, as Councillor Jones and Councillor Sanders said, I've signed up to do 2-day training. But can I honestly say that 2 days of training will qualify me to deal with the victims and the perpetrators of all sorts? Because domestic violence isn't just one thing, it's a lot of different things. Will it qualify me? I feel I should be referring these people to the officers here. But the number of officers, according to these cuts, is going to be reduced by over 50%. These cuts are wrong. People will suffer. People will continue to suffer. So please think again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. I'll call on Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, in dealing with this matter, what we need, and also what the public needs, is certainty. Unfortunately, the proposal before us in the name of Councillor Jones and Councillor New does not guarantee that certainty, because the money is not coming directly from the City Council budget. It will be funded from money which Councillor New will be able to find a shortfall in his portfolio. That is not ongoing money. That is short-term money. And then it might be funded thereafter if a particular person gets elected to the role of Police and Crime Commissioner. If there is no certainty in this matter, the only way we can get certainty for the public, and especially for the public who feel themselves at risk, is to put this into our budget, to ensure within the budget of the City Council that there is money set aside to support the domestic violence unit right the way through, and maintain it, and, if possible, to augment it. That is the certainty which I hear outside. It is the certainty which people want when I speak to them on the doorstep. This is the certainty which they deserve. So I ask the Council to support the amendment in the name of Councillor Vernon Jackson and myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I call on Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Well, Lord Mayor, this is a sorry state of affairs, isn't it? The truth is, Lord Mayor, that the Conservatives here have had it in for the domestic violence unit ever since they got elected. We must remember too, they've had it in for the hate crime unit even 4 years ago. They were in their opposition budget. They tried to remove the hate crime unit. This, Lord Mayor, today is for all the world to see, is about the priorities of the Conservatives in Portsmouth. They are not interested in looking after vulnerable people. They are not interested in people who get hurt, but they are interested in spending money, millions of pounds on it, on buildings and properties elsewhere in the country. I get the argument that the leader makes about investing in those properties to produce income for the City Council to put back into some of the services that the city runs. But what I don't get is their priorities. Their priorities are wrong. This has been going on for a long time now and has upset ever so many people. It has caused a fallout with a number of councillors going onto Twitter and other things and causing problems for people. And we've seen how the Conservatives are prepared to push their agenda forward in all sorts of secretive ways. And Lord Mayor, I'd like people to think too about children. We've all been children before. We've all grown up, some of us more than others, but we've all been children. And in my own family, you know, every weekend, my dad, bless him, he's changed now, he's much older, but he would attack my mother. And as children, as young, well, very young children, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we grew up with that every weekend. And it happens an awful lot. And when I was a policeman, I saw this too. Domestic violence and domestic incidents were commonplace. And it is absolutely true that the children are also victims because they grow up fearing violence. I told my dad that if he ever did it again when I became a policeman, I'd arrest him. And he never did it again. But my mum had no support back then. She had no domestic violence unit to go to. And I'm sorry that the Leader of the Council has now, as I'm making a speech, has decided just to wander about the Council to brief the news about what she wants them to say tomorrow in the paper, when we're all talking about a very important matter. I would just hope that for once, Councillor Jones, you would respect what people were saying on a very important issue and take your place back there where you should be now, instead of wandering around the chamber. Donna Jones, you have no respect for councillors, you have no respect for any of the people making representations here today, and you're just wandering around the chamber. It's an absolute disgrace. You know, you should really think about the way you run this council, and now you're going to disappear out the council chamber. Absolutely awful. This was the same lady, by the way, who doesn't turn up to any public meetings about the fire service. Absolutely awful. I want to talk about the children and how much they're impacted, because the children matter just as much. And Lord Mayor, I think that this awful, awful amendment from the Conservatives is just skullduggery. Again, as I think Councillor Sanders said, what they're saying to people is you need to vote Conservative in the Hampshire Police Commissioner elections in order to get the money put back into Portsmouth's budget. How awful is that? Instead of funding it themselves, they're using that to, as it were, blackmail voters outside of the city and saying, protect this service by voting Conservative. It's complete nonsense. If you vote Conservative, you are losing your local services. It's turning the argument on its head, isn't it? The Conservatives are cutting local services. George Osborne has said that they want another £28 million worth of cuts. They want £1 billion more of cuts to local services. So what on earth is the point of going and voting Conservative in the police commissioner or the county commissioner in the county council elections, or indeed anywhere in Hampshire? If you vote Conservative, you are voting for cuts to your services. Firefighters, hate crime unit, domestic violence, and all of this now will just get worse and worse and worse, and the leader of Portsmouth City Council cares so much she's quit the chamber to go and talk to the media. Absolutely appalling, and that's the leadership of this council. It needs to go. People need to get rid of this lot in May.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I call on Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, we're here to debate a budget today, and the budget has to be looked at in the round. The budget is a big and complicated thing. It's a jigsaw, and I can honestly say to all the members of this chamber, I mean, I spent about 4 months this year going through the revenue budget and getting to a point where we had a budget which was balanced, which was legal, and which protected as much as we could, took a great deal of work. You know, the idea that there's lots of somehow easy back office savings to be taken is just not true. That we've taken every saving we can, which is a back office efficiency saving, and if we could find others, we'd have taken them. And there are things in that sort of department that we're working on for next year, but there are no others that are available for the 2016-17 financial year. We've also done everything we can about income, and we've had a lot of criticism about that from the Liberal Democrat group in particular. We've had a lot of criticism for taking money to paint the Spinnaker Tower. We've had a lot of criticism for investing in commercial property. But the fact is that you add those together with the other commercial things that we've done, and that's brought in about £2 million this year. If we hadn't have done that, instead of having to save 9 million from actual expenditure, we'd have to be saving the full 11. And yet, you'd think that the other parties would welcome that, and Labour and UKIP have. But from the Liberal Democrats, it's been criticism throughout that we've been trying to generate income. So if we can't go any further on income, and if we can't go any further on back office savings, all you're left with is front office services. And the fact of it is that there was nothing left other than frontline things that we could have done to balance the budget this year. You know, about 34% the saving in this department. It sounds large, but it really isn't, not compared to the savings that have been made across the board. When we came in last year, the budget was 135 million. It will shrink the general fund budget. It will shrink. We've got to take 48 million out of that. That is a very large saving. There are large parts of it that effectively we can't touch. We've got huge contracts with COLAS. We've got long-term contracts and waste disposal and collection. We've got a lot of costs in social care and care homes and so forth, which it really isn't possible to reduce. So the rest of the budget is where you have to find the savings from. And it's not an easy thing at all. And so you're left really with three options. If you want to carry on spending at the same level on a given service, you have to cut something else. And let's hear what it is. You know, all we're hearing is they should put more money in. It's never they should put more money in and they should close 3 libraries. It's never like that. But that is the reality of it. That is the choice that we face. Or you could have a referendum on a higher council tax. Now, if that's a Liberal Democrat position, then that is an honest and logical position. If they want to advocate that, that's fine. Or you could set an illegal budget and basically, you know, try to defy the government, continue overspending. But that's a position which Jeremy Corbyn has rejected as too extreme. So maybe that's something they'd like to consider. But without that, you're really just left with tricks, quite frankly. And we're going to see an amendment later on for the budget. And we've seen this before. This will be basically the one that came around in December. And it doesn't add up. And we can't use that really to get us through the year. And we've still got another 24 million in savings to go, don't forget. The good news is, though, that the provision of services isn't all about what you spend. It isn't. It isn't about the number of staff or what you spend. It's about how you're organised and what you do. And, you know, the fact that this council is still functioning is testament to the fact that as well as taking out costs, it's taken out inefficiencies at the same time, that it's become more effective in delivering services on a lower budget. And that is something which every area of the council has experienced and is going to experience further. And I am very much of the opinion that there is a way to continue to provide the outcomes that this service provides at a lower cost. And, you know, when you're talking about a service where a lot of the cost goes on staff, yes, that does mean with fewer staff. But I think that is something that you can do. And I also think it should be applauded that one of the main candidates for police commissioner, because the police have had less cuts than any other, cuts to the police have been dramatically less than those to local authorities. I mean, as I repeat, we are looking at a cut, you know, just since 2014, between 2014 and 2019, of well over 30%. The police cut's nothing like that. And the police budget is going to be protected in cash terms. They got £3 million more than they were expecting this year in Hampshire Police. So they do have the opportunity to do something about this. They've got the fiscal wriggle room to do it. And the fact of it is that services like this, you know, yes, to some extent they do reduce costs for the police. The police have a financial incentive. And I think that it's very, very welcome that this commitment to meet the gap. But it shouldn't be all doom and gloom on this. But, you know, in terms of actually the numbers in the budget, well, again, you know, there are no easy answers. And it's just a gimmick to say that you don't have to cut anything.
Point of order, my Lord Mayor, 39A. Councillor Luke Stubbs, Deputy Leader of the Council, said there were no alternatives. As the minutes show, we presented £587,000 of additional income accepted by the Chief Finance Officer as deliverable, and you rejected every single penny. Every single penny. So this is your choice.
Members, please. Members, Leader, call upon... thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Call upon Councillor Aidan Gray, please.
Everyone can hear me at the back. Thank you, Hugh.
in terms of the domestic violence unit and everything else that's happened, again, the first thing I'd like to say is thank you to members in this chamber who've taken the time and the energy to support the service and do something out of the norm. And thank you to those outside of the chamber who have done so much to date to, really help in what is a very, very difficult area. I think Councillor Stubbs has hit some of it on the head. I think others who've spoken have also hit the other side of the argument on the head. So it is a very, very difficult tightrope to tread. And I think that, certainly from our perspective, it's not something I would want to see cut. It's not something I believe central government is doing correctly. But let's not forget the reason we're in the position we are today is the central government cuts that we're seeing is from the coalition government that was Lib Dem and Conservative. So it is very rich to hear Lib Dems in one hand saying it's wrong, but doing nothing in time in government to try and make sure these austerity cuts didn't hit so hard. Thank you. In terms of the actual situation, again, I appreciate the fact that we are in a situation where we have to make cuts. This is not something anyone in this chamber, irrespective of political party, wants to make. No one comes into council to want to make cuts. But we're in a situation where if we don't, something from central government will be imposed on us. We'll have no say. It'll be far harder, far worse. The one thing I would say is that the Labour Party has been consistent in terms of the group. We have consistently said to previous administration, stop living in a fool's paradise, raise the council tax. If you'd have listened to our advice, you'd have had £6 million more in the coffers. Perhaps then you could have saved the services you're so precious to care about now, instead of short-term political gains for electioneering. I'm sorry, we raised the issue, we've been consistent with it. There is money. Of course that's not going to be sustainable long-term. We need more. But I would ask this council chamber that we need to lobby the government for a better formula grant deal as opposed to what we're seeing now. We need to be making the cause. It has gone too far. It is disgraceful, the situation that we're being imposed from central government. I know the council leader has written to David Cameron in the past to say it's gone too far, and George Osborne. I know that Councillor Vernon Jackson has echoed the same comments. I think it's time that we all came across party to do exactly the same thing, again, to raise exactly what's happening, how this is hurting. This is not cutting into the bone. This is actually cutting the bone off. Someone in Westminster needs to wake up, understand it's not fair to cut from the poorest up and let the rich keep getting away with it, keep getting tax evasion, tax avoidance. Something is seriously wrong in this country when the government decides to turn one cheek for those who are in its pocket, but for those who are crying out for support, it just offers platitudes. Enough is enough, and I would really, really ask this chamber to do what they can to lobby that government to make sure that we're seeing as much support as we can get. I would say thank you to Councillor New for finding the reserves that you have to try and sustain this, and I do appreciate how difficult a situation as a local party and as a local authority you're in. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. I'll now call upon Councillor New, please.
Lord Mayor, first, may I thank the lead petitioner for bringing this petition to the City Council. I'd like to echo the leader's response to the petition and talk about my own experiences over the past few months. Since the last full council meeting, there has been further progress. The leader and deputy leader of the City Council have worked hard, and already we have found 50k to put back into domestic abuse service provision. It's a positive start in a short space of time. I've had a series of meetings with people further afield too. Things are finally coming together while we work on our new service redesign and negotiate contracts. I'm sure that everybody here will welcome this news. Working positively with colleagues from domestic abuse service providers, fellow politicians, commissioners and funders, I've canvassed their views and recommendations and asked for their help. It has allowed me to build a better understanding of domestic abuse across the whole of Hampshire. However, I've been further encouraged by both the Police and Crime Commissioner, whose office are in talks with us about what further contracts can be provided in Portsmouth. I'm also pleased that Mr Hayes has also confirmed to the leader and to myself that we are hoping to find a solution within the next couple of months. Obviously, as you've already heard, we've also been in contact with Mr Lane, who is the Conservative candidate, and I also welcome his commitment to domestic abuse service provision moving forward, specifically the 130k that he has committed to go towards the early intervention project. It's very welcome news from both candidates. This is doubly encouraging, especially given that 8 months ago, I was struggling to get senior people from across the area to come around the table and discuss domestic abuse service with any form of commitment and any form of seriousness. So again, this is to really thank the lead petitioner, actually, because one thing that this petition has done, regrettably, but in a good way, if that makes sense, is actually it's got people talking about it. It's got people taking it very seriously. In December, I spoke of creation of a coalition of strong voices who could join me to take my campaign for statutory funding to government. Well, there's positive news on that front too. Members from Southampton, Hampshire County Council and the Police and Crime Commissioner are helping me move this forward. I had hoped as well to have the support of a further local service provider who would be joining me, I had hoped, to share their considerable campaigning experience. But Lord Mayor, I don't work with people who advocate negative working and don't actually come forward with positive solutions. Lord Mayor, I think I need to also set the record straight surrounding a few things that have been cited recently by Ms Dillon publicly, and also to enlighten her as to why I've taken the decision not to engage with her. It all started when I was lying on a beach in Mexico. Even on holiday, I was working on what could be done to mitigate the cuts to the Portsmouth domestic abuse service provision, because I do care about it. I contacted many service providers, both locally and nationally, and started to arrange meetings with them with the intention of better understanding how we could work together on how non-statutory services could work or might look when the money runs out sooner or later, or how we could even look to jointly bid for money, as we have recently done successfully with Southern Domestic Abuse Service. So a meeting was set up with Ms Dillon, and we had some positive introductory dialogue via email. But unbeknown to me, she was orchestrating a campaign of protest that would ultimately result in bullying, harassment and putting people's lives and identities at risk. Lord Mayor, these aren't my words. These are the words of the people that were directly affected by the events that took place here in this chamber at the December Council meeting. I'm glad that I cancelled that meeting with Ms Dillon, because in my opinion, no charity who is publicly funded by taxpayer and government money should act in such an intimidating way. What's more, Lord Mayor, the irony is that this is a CEO who's used her domestic abuse provider to further a hurricane of disruption that was led by Sisters Uncut against this City Council, the council leader, myself and colleagues, which as a result put victims of domestic abuse who were sat here in the public galleries, put their lives at risk. I would go as far to say, in my personal opinion, that she didn't have any cares for those victims, in my opinion. And for an organisation that deals with complex needs and unique situations, I find it hard to believe that she failed to anticipate that there might be such people in the public gallery who are in hiding, who came here because they were concerned about what might be happening to service provision that affects people that have been in similar situations. Well, Lord Mayor, there were 3 people that I now know of that were here in this public gallery, 3 domestic abuse survivors who were hiding here in Portsmouth, who never for 1 second dreamt that they'd be broadcast across the whole of Hampshire and further via TV and then end up in the newspaper. And also, I can go on to say that the journalist here, Miles O'Leary, can confirm this because one of those people had to go to him to plead to have themselves blurred out of that. So that's all I'm going to say now. I don't think that I find it appalling that a charity that's supposed to be helping these sorts of people actually just came in for their own political gain when they should be standing with me, going to government to lobby for statutory funding for these services. And what's more as well, after I've met with a lot of service providers, one of the things as well that's being propagated by various different people is that there's a misunderstanding that this cut is coming into effect basically in April. It's not. I'm working hard and I want all of these people to come and stand with me and go to government. We have a strong voice together, but if we don't, then we will have problems further down the line. And I'm not talking about 2017, I'm talking about 2020 and beyond. And we are working hard to provide a service that's fit for this, so that we can have a good standard of domestic abuse service provision here in Portsmouth. Lord Mayor, there will be no cuts or job losses to the early intervention project, and the service will remain fully intact for the whole of the next financial year of 16-17. In 2017, new contracts will come online one way or another, and I hope to have fully advanced my campaign to government by then and recognise and implement statutory funding for domestic abuse services to Portsmouth, and hopefully it will have a positive effect for other councils as well who are facing the same situation that we are.
Thank you, Councillor.
Point of order, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor, are you clarifying a point, please?
The Chief Executive of Aurora New Dawn specifically wrote to all councillors to say that she had nothing to do with the protest here, and Councillor New has chosen to ignore that and to launch a personal attack against a member of the public, which is an absolute and total disgrace.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. That's not true, and there is evidence to show that. And in fact, Aurora New Dawn went further to organise the events today.
Okay, would the leader like to sum up, please? Thank you. Yeah, I did actually ask you to sum up, leader.
Here we go again. Swapping the microphone. Sorry, Lord Mayor, I didn't hear you call my name. I think it's testament from the comments we've had from members today just how strong the feeling is about this, and I say that from all parties in the chamber. We've heard some very excellent points made today by members of the public, and I think there's one thing that we can all agree on, it may be the only thing today that we can all agree on, is that we value this service and that we actually really want to make sure it's protected long term. It is true that there has not been a murder from domestic violence in the city for a number of years, and again that's testament not only to this council and the early intervention project, the advocacy support work that we also have and the charities involved, but also obviously our colleagues in the police who do have statutory responsibilities in that area too. A number of points have been raised which I thought I would just quickly address, and that is, first of all, a mention has been made about the training support for councillors that has been arranged here in Portsmouth, and I want to make it absolutely clear to anybody in this chamber now or watching at home through the live stream, we are not, the councillors, trying to replicate professionals who work in the domestic violence sector. We are not trying to do their jobs. We are trying to highlight a service that's out there for vulnerable people in this city and beyond who may need it. It's just the same as we, my Conservative colleagues and I, ran a winter health session in Cosham High Street in, I think it was October or November. We're not experts on how to make your home more fuel efficient, but we're simply highlighting a council service that's out there if you want to speak to our housing options department. It's no different to that. But it is a sensitive subject, and often people will feel they are apprehensive about contacting a big organisation such as Portsmouth City Council, the probation service, the police. But actually, if we can take services out to them in community centres where we hold our councillor surgeries, this is what it's been about. In terms of a comment that Councillor Darren Sanders made about the fact that we should have all sat down last July after the last budget and started working on an implementation to redesign this service, we shouldn't be dictatorial to people and tell them what's going to happen, but instead we should be working with people and listening to them to redesign the service. Lord Mayor, that's exactly what's happened. And if Councillor Sanders wants to check with our legal department, he will show him and give him the information of the not-for-profit community asset company articles of association that have already been registered and drawn up for just such this purpose. And it was all with domestic violence and community safety support in mind. We've heard from Councillors Mason and Gerald Vernon-Jackson in their amendment to my response today about this petition, using the words deploring the council. They are simply attacking this chamber. They are attacking Portsmouth City Council. And what I want to know is, where was their alternative today in their amendment? That was the time to tell us, put their money where their mouth is and tell us what they would have done. But people need to know now, Gerald. We're voting on this issue right now. I also want to follow on from a point that Councillor Julie Swan has raised with me, that Roy Swales, who is the UKIP candidate for Police and Crime Commissioner, has also pledged to give support to this chamber if elected in May as the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner. We've had an attack from Councillor Lee Hunt on the property investment portfolio, and I don't know if it's envy that he's still lingering after his Conservative roots of that entrepreneurialism, that he is slightly miffed that in his 6 or 7 years of being a Liberal Democrat running this city, he didn't have the gumption to go out and do what we are doing, to borrow money and to go out and create income for this city, to mitigate the £75 million of the cuts that my colleagues, my yellow colleagues to the right of me in the chamber, put forward over the previous 5 years that they were running the City Council. We are putting our money literally where our mouth is, Lord Mayor. We are using the capacity that we have to borrow money cheaply, to buy commercial property, to create income. And £50,000 of that income that we will create this year is going back into domestic violence. We're not putting forward amendments to responses to petitions with no substance to them. We're putting our money where our mouth is, and we're putting some of that money back, 40% of it. And I'm proud of that. And we will get the rest of this money, Lord Mayor, because we've particularly got the MP for Portsmouth North, Penny Mordaunt, on board, and she's given us some great ideas on how we can work to raise the remainder of this money. So, Lord Mayor, in conclusion, I'd like to thank those that came along today to make their deputations, and I'd also like to thank the lead petitioner for giving us, Portsmouth City Council, once again, the opportunity to discuss this very important issue. Thank you.
Standing orders, Lord Mayor, misrepresentation. I mean, I wasn't in the room when I was speaking. I made it very clear that she left. So Ashley knows what I said. I haven't got a clue. Nevertheless, if she had remained here, she would have heard me say that we get what you're trying to do about purchasing assets elsewhere and putting money back into some of the services. So again, you've done what you keep on doing. You keep spinning and misrepresenting what people say. It doesn't matter who they are. When you're under pressure, Councillor Jones, you spin and misrepresent.
Is this a point of order or a speech?
Lee, is that... which way are we going here? Speech or point of order? Well, I'd love to share the responsibility, especially today.
She goes soon.
We're now going to move to vote on the amendment.
My Lord Mayor, could I ask for a named vote, please?
That's no problem at all.
I need 8 people.
Okay. No.
Right then, Lord Mayor, you've asked me to requisition and record a vote via the request that has come through. In the normal run of things, what will happen is those in favour of the amendment, if they could stand and then sit as their names are called out, please, in the first instance. Thank you. This is the Liberal Democrat amendment. Right. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Foster, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Right. If those against the amendment would stand and sit as their names called, please. Councillor Gray, Councillor Chowdhury, right. Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Ken Ferret, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Stockdale, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Gemanu. Are there... Oh, sorry. Councillor Galloway, Councillor Swan and Councillor Denny. Are there any abstentions, please? Councillor Potter. Okay, Lord Mayor, we'll just calculate that for you.
The voting was as follows. For 14, against 23, one abstention. Therefore, that of the amendment is lost. We will now move on to the substantive, please. On to the administration's response. Can we have a vote on that? And it'll be the same.
I haven't had a recorded vote requisition for that. So
No, just ordinary then. Raise your hands in the general. And those against, please. You heard that. The administration's response is carried. Thank you. That concludes item 4. We will now move on to item 5. And item 5 is the second petition. The council has received a petition in respect of the fire service, as set out on the agenda. The council's rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it will be debated by the full council if the lead petitioner so requests, and they do. City Solicitor, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. May I now ask Mr Tom Wood, as the lead petitioner organiser, to present your petition. Mr Wood, you will have 6 minutes to present the petition. The buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Oh, sorry, here.
Super. Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to present a petition to ask that the proposed cuts to the fire service do not take place in Portsmouth. Thousands of local residents have signed a petition to stop these cuts, which shows the real concern of local people. I want to be very clear about what the proposals are. In Southsea, it's to change from having 3 full-size fire engines based at the station to a station with just 1 full-sized fire engine, plus 1 intermediate. The fire engine with the extendable ladder, which firefighters can use to go up to 12 to 13 stories, will also lose crew, and we will then be given in to substitute something essentially the size of a van. It's simply not good enough. In Cosham, it will lose one of its 2 full-size fire engines and have only 1 left. Portsmouth will also lose the jobs of many skilled and professional firefighters. The reason why we need to keep the firefighters and the fire engines is we're a densely populated city with many high-rises. Along with the high-rises where so many local people live, we also have many sensitive areas such as the naval base and the docks. The Royal Navy has confirmed that the main responsibility for fighting fires in the dockyard rests with the Hampshire Fire Service. I don't think these changes are going to keep local people safe. I don't think they're going to keep local firefighters safe. And I'm here because it's clear that the people of this city don't think these changes will keep them safe either. Collecting signatures for this petition was really easy. Everybody wanted to sign it because they don't trust these changes to keep them safe when they're in danger. I agree with them. I'm not convinced that we'll be safe with these changes. Local residents clearly don't support them. When the Fire Authority held its public consultation meeting in Portsmouth, not 1 single resident spoke up in favour of the changes. There was real concern about the safety of both local residents and firefighters in high-rise blocks. At the consultation meeting in Portsmouth, the senior fire officer confirmed that 5 fire engines need to be on site if there is a fire in a high-rise building. They define a high-rise building as being more than 6 stories. We have these all over the city, in Gunwharf, in Southsea, in Cosham, in North End, in the city centre. My concern is that if we have a fire in a high-rise, we in Portsmouth will no longer have enough fire engines throughout the whole city to attend to that. We'll rely on fire engines and firefighters coming into the city to fight the fires, and we know what the traffic can be like. If a fire engine is held up just by a few minutes at rush hour over one of the bridges, then it could be the difference between life and death. My other concern is that firefighters may have their own lives put at risk because of these changes. People become firefighters because they want to help people and save lives. If there's a fire in a high-rise and the firefighters are waiting for a fire engine to arrive from Havant, are they really going to wait while somewhere's burning up because they don't have enough backup yet? These are big-hearted men and women who want to save lives, and if they're not given the support they need, they may put their own lives at risk in order to help the lives of others. The proposals from the Fire Authority are draconian. This council sends representatives to the Fire Authority, and our voice from the city should be heard. I hope you will all support this petition and vote for the City Council to stand up for the voice of local residents, to reflect their concerns and to publicly oppose them.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Wood. Members, there are 2 public deputations today relating to this item. Details have been circulated in the Chamber, including, I understand, 1 written deputation. Can I now call upon the Deputy Chief Fire Officer, Odin, to the first deputation to speak on the petition. You will have 6 minutes, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Mr Odin.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, members, good afternoon. I am Neil Odin. I'm the Deputy Chief Officer for Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service. My role as Principal Advisor to the Authority is to deliver the service that is safer for firefighters, safer for the community, and one that fits the financial environment. Can I start by thanking Portsmouth City Council for the time today and your previous debates on this matter. As you will know, Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority has recently undertaken a 12-week period of public consultation outlining proposals to change our frontline fire and rescue service capability and to consider the potential of increasing its council tax precept. Throughout our extensive period of consultation, we have actively sought the views and opinions of all residents, businesses, stakeholders across Hampshire, including staff and unions. We are delighted that so many people responded to our consultation, as their feedback has been vital in shaping the final proposals that will be presented to the Fire Authority on the 24th of this month. The petition being discussed here today reflects issues that we have heard throughout the consultation feedback, and matters raised have been carefully considered in our final proposal for the authority to consider. I have listened very carefully to matters raised, and in considering the final report for the Fire Authority to decide upon, I was able to call upon my own 25 years of experience as an operational firefighter. And even more, I called on the experience of my colleagues with extensive firefighting experience and indeed master's degrees in fire engineering and fire behaviour. We've called upon advanced and proven predictive tools, and we've called upon solid professional experience from this country and from other countries in leading safe firefighting techniques. On that basis, I'd offer the following assurances to assist the debate this afternoon. If agreed on the 24th of February, the future plan will ensure that Portsmouth will continue to have 5 fully equipped operational fire engines. None of these will be a van. They will all be crewed by at least 4 fully trained firefighters. Our fleet will be designed to ensure that smaller, well-equipped vehicles with the same capability as traditional fire engines can better navigate the congested streets, providing quicker response to urban areas such as Portsmouth. Our crews in Portsmouth will be provided with the latest technology to enable them to make faster, life-saving intervention and reduce the occasions when they must make high-risk entry into very high-temperature compartments. They will also be equipped with vital life-saving medical intervention equipment, truly changing the offer to the citizens of Portsmouth. Our ability to tackle fires in high-rise buildings in Portsmouth will not diminish. Far from it. In fact, the response times for the 20 firefighters required to resolve incidents in high-rise buildings will be the fastest in the county. Portsmouth's future capability is designed to take into account present and future risks within the city, including the Royal Navy and changes to future housing stock, and also takes into account the views of our firefighters at local fire stations. We work very closely with the Fire Brigades Union and other unions in Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service, and we're very proud of our relationship. We don't always agree, but we always work together to understand the issues. The assurances I offer today are given by me on the basis that I am accountable to the combined fire authority in Hampshire County Council, Portsmouth City Council and Southampton City Council. The good governance of that authority will assure the delivery of these outcomes and provide challenge in a public arena. Furthermore, in my professional role as a public servant and a Deputy Chief Fire Officer of 25 years' service, I will not and could not recommend a proposal to the Fire Authority that I felt was unsafe for the community of Portsmouth or for my firefighters. I would like to thank you for listening, and I welcome the debate this afternoon. I will listen carefully to your views,
and I hope this deputation has helped in some way in that matter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Oden. May I now call on Mr Mark Chapman as the second deputy to speak on the petition. You have 6 minutes to speak, and the buzzer will go when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Well, Lord Mayor, members of the Council, my name is Mark Chapman. I'm from the Fire Brigades Union. I speak to you today out of genuine concern for the future of our fire service, the safety of my family, friends and the surrounding community here in Portsmouth. I have listened to the consultations Hampshire Fire and Rescue have held around the county, and I have also listened to our firefighters. My concern is that it is clear Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service, along with many others nationally, are proposing these changes due to a reduction in their budget, not to make us safer here in Portsmouth. Here in Portsmouth, we face the amount of firefighters and responding being reduced. Fire engines that can respond to 100% of fire and rescue related incidents being cut from 5 to 2. An aerial ladder platform no longer immediately available to cater for our increasing high-rise skyline. Fire engines tied up with medical response calls rather than available for calls to their primary role. All due to a reduction in government funding, and yet we are still being told that we will be safer. These proposals are based upon nothing more than concepts, computer modelling and new technology not yet tried or tested in a real-world environment within Hampshire. Our firefighters already cater for a vast range of incident types. We expect them to be experts in their field. Unfortunately, these expectations and the additional training required might exceed the time available to maintain competency to the high standards we see today. Currently, they fight fires, perform road traffic collision extrication, flood rescues, hazmat incidents, rope rescues, to name but a few. Now proposals look to have our firefighters perform medical calls, a topic requiring not only a great depth of knowledge, expertise and training, but will also consequently impact on their ability to respond to their primary role. Attending medical calls to support another public service that has already clearly demonstrated the effects of being under-resourced, understaffed and cut to the bone. I understand new technology will play a part in the evolution of our fire service, as it has since its creation. But before we try and reinvent a fire service, wouldn't it be prudent to at least base this model on vehicles and equipment that have at the very least been trialled over a protracted period of time at a number of stations alongside our current functioning and effective fire appliances? We have a fire service that keeps us safe today, not due to the number of calls they receive, but based on historical evidence that has led to it being shaped into the service we have now that is both effective and resilient county-wide. Portsmouth is no different. In 2014, the city had a population of 205,400 and is the only city in the United Kingdom with a greater population density than London. Up until 2008, we had 3 stations serving the city, and although that was reduced to 2, it was recognised that the risk within the city still required those firefighters and vehicles. The result was that those resources were moved to Cosham and Southsea. Portsmouth will see the lion's share of cuts, saving the county approximately £578,736, yet its risks have not been reduced. In fact, its population has grown, become more multicultural, the demographic and affluence is extremely diverse, and Portsmouth's building stock is historic. We continue to see large-scale public events drawing equally large numbers to the city, which in real terms increases the risk and likelihood of incidents. These events are great for our city's profile and local businesses, but also add to the risk profile. The risk profile of a city that has already seen one of its fire stations cut and resources spread end to end. Sadly, now there is a real threat to reduce those resources even further. We have a fire service that is immediately available, sufficient in crewing, that allows an effective, resilient and efficient fire and rescue response to our city. An order of priorities I firmly believe the people of Portsmouth deserve. To summarise, please take into account that I and the people of Portsmouth collectively did not cause this financial crisis, nor did our firefighters or our fire service. A crisis that consequences now puts our most effective safety net under the knife. Please consider how cutting the number of firefighters and vehicles that currently cater for 100% of all incident types will not actually make us safer. Consider how the people of Portsmouth will wait longer for a fully effective response, whilst the currently proposed reduction of firefighters try and meet their primary role, whilst also attempting to bolster other services in a medical capacity. Is this the legacy you wish to leave by supporting these proposals? Or would you prefer history tells a story of how you stood up for the community of Portsmouth that you serve, defending the fire service we so gratefully receive and appreciate, a fire service that each and every one of us could come to depend upon? My Lord Mayor and members of the Council, it's right to be proud of our growing and developing historic city, but I ask you, make the right decision and be equally proud that you saved the fire cover and that protects and safeguards the people within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chapman. May I now ask the lead petitioner and those who have made their deputations if they please retire to the public gallery if you wish to stay and watch the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Now, in respect of a mover and a seconder to propose a response to the petition, I've already received signed notice on this from Councillor Jones, which I understand is about to be circulated. Before I ask the leader to propose accordingly, can I remind members that details of any amendments to the administration's response are to be disclosed before the conclusion of the speech of the mover of the recommendation being proposed. I would require it to be written down and given to me after being proposed and seconded and before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. I now call upon the proposer of the administration's response to the petition, Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the administration, we would like to thank the petitioner for presenting the petition concerning fire services in Portsmouth to Portsmouth City Council today. Fire services across the City of Portsmouth are an important issue. Portsmouth City Council was notified that the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority were undertaking a public consultation on ways to reform the fire service across the counties of Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Portsmouth City Council has no control over the final decision on how to reform the service. It is not a decision this council has any jurisdiction over. The Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority is a separate body to this council. Portsmouth City Council does, however, appoint 3 representatives onto the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Board each year. The current council appointments are Councillor Luke Stubbs, Hannah Hockaday and Phil Smith. Unfortunately, the council's representatives are precluded from listening to the presentation and the petition and any subsequent debate because they have a declarable interest under the Code of Conduct. In other words, because they will be voting on the outcome of the substantive consultation, it would be wrong for them to remain in this chamber today and take part in this debate. However, they will be aware of your petition, and I'm sure they will take it into account when attending the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority meeting when this matter is considered. I will ensure that the petition is forwarded to the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority Board and that they are made aware of the plight. Thank you for attending today.
Is this seconded, please? I've heard of that. Thank you. Do I have any amendments to the proposed response, Joe? The matter is now before the Council for debate. Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, please.
My Lord Mayor, I'm sorry, I'll probably just have to yell because the system doesn't work. I have to say I'm frankly amazed at the response from the administration. That there are proposals to cut the fire service here in Portsmouth. We've heard from a serving firefighter of what his view is about the cuts and the effect those on the service that he has to provide. So we've heard from that, and the response from the City Council, the administration of the City Council, is nothing to do with us. It's the Pontius Pilate response. We'll wash our hands of this, it's nothing to do with us. And that's shameful. Shameful because our job is to try to speak on behalf of people in this city. And if we're just going to say, we're going to be silent about everything where we don't actually write a cheque for it, what are we here for? Can I give a comparison? When the dockyard was threatened with closure in 2008, and the Navy might well have pulled out, nothing to do with this council, nothing to do with our budget, and yet we all work together across all parties, with councils around us in all areas, with the university, with employers, to fight that and to change people's minds, to make sure that the dockyard remained here and 10,000 jobs were saved. We took our responsibility, our civic responsibility, to speak for the people of the city, to work on behalf of the people of this city, and we did it well, all of us together. But what's changed? What's changed is that this is a cut to the fire authority, by the Fire Authority to services in Portsmouth. We should be standing up for people in this city and supporting them, and all this amendment says is we don't care. We don't care, it's nothing to do with us, we will wash our hands of it. My goodness me, that's a terrible indictment of a council, isn't it? If we really can't be bothered to care about people's lives and people's safety and cuts to the fire service, it's an absolute disgrace.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I call on Councillor Godier, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought I'd said my bit last time we spoke about this, but it seems the Liberal Democrats want to carry on with their lies. Let me just be clear on something. The tower blocks that you are telling our residents the crews are going to be cut, can you stop lying to them? Because this scaremongering, and I will be honest, it was with Councillor Foster at the end of Edinburgh Road collecting signatures, telling people that the crews for tower blocks is going to be cut. But it's not.
Members, please, let Councillor Godier finish.
The point is, it's there from a professional of 25 years, I believe, he says. If I had to take the evidence from to anybody talking to us, rep from a union, telling us that there's these cuts and how severe it is for the city, I would preferably listen to the man who runs the whole show, the man who talks to the staff, the man who puts the firefighters in the fires themselves, and then I would take the evidence from actually the city itself. I live 8 floors up on the junction coming into the city. I see a fire crew zooming around the city as fast as they can every single day. I never see a fire. I tell you what, I see big engines stuck behind queues of traffic that are going to help out at something that isn't a fire. Now surely a smaller engine getting to them jobs will enable the bigger engines to get to the actual fire. Stop scaremongering the city and put your residents first, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Godier.
Lord Mayor, point of order 39. One, Councillor Godier, if he looks at the consultation from the Fire Authority, will see that there is a proposal to cut the number of firefighters in Southsea Fire Station each and every day.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, point of order. This is not a point of order. This is a further extension of his speech. Time and again he does this, Lord Mayor. Please curtail his action.
Understood, Councillor Weems. There are a lot of contentious points of order, especially coming from the next councillor on my left. We'll move on to Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So let's get this straight. So as the Leader of the Council said, thank you, Councillor Gray. We're not going to take an opinion on this because we've got 3 Fire Authority members. Well, that's all well and good, but we need to speak for our residents. As the lead petitioner said, Tom Woods, this was an easy petition to get people to sign because everyone you speak to thinks this is crazy. This is really bad. You can go anywhere in the city and they think this is a really bad thing. So I was out in Eastney, so on the east side of the island, of Portsea Island, where you're furthest from whether it be Eastney, Milton, Baffins or even parts of Cockney as well, where of course there used to be a fire station, until the Conservative-run Fire Authority decided to get rid of it, people are really, really worried because they know they are the furthest parts of this city from either Cosham Fire Station or from Southsea Fire Station. They are the people this will affect the most. So we're looking at a situation here whereby people in the city are saying one thing and the administration of the city is saying, oh, we don't really care. We don't really care what you think. What we're going to do is we're going to defer to the Conservative-run Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority to make our decisions for us. Now, the other interesting thing about the petition was, when you got people signing, so obviously only people who signed it from within the city were presented to make sure we could debate it here today. But the interesting thing was the amount of people from outside the city who signed it as well. Because, of course, if you have cuts to the fire service in Portsmouth, it also affects people outside the city. Because, of course, if there's a major shout in Havant, Fareham, I see Sean Woodwards is behind me today, if it's in Fareham, if it's in Gosport, if it's in Winchester, if it's further afield, if it's in Chichester, if it's in Basingstoke, if it's even in Southampton, our crews will go and help and go and assist. But of course, in the consultation document that we were all sent, that was put public, it didn't tell you about any of the shouts outside each fire station's own ground. It only told you about the ones within the ground. So from a misleading document, you had a misleading consultation, and then you had a decision made with those people responding to what, quite frankly, was not a straightforward consultation document. We had the Deputy Chief Fire Officer speaking. I see he's still up in the gallery. And I'd like to thank him. And I do not envy him the task. He's been given a job by the Fire and Rescue Authority to do it. But ultimately, he does have a lot of experience, and I absolutely respect that. But he is, to all intents and purposes, there to do as the Fire Authority shows him to do. I'm an ex-civil servant. There's other ex-public sector workers here. You are there to essentially do what your political masters, whether it be on a fire authority, whether it be in the police, whether it be a council, whether it be government, tell you to do. You are given something that they want they essentially know the answers before they ask you to do it. So I think, quite frankly, I appreciate what he's saying. I think him and his senior colleagues have done the best work they possibly can within the straitjacket they've been put, but quite frankly, it still just isn't good enough. We're losing 16 firefighters from Southsea Fire Station. That is the recommendation. And just think about the impact of this. It's not just about fighting fires. It means we have less firefighters to be able to prevent fires as well. We won't have as many firefighters to go out to people's homes and help them with fire prevention, help them fit fire alarms, help them do visits to schools, help them do all that kind of thing that will stop people having fires in the first place. That's not good. And then what will happen? You'll get more fires, because if there's less prevention, there will be more fires. And if there's more fires, and then you have less people to deal with the fires, well, what's going to happen? You're going to have worse fires. You're going to have things like that. It really isn't good enough that out of the entire county, Portsmouth, Southsea Station in particular, has the biggest cuts of any single station in the county. Just think about that. The biggest cuts. And yet we are the most densely populated place in the whole of the Fire Authority area. Indeed, the most densely populated outside London. And then just to leave you with this thought, Mark Chapman mentioned it in his deputation. We are an increasing population in the city. Everyone is aware of the developments people want to put in this city, and indeed has already been agreed in the city. That's going to get more, so we're going to need more resources, not less. We are also in a situation where the council leader herself said we're going to get more congestion in the city. There's going to be more cars in the city. The council leader is shaking her head, but that is what she was quoted in the paper as saying. We're going to have more cars in the city. We're going to have more congestion, which will make it even more difficult and more likely that fire engines will get stuck when going to call-outs. If we have less firefighters, less resources, less fire engines, we are going to put our residents at risk. We should be standing up for our residents. We should oppose this response from the City Council. We should support the petition and say to the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, we think these cuts are bad for this city and bad for everywhere else in Hampshire. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Could we have Councillor Aidan Gray, please?
Again, before I start, I'd just like to say thank you to all of those who came to make the deputations today. Thank you, Councillor Mason. It seems that the 50p's run out again. I do have real grave concerns with regards to the situation, and I fully support the petition, and I'm sure my colleagues in the Liberal Democrat benches will be pleased to hear I signed the petition as well. I think, that there's a balance to be struck, of course, and I understand that, yes, this isn't anything to do in terms of logistically with Portsmouth City Council, quite right. But morally, it does. Morally, we have an obligation to every single resident that we represent to make sure that we are making sure that all of their views are heard. And one thing that's very, very clear is people are very concerned about this here. It is a cut that, quite frankly, would potentially have the ability to kill. And unfortunately, like some very silly comments by certain government ministers about Googling outcomes of things, this is something that Google won't save you from if you have a fire. Unfortunately, as I say, this is really, really a damning situation when we have the most densely populated city, probably one of the most densely populated cities in Europe. Let's not just forget about the UK here. With 2 or 3 major trunk roads coming on, it's not a situation like London or even other cities where you have multiple routes to access the actual city from. We have 3 sides of the island which are covered with the Solent. We have mainland, we have the island itself. And we've all seen, and I remember well, the accident many years ago when the M275, and it was locked down for hours and hours and hours. God help us if that happens and we cut and we have nothing and just watch it burn. What then? What then when the situation does arise and someone does die? Is that when we change our minds? I'm sorry, I just can't buy that. I appreciate all of the comments that have been made, but I really do sit up and listen to Mr. Chapman of the FBU, someone here with real experience, someone who's been there on the ground, listening to other firefighters, listening to things, looking at the reviews. I have more questions than I have answers for, and that's what concerns me here. Quite rightly, we need to move with the times. Quite rightly, we need to keep up with technology and make sure that we're ahead of the game, like all authorities across the country and across Europe have done and worked with the blue light twinning as we have done in certain situations. However, I'm not satisfied for what I have seen that is just a situation of switching off one, going into the other. We should be doing something in tandem, at the very least, just to make sure and double check, because this is something that really, really can affect people's lives. This city really does deserve better in terms of representation on this particular point. The government has made far too many cuts. Its priorities are completely out of sync with the public. People like the FBU should be listened to. The fire authority, the police authority and the ambulance service and the NHS are not things that should be messed about with by governments of any colour. It should be protected. It should be given the full backing. And as I say, if you can live with it on your conscience when someone dies, knowing that things could have been done to stop it, on your head be it. Frankly, I am fully behind this petition, and I hope that the rest of you will be too. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Just getting the microphone back. The leader is correct. We have no jurisdiction in this matter. But that does not mean that we should not take a view. And our view must be tailored by what is the first overriding priority of this council and indeed any council. That overriding priority must be the safety of the citizens. We have as a first priority to look after the safety of the people of Portsmouth. And so I think we need to look very carefully at both the report and the groundswell of opinion which has been shown in the petition. The report is a very interesting report. It has been, we've been told, and it is very clear, that Southsea is taking the biggest cut of anywhere in Hampshire. it is also true that the structure of the response will have to be changed with the changing number of vehicles and size of vehicles. But also it will have to be changed because of the loss of 16 firefighters. Now, we have heard that there is new technology. Certainly, some of the new technology, especially that with ultra-high pressure hoses, the so-called pyro lance, is absolutely amazing in its ability to put out fires, but it has limitations. It has limitations, especially in areas where there are people in close proximity to fires. The Fire Brigades Union is concerned, and they are the representatives of the people who will have to go in there and risk their lives in fires. We must listen to them and listen to them very carefully. There was also one further thing in the report which worried me, which was that the report took no cognizance of the fact that places are different. The only way that it seemed to take any notice of this at all was the time that it would take a fire engine to get to a fire on average. But what it would find when it got to a fire was not taken into consideration. We are a city which is unlike anywhere else in Hampshire because of the port, because of Her Majesty's Dockyard, because of our industries, and as has been mentioned by my colleague, or my friend, Councillor Aidan Gray, because of the extreme density of population within this city. We have to look at this report. We have to take cognizance of what the Fire Brigades Union are saying. And I think we must come to a view. It is right that the petition goes forward to the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority. Of course it should. But it should also go forward with a view taken from this council that we are concerned. We are very concerned about the cuts which are being made, and we feel that they will be putting lives at risk within this city. So I would ask this council not just to send it forward, but to express a view which will accompany the petition going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Mason. I call on Councillor Weems, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, Lord Mayor, I think that it's quite understandable how people, when they're looking at getting people to sign petition against fire service cuts, how easy it must be. I can understand how they filled it up very quickly, especially if you tell them their lives could be at threat by these cuts. I think most people would think, oh, I better sign that one then. But really, that's the uproar, isn't it? Is my life at threat? But there again, Lord Mayor, it's not the first time we've had uproar in this city. In 1924, there was uproar that we dispensed with horses that drew the fire appliances in the city, and we were going to introduce motor vehicles. There was uproar over it. I think the Liberal Democrats opposed that then. Now, clearly... OK, sorry, I do beg your pardon, Lord Mayor. The Liberal Party existed then, and I'm almost sure they opposed it. Of course, Lee, back then you...
Councillor Hunt, I know you love horses, but, you know.
So, quite clearly, there was uproar then. There was uproar in 2007 when proposals were to close Copner Fire Station. And the Liberal Democrats, as they were then, certainly opposed it and certainly argued till they were blue in the face that people's lives were going to be at threat as a consequence. Now, we haven't since, in the 9-10 years since, seen yet one death as a consequence of the closure of Copner Fire Station. That's quite clear. The figures are there. Sorry, Lord Mayor, how many people are holding this debate?
Yes, members, let Councillor Weems finish, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. quite clearly, there have been no deaths as a consequence of the closure of Copner Fire Station. So, and also we've heard that, there's an issue over the aerial ladder platform. Yet nobody has mentioned the fact that the aerial ladder platform only reaches to 12 stories, and a fair number of our buildings now are in excess of that height in this city. So there are all lots of fear and scaremongering going about. We've heard about the potential for longer response times, but we've actually heard the rebuttal in this chamber for that from the Deputy Chief Fire Officer, who said, actually, the new vehicles that we have will be smaller, better able to get through the congested streets of this city, and the response times will actually improve. So rather than put people's lives at risk, it will improve people's life chances. We need to take careful view of the evidence we hear, not go, oh, no, I think that's, and discount professional opinion. We need to hear what people say. Quite clearly, we've heard as well that there aren't actually so many fires in the city these days, and that's true too. A lot of fire officers' work is actually about fire prevention. You don't need a big fire engine to prevent fires. You need a small car or van even to go around and do that. We've actually heard that it's not actually going to be a van that's going to be introduced, but that's another by the by. We've also heard, or I'm also aware, that because the fire officers are so underemployed as fire officers, many of them actually turn out now as first responders to medical emergencies. It's not rubbish, because I've been there when they've arrived myself, so don't tell me it's rubbish. So quite clearly, a firefighter turned out to when my mother was extremely...
Through me, Councillor Williams.
A firefighter turned out to provide first aid to my mother in her flat. So I know that's true, because I was there. So quite clearly, Lord Mayor, we hear a lot of noise, but we discount the evidence before us. And that's the thing that's important here. We need to get past the overriding priority. We've heard from Liberal Democrats that the overriding priority is safety. Actually, I think just the reverse, Lord Mayor. Their overriding priority seems to be to instil fear. And we should put fear to one side and look at what is needed in this city. And if the fire brigade, the professionals, tell us our service will be improved by what they're proposing, it may cut costs. That's fine. I don't mind that as long as the service is improved. They're telling me the service will improve. So, Lord Mayor, I think the fact that we've not responded or made our voice known is not the critical thing in this instance. We have people on the fire board. They will make our views known. The petition will be presented, so they will take it into account. I think it's entirely appropriate that the members here support the response put forward by Councillor Jones. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I call on Councillor Hunt.
Wow. I think, Lord Mayor, we've only just got to see the response to the Conservatives when the fire manager, bless him, he's putting the case for the fire authority. That's his job. We all know that, and it's been touched on earlier. When he finished his speech, all the Conservatives clapped heartily and warmly. When Mark Chapman, who put the other side of the case from the FPU and the people who actually go and fight the fires currently, silence. Absolute silence. I would say to you this: if you're not going to treat all deputations the same and listen to them, don't clap any of them. If you're going to clap one and not the other, just don't do it. That's the best thing to do, really and truly, because you know your colours to the mast so often. Yep, you take the advice. Lord Mayor, I think the other thing that I would like to say too is that every time you try and kick one of our notices of motion that touch upon local services, and you did this last time, we in the Lib Dems are going to go out to the people of Portsmouth and we get petitions to force you to subsequently debate the thing that you don't want to debate, i.e. the fire service cuts. So that's a pledge that I certainly am making to you. And I stood in Commercial Road last Friday all day long, and it was right. People were coming to us, and they were willingly signing the fire service petition. They value their 999 services. The other thing I tell you, Lord Mayor, is when they were signing, they said, and police stations too. They said that over and over again. So they want their police stations kept open. People are fed up with what you're doing to our city. Yeah, just now, Councillor Weems said, we've got to listen to the manager. We've got to listen to the professionals. We've got to listen to the people who are telling us what we should be doing. We're the professional from the domestic violence charity, Chief Executive Officer Shona Dillon came just now, and she told you what you should be doing. But you completely ignored her. In fact, you attacked her and you rubbished her. You know, you're not treating people fairly. You've really got to do better than this. And I'd say to you this too, through you, Lord Mayor. If David Cameron can write to his own Conservative council in Oxford, asking them not to make cuts, reported in the Daily Mirror recently, that he is imposing on them, then all of you here can sign our Save Our Fire Service petition now, today, telling him and Conservative-run Hampshire Authority not to impose these dreadful cuts on our fire services locally and to risk our residents' lives. Yes, Councillor Godier, people who live in high-rise houses will be put at risk. Here's the petition, Lord Mayor. I'm going to pass it to my colleague Matt Winnington, pass it along to the Conservative benches, and I hope they'll all sit there like Aidan Gray and furiously sign the petition. So let's wait for them to pass it about and sign the petition to save the fire service in Portsmouth rather than yawning about it, Councillor Donna Jones. And it would have been better, of course, Councillor Jones, as the Leader of Council, you'd actually bothered to show up to the public meeting about these cuts. Now, Lord Mayor, I hope that by the time we get to the 24th, that all this that we have brought to the Council, all these thousands of people brought to their attention these fire service cuts, I hope by the time we get to the 24th that the Fire Authority pledge that no fire officer will ever turn up at a fire and face a moral dilemma. That is, he must have backup before he goes in to fight a fire. If they turn out vans with just 2 firefighters on, or smaller vehicles as they describe them, with just 2 firefighters on, they will not be allowed to go in and rescue someone. And Lord Mayor, maybe I'm the only person in this council chamber that actually rescued anybody in a house fire. I once went to a house in North End and saved an old lady's life. I had to break in through the back door. I was on my own. And the smoke and the fire was that close to the floor. It was like I described it to the fire chief the other day and he agreed, like a billowing, massive, mad latte right above your head. And through it you can see all the flames and so on. I had no protection whatsoever. But the old lady was over there hanging onto her bed and I had to crawl under that. And had I in any way sniffed in any of the smoke, I would have died because of the dreadful poisons in the smoke. So I actually know what it's like to put your life at risk in order to go and save somebody. Firefighters do it, thankfully not every day, but they do have to do it. I, for one, will not tolerate and will fight as hard as I possibly can to ensure that those 16 firefighters, Councillor Godier, are not got rid of. One of the reasons that lives are being saved is because we have sufficient resources in the city. The truth is, our city is getting bigger and it's getting taller. More people are living here. More houses and multiple occupation which are at risk of fire. It is true, too, that sooner or later there will be a death as a result of these cuts. There will be. I don't know when it will happen, but it will happen. And then we'll be back knocking on your door, that's for certain.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Can we have Councillor Sanders, please?
Is any of these going to work? One that actually works. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Councillor Weems, my judgment on this is based not on spreading fear, but based on presentations done basically together by the management and the Fire Brigades Union. explaining each of their sides together. It's also based on the comments and the presentations that came from the public meeting at Portsmouth. And it's pretty clear that far from trusting the professionals do not agree. We've already had an attack this afternoon on Aurora New Dawn, which I found sadly unacceptable. And now we're being told that somehow the Fire Brigades Union, because it doesn't agree with the management, is somehow not professional. Well, I think we need to raise the tone of a lot of things in this city. We need to raise the tone of political discourse in this city. Now, you may disagree with what the Fire Brigades Union say. You may agree entirely with what the management wants. And that's fine. But put it down. Because every single speech I've heard from a Conservative this afternoon has been backing the management's proposals. And so why don't you have the guts of your convictions and put down something that says that we back the management plans? As Councillor Vernon Jackson said earlier on, when it comes to things like the dockyard, we all work together to have a view. When it comes to things like trying to remove private vehicles from houses in Shore Avenue and roads in Shore Avenue, as Councillor Hastings rightly did at the last meeting, we have a view, even though that's not our jurisdiction. So I would say to our Conservative colleagues, we would respect you more if you actually had the courage of your convictions and backed up your words with what is on the table. However, I return to the evidence that Councillor Weems pointed out in glorious technicolor. And the trouble with the evidence is that it's incomplete. For instance, let's take the number of call-outs that's in the consultation document. If people from Cosham support people from Southsea in a fire in, say, Old Portsmouth or in Baffins, that's not counted towards the number of times they're called out. So therefore, we simply do not have a clue how many times they're called out, so we do not know how bad the impact really is. Similarly, the financial model will change for how the fire authority works because it, like us, will go to be fully funded by business rates by 2020 if George Osborne delivers on what he told the Conservative Party conference. That, across Hampshire, will have, in my judgment, a significant benefit to the fire authority. It'll have a bit more cash than it has now. It should be doing that modelling. But it hasn't, just as it hasn't given us the full evidence, Councillor Weems, on how many times people are called out. And when that happens, when the professionals do not agree, when the evidence is incomplete, it is sensible in a city like ours, with all the extra building that is being proposed, to play on the safe side. And that means, Councillor Weems, yes, backing the professionals. And in this case, it means backing the Fire Brigades Union. I would end just by asking either the Chief Executive or the City Solicitor to confirm if the Council has actually sent in a consultation response. It's either yes or no. If that is the case, that would be lovely, and I'm sure I look forward to seeing it published on the Council website. But back the professionals, in this case back the Fire Brigades Union, that means backing the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I call on Councillor Ken Alcombe, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the loan. My Lord Mayor, I think we've obviously had an interesting debate, and we've heard from two experienced firefighters, one who's obviously now in a managerial role and one who's still very much on the ground. And I think from a personal point of view, I can see parts of both arguments. I can see we do need to modify and move on. As an ex-police officer, Councillor Hunt knows that I also have been in burning buildings and taken people out of crashed cars, etc. But my service has moved on and has modernised, not always for the better, and I think the same could probably be argued about the fire service. I think we all value the difficult and dangerous job they do, and I think, as I say, I can see benefits in both the arguments. Yes, I'm concerned about the loss of actual firefighters. I'm not so much worried about the loss of vehicles, because I think as a Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation, I can see a lot of benefits in having smaller vehicles, be able to get some of the non-urgent calls, to do some of the other things we want the fire service to do with their expanded role. The one thing I think I'm really having difficulty with today is, and I think a couple of the Liberal Democrat councillors have mentioned it, is the role of the Hampshire Fire Authority. It's a democratically elected, a democratically appointed body. This council sends 3 members, and at the moment it happens to be from 3 different parties. So we can hardly argue that this council's contribution to that board is a Tory stitch-up, Tory voting the same way. No, we had Julie Swan, who's a UKIP. Oh, right, sorry, I misjudged that. Okay, so it is a Tory stitch-up, yeah, fine. But I think equally the role of this council surely is to leave the people we appoint to that board to come to a decision. They've not been party to the debate today, so they can go to that meeting unsullied with their own views, and I'm sure if you wish to influence Phil Smith in the way he wishes to vote, I'm sure you would do that. Personally, I will leave our candidates to vote according to their conscience, and I hope everybody else will as well. The issue surely is, if we have a board, then we must let them do their job. It's no good having a board that you're going to ignore and basically disrespect, because they're appointed to do that role. And we can all have our own individual views as to what the future of the fire service is. But for us debating it here, yes, you can make your views known, yes, you can make deputations, yes, you can submit your views on the consultation. I think we've all attended the consultations that have been held around the city between the senior officers and the unions, and listened to both sides of the argument. And as I said at the very start, I can see benefits in both sides of the argument. But I think we basically should leave the Fire Rescue Board to actually do its job. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Alcombe. Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sure the engineer on the Titanic also thought it wasn't going to sink, Lord Mayor, and was going to rely on that information. And I think we are here because we can't abdicate our responsibility to the people of Portsmouth. We're not here to represent the fire budget. We're here to make sure our citizens and our local residents and myself and the firemen who work for it are properly represented, and we do not endanger them. I cannot believe we cannot see this is simply a budget effort to cut down the size of the fire effort here. And for all the technology, I did ask the Deputy Chief at that meeting, because I was there, and I did actually get up and speak about it to him and ask him some difficult questions. And one of those questions were, given the perfect storm, which is how you measure risk, which is, it doesn't happen often, but you should cover that risk because that's the perfect storm, which is how many instances where all the vehicles were out, so they had no capacity. Did it actually happen in the previous years? The answer was yes. They weren't sure how many times it was. And I said, given that scenario, if you had a perfect storm again, could you cover it as adequately with what you've got? Silence, Lord Mayor. They were unable to answer that. And that's the bottom line, which is lives will be lost in a perfect storm. And I think that is the measure. We are no longer at a case where we potentially have spare capacity. We all know this is down to knuckle. When you're talking about 3 engines going down to biggie, middle and little, that's fine. And the other point, Lord Mayor, which is this van can get through the traffic, arrive there, and then says, I need backup because it's too big for me. Then you've got to phone the big van to come along. And my point is the scenarios we've been given is an idealized sequential one. What you should plan for is the worst case scenario. And at that time, one of the things I brought up was about the threat of terrorism. This was brought to me by residents in Portsmouth who were concerned, being a naval base, that part of the role that the fire service provide is that emergency service for many, many things. It's not just about fire, it's about lots of other things. These are brave people. Firemen, both of them are brave people at different ends of the spectrum serving different things, but they are brave people who risk their lives. I am a grateful person, as any other resident would be, for being saved, and that's the mark of what we should measure, which is, are we likely to place people at risk? And I think, yes, we are going to place people at risk. Terrorism, is it going to happen? Somebody trolled me and said it's not going to happen. The following week, Paris happened. Okay? Because it's the unexpected that you've got to prepare for. We're a naval base, and it could happen. The government have taken note. They've beefed up the police, for goodness sakes. Okay, prevention's great, but who's going to clear up the mess? The firemen. Lord Mayor, I think we should show leadership here. This is not about acquiescing to somebody's budget. The Deputy Chief, or whatever, sorry, Andy, I think his name, I can't remember. The Deputy Chief is obviously in a difficult position trying to make his budget meet and give his men the best equipment they possibly can, but they're going to be overworked. There's going to come a time where they simply can't cope, and those situations have happened in the past, and they were coped with. This time, in those perfect storm, it won't happen. We should bat for our citizens. We should bat for making sure we're safe, because we're down to the knuckle. There's very little fat. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Chowdhury, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think all of us are moral duty to run the petition with proper consultation by the peoples of the city. It is our city ongoing developing population, and it is to keep fire service by the people of consultation of this city. And for the budget reason, we cannot take the risks for the peoples in the city. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury. I'll call on Councillor Bosher.
Oh, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It seems to work. I hope the horse-drawn vehicle part of it wasn't anything to do with Drayton and Farlington becoming part of the City Council, which happened at the same time, Councillor Weems. I've listened to this debate. We had two experts that sat there that basically gave contrary views. Both, I'm sure, drawing on their own personal experience from longevity in the fire brigade. And to both of them, I applaud them in their respect. I haven't actually crawled into a burning building, Councillor Hunt, but I've actually been cut out of a car before. And I can say, it's, for anybody that, who hasn't, it's not a particularly pleasant experience by any stretch of the imagination. It's quite frightening, perhaps more frightening than the actual accident itself. But I look at what we have here as a petition in front of us, and I sympathise, and I agree with a lot of the views that were made by some of the Liberal Democrats, and we'll be talking about the fire cover and other bits and pieces. But my problem, to a certain degree, is actually with what we have here in front of us with the petition. It basically says, statement, we the undersigned oppose the fire cuts to the Fire Authority in Portsmouth and ask our representatives on the Fire Authority to vote against these cuts. Now, it has been mentioned before that we are not the deciding body. It doesn't stop us having a view, but we put forward 3 members from this chamber to go and vote on issues on that sort of stuff, in the same way that we used to with the old police authority as well. Now, everybody here knows that the 3 members have absented themselves from the chamber, so they are not prejudiced by what we do here. But actually, what we are asking them to do prejudices them in this statement, because it's telling them how we want them to vote. So they can't go into that meeting with a clear conscience, or whatever you want to call it. We are dictating to them how we want them to vote. The dockyard has been used as an example, and Councillor Winnington mentioned a previous notice of motion to do with traffic issues. In both of those instances, we didn't have a direct voting member, either with the DVLA or in the MOD within this chamber, that we were prejudicing by telling them how to go and vote. But we expressed a view. This is what we want to happen. Now, if that is what the chamber wanted to do here, then what we actually have in front of us from a point of view of the petition is slightly wrong. Because now whether Councillors Hockaday and Stubbs and Smith are actually sat in this chamber or not, we are dictating to them exactly how we want them to vote. They are going there with a prejudiced opinion and are likely to be ruled out of order. Presenting a petition on the 24th is the right thing to do. People should be able to give their views. But to have 3 people sat there representing Portsmouth who can vote, and we hope that they vote the way that probably the majority of this chamber want to do, is the right thing. By agreeing to the wording that's been put down here that says, you will do this in your vote, they can be challenged, withdrawn from that, and we won't have a voice. We won't have 3 votes on there at all. I don't disagree with the sentiments that have been put forward there, but unfortunately, the way that this has actually been worded, if we vote for this, we are going to prejudice those 3 members, and they will not even be able to participate in that meeting in the first place, which is why the administration's response that identifies that is the correct one. It doesn't stop any of us having a view with regards to what we think is right or wrong with regards to the fire service cover in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowser. I'm now asking the leader to sum up, please.
Before she does that, Lord Mayor, could we have a ruling from the solicitor, if you'll beg my indulgence, because it is an important matter. I am aware that councils up and down the country have mandated their fire authority members to vote in a particular way, generally against the fire cuts. Could we have a clear ruling from the city solicitor, because it's a point that Councillor Bosch has rightly brought up?
Lord Mayor, I have discussed this matter as well with the legal advisor to the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, and we're both of the same opinion that you have appointed those 3 representatives. They are representatives to go forward and to make their own minds up after they hear the debate and the discussion and whatever other further considerations are presented to them by the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority. Otherwise, it would be like any of your good selves going into a planning committee meeting and somebody having told you how to vote. It can't be done.
Thank you, and I call upon the leader to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm going to mention a couple of comments that we've heard today from Liberal Democrat members in the Chamber, and I'm going to start with the Leader of the Opposition, Gerald Vernon-Jackson, who talked about when there was the last Strategic Defence Review in the UK and Portsmouth Naval Base was being put at risk of closure. And he talked about the fact that this council had a duty on behalf of the residents that we represent to stand up and speak as a voice on that. And I actually completely agree with Councillor Vernon-Jackson on that point. We did have a duty, and if that happened again, we would do exactly the same, I'm sure. It was a very good and strong message sent back from Portsmouth. And what did we do, Lord Mayor? We used our representatives in the forum where the decision was being made, i.e. Parliament. We used the 2 city MPs to get behind us and help us in that. And this is exactly what I'm saying in my response today, that you have before you, that this is not the correct place. This chamber has no jurisdiction over the fire authority, but thankfully we have 3, as we've heard from Councillor Bosher, democratically elected representatives who are our representatives on the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, and I'm pleased that they will go and take views with them there. And I would recommend that anyone in this chamber that has a strong view, and particularly those that have signed the petition, should make their thoughts very clear to those representatives that we have before that meeting at the end of February. I now want to move on to talk about the strategic point of this petition being brought here and why my response is as it is. Because the correct forum for the petition should have been the decision-making body. This has been brought here to this council chamber for political gain only. Scaremongering, political point scoring. The reason they didn't want their petition to go to Eastleigh is because they won't win enough hearts and minds in Eastleigh. They want to win them here, Lord Mayor. That's why they've taken an hour and 15 minutes of public time in this chamber in the most important meeting of our year, where we are setting the City Council's financial budget, capital spending and council tax for the next year. And I've just sat here and estimated, with all of the senior officers we've got in this chamber, it's cost £1,400 that I could have given to domestic violence. So thank you very much to the political petition on fire services from the Liberal Democrats. Well done. Now I'm going to move on to the comments from the two firemen that were here. And you actually had polar opposites today. Now, I have taken the liberty of meeting with the Chief Fire Officer for Hampshire, Neil Oden, the Deputy Chief Fire Officer for Hampshire, and also Dave Smith, who is our Group Control Command for Portsmouth. I wasn't able to make the public consultation in Portsea on this issue because I was representing the Council on other business that evening. But the Chief Executive and I met with the Chief Fire Officer for the whole of Hampshire, I think 2 weeks ago, in his office, and we had a very frank conversation with him about a number of things. And I want to take away the scaremongering, particularly for those that may be watching at home today, and reassure them that as the leader of this City Council, as a democratically elected person with common sense, no lives will be put at risk. You are being used in a political game of thrones, and let me explain why I can say that. I've spoken to the chair of the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, and I've spoken to Royston Smith, the MP for Southampton-Itchen, who is the previous chair of the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, people who have extensive experience in this issue. Now, I want to explain to you the situation. At Somerstown Fire Station, we have a fully crewed ALP, an area ladder platform, and we also have our normal fire engines. There are two other area ladder platforms in Hampshire, one in Basingstoke and one in Southampton. Theirs aren't fully crewed. I have taken the liberty of sitting and listening and meeting with the Fire Brigade Union as well over this issue. And they said to me, Councillor Jones, what will happen is there'll be a block in Somerstown, one of your high-rise blocks, there'll be a fire. And what will happen is that the phone call will come in and we will send 3 fire engines off there. When they get there and realise it's in a high-rise block, they'll have to send one of the crews back to get on the area ladder platform, and then it will drive to Somerstown to the high-rise block, let's say Tipton House. And I said, well, hang on a second, when it comes in 999, hello, there's a fire on the 8th floor of Tipton House, they'll send the area ladder platform straight away. No. They'll have to send a crew back, and that will delay everything, and it will put other firefighters' lives at risk, and it will be a massive issue, and there'll be a delayed response time. And I said, no, they won't. They'll send the area ladder platform straight away. He couldn't answer me because that was the spin that he'd been given by the Fire Brigades Union, and that's why you've had two polar opposites. The man who has been promoted, who's in a senior position, who's actually going to live and die by his decision, and so will his firefighters, and he has got the experience, 25 years, telling us today that there will be no increased fire in this city. I also asked them about the new enhanced vehicles they're going to have, and they're slightly smaller and a bit slimmer. And he said to me, that's a really good thing in Portsmouth, because quite often when we're driving down the likes of Powerscourt Road and North End, transit vans struggle to get through because they're such narrow roads, Victorian roads. Fire engines, often we have to bump vehicles out of the way, which puts people's lives at risk because there is a delay getting to the fire. So these enhanced vehicles, being a bit slimmer, will actually help us. And that's what the professional senior promoted fire officer today, Mr. Neil Oden, was telling us. So, Lord Mayor, to those people who've had an hour and 20 minutes of their time wasted, I apologise. The scaremongering is outrageous. There is nothing wrong with what's happening. The reason we had a fully crewed ALP since 2007 was in response, and it was a pass-off to us when Copner Fire Station was closed. All we're doing is coming into line with the rest of Hampshire, Basingstoke and Southampton, and therefore, Lord Mayor, I completely, fully support the proposal to you today.
Point of order 39B, my Lord Mayor. The Council says that this petition will not be going to Eastleigh to the Hampshire Fire Authority. That is in fact incorrect, that as well as coming here, and because we have people from outside the city who have also signed the petition, we'll also be taking that to the Hampshire Fire Authority before they make their decision. So that's just to put the record straight, my Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
One moment. Thank you very much, Councillor Winnison, for confirming that. Leader.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I didn't say it wasn't going there. I said the petition that came here today should have gone there.
Thank you. Again, thank you. We're now going to move on. Those... Yeah, we're going to have a vote now. Where are we... Oh, sorry, Colonel Sanders. Councillor Sanders. My apologies. It's just bear with me. I'm so hungry. That name just sprung.
Mr. Mayor.
Lord Mayor.
I would like a recorded vote on these proposals, on the response from the administration, please.
Agreed.
Okay. Lord Mayor, as a recorded vote's been requisitioned, could those in favour of the administration's response please stand and sit as their names are called out? Thank you. Right. Councillor Jonas. Okay. Councillor Tompkins. Councillor Jones. Councillor Bosher. Councillor Ken Ferret. Councillor Alcombe. Councillor Stockdale. Councillor Lee Mason. Councillor Weems. Councillor Hastings. Councillor Symes. Councillor Young. Councillor Lyon. Councillor Harris. Councillor Rob New. Councillor Ryan Brent. Councillor Jenny Brent. Councillor Gemma New. Councillor Paul Godier. And Councillor Galloway. Those against the administration's response, please stand. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Stagg. Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Winnington. Councillor Gray. Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Foster. Councillor Wood. Councillor Dowling. Councillor Purvis. Councillor Horton. Councillor Ashmore. Any people wishing to abstain, please stand. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Denny and Councillor Potter. We'll just tally that up, Lord Mayor.
Members, the voting was 420, against 15, abstentions 2, so that was carried. And I'm now going to call on a 10-minute comfort break before we carry on to the next option. Members, please. Sorry for the delay, only the nearest Kentucky is at Fratton Park.
Members, there are 4 public deputations received for this meeting, 2 in respect of item 11 and 2 in respect of item 12. The details have been circulated in the chamber. May I begin by asking Ms Reid to make the first deputy to speak on the budget. Ms Reid, you have 6 minutes. I understand that you wish to remain seated, and Lord Mayor has agreed to that. And the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My questions relate to paragraph 19 in the item for the budget and council tax and medium-term budget forecast, and concerns the equality impact assessment. It's core to the issues that have been debated already today, and importantly planned for tomorrow, including the capital programme item. The reason for my interest is to address the underuse and the incomplete use of the public sector equality duty, which is a core statutory duty to more fairly and lawfully reduce the known inequalities across the city. I've got a series of questions, really, rather than statements. Regarding paragraph 19(1) of the report, I ask what equality training is recorded with Cabinet portfolio holders exercising equality discretion, and for all voting members to inform fair, lawful decisions backed with the best equality duty information. And my second question on paragraph 19(2), on the budget consultations in 2015, is there evidence that budget consultations were monitored, and to record the extent to which protected groups under the Equality Act were engaged? Question 3 is paragraph 19(3). What training is recorded with the officers and members who presented to the Scrutiny Management Panel, and training of the Scrutiny Management Panel to inform their lawful decisions backed with the best equality information? Did the Scrutiny Management Panel make any representations to Cabinet after consideration at its meeting on 2nd of February? Question 4. Is there a published record of consultation to assess the negative impacts on City Council customers and residents with protected characteristics who are affected by budget decisions? Question 5. Is there a published assessment of the positive effects which could offset negative equality impacts of budget decisions? Is there a published assessment of how these proposals help to eliminate discrimination, harassment and victimisation? Question 7. How will the cumulative equality impact be monitored to make sure that future impacts continue to meet the equality duty, and who will be responsible for all these? And I'd just like to really wrap up. That's not a very long presentation. As an ordinary resident, it's not easy to understand the city's process with regard to equality and equality impact assessments. What is the definition of a preliminary equality impact assessment and a full impact assessment, and when do they all apply? The examples I've seen to date appear to be desktop superficial exercises, and I'd like to see published more openly robust active examples of the City Council showing its due regard for the groups under the Equality Act. And that's really the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Reid. May I now call upon Ms Uden to speak on the budget. You have 6 minutes, and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Hi, everyone. I am here giving a deputation to express my concern about the Council's plan to cut hate crime service provision in the city. Portsmouth is a diverse city with a rich mix of different races, cultures, beliefs and attitudes, and this is something to be proud of. Discriminatory views, which were commonplace a generation ago now, are on the whole seen as unacceptable by the vast majority of us, and rightly so. However, whilst we have come a long way, hatred and prejudice still exist, and minority communities are vulnerable to hate incidents. If residents find themselves victims of these crimes, it can be very intimidating, distressing and potentially isolating place to be. Whilst the police may play a vital role in dealing with hate crime as a criminal act, they are not able to offer the longer-term advocacy and support that a dedicated hate crime support service team can offer. Some people may not get as far as calling the police for a variety of reasons. They may feel distrustful, possibly after previous negative experiences with the authorities. Perhaps they feel ashamed or fear repercussions from the perpetrators. The Hate Crime Service can offer opportunity for marginalised groups to access support and become empowered to make informed choices. Even individuals who do take the step of contacting the police may be told no further action can be taken because it is not a hate crime, or no criminal offences have been committed, or that there is insufficient evidence. If the Hate Crime Service ceases, who should these victims turn to ensure their voices are heard by the criminal justice agencies? Nationally and locally, the number of hate crimes has increased, particularly race and religiously motivated hate crimes. In Portsmouth in 2014-2015, there was a 52% increase in race-religious hate crime alone, and Home Office figures also confirm a national increase in hate crimes. This is an alarming trend across the country, and so it is vital that at this time local authorities ensure support services are protected, not eradicated. It is clear that this issue is not going away, and therefore, as a city, we need to consider how we are going to support our residents if they find themselves victims of hate crime and abuse. The Hate Crime Service is a service you hope you never have to use, but unfortunately, many of us find ourselves in support of advocacy find themselves in support of advocacy when they experience a hate incident, especially as the majority of hate incidents occur in and around the victims' homes. A person's home should be their sanctuary, but for many it is a place of fear. This is why advice and understanding of a specialised team can restore a person's confidence to enable them to remain within their home and become part of a wider community. There is a growing presence of far-right groups in the city, as demonstrated, and are organised and have been organised marches by the EDL and other far-right groups on several occasions. There is an increase in anti-Islamic feeling within the city, whereby Muslims are deliberately targeted, and this is something that has been replicated nationally and across Europe. An example of this is the recent incident whereby a pig's head daubed with racist and religious graffiti was attached to the gates of a Muslim primary school. This was not the first time this has happened at the school. Public response was that although it was not nice, Muslims were only to blame themselves because of the terrorist atrocities committed by ISIS. Furthermore, many people were outraged that a faith school had been allowed to open in the city, despite the fact that there are already several Catholic C of E schools in Portsmouth. The outrage appears only reserved for Muslim faith schools. It is in this climate of suspicion, intolerance and prejudice that the hate crime can flourish and lead a community division. Of course, as well as providing support to the victims of hate, work should be done to prevent hate crime from occurring in the first place. We can do this by challenging the attitudes and behaviours that foster hatred and encouraging early intervention to reduce the risk of incidents escalating. It is essential statutory and non-statutory agencies work together to improve the operational response to hate crime. By having a coordinated response, hate crimes can be identified and effectively dealt with, so victims feel vindicated and perpetrators are held responsible for their actions. This agency coordination is yet another essential role that the Hate Crime Service provides and there is no uncertainty if the police or other agency will pick up this work once the hate crime service is gone. Living without fear of being abused or attacked because of who you are is a basic human right, and one that we all share. It is protected by the Equality Act 2010 and plays an essential part of ensuring that residents who feel they do not have an equal voice are empowered to access support, to live their lives free of fear and intimidation. By cutting the hate crime service, we run the risk of telling the residents that our city and their safety is not protected, and it's not essential to us, that we will not fight and uphold the British value of tolerance and equality that so many of us take for granted. I urge the Council to rethink of cutting this service.
Thank you, Ms Uden. I now call upon Mr Bonner of Portsmouth Pensioners Association to speak on the capital programme. Mr Bonner, you have 6 minutes. Bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillors. Portsmouth pensioners have, over the last 5 years, consistently opposed austerity cuts to the local social spending. But yet again, we find severe cuts to the budgets, which primarily affect both the infirm and the aged. Now, clearly, there are other interest groups that are cut as severely, but my brief is to talk about the effect on the aged. The breadth of the cuts begin to look more like an ideological attack on the welfare state by national government and echoed by its local government supporters. This is clearly more than just austerity measures we're dealing with. We note with great concern that 1,400 people have been taken off the adult social care register, abandoning those with medium to low need, and only those with substantial need will continue to be supported. Now, regarding the 2% additional council tax for the social care precept, this was proposed to a meeting of Portsmouth pensioners Monday last, where 119 members were present, and we suggested that while national government clearly bore the responsibility for funding this, they're not going to pay it. Likewise, this local government isn't going to pay it, so they reluctantly agreed that the 2% should be added to the council tax. It was reluctantly agreed only because the money was being passported to the social care precept, and agreed because of the progressive nature of council tax meant that the better off were paying proportionally more than the others who were perhaps there were safeguards for those less able to pay. The PPA will be monitoring this extra money and make sure it will be passported to adult social care. The Portsmouth pensioners were also extremely concerned that £1.5 million of underspend on the revenue budget will be transferred to the capital budget. Surely this means that money earmarked for revenue or social spending has not been spent. A decision has been taken not to spend it, but then transferred to the capital fund for investment. Now, this means that's protected and ring-fenced against use in the revenue budget in the future. Now, we suggest that's an underhand means of further cuts to the revenue budget, and quite frankly, borders on fraudulent behaviour. In the last 5 years, we've seen £51 million in cuts to the Portsmouth budget. There'll be another £31 million over the next 3 years, with £11 million taken out this year. Portsmouth has certainly seen its share of austerity. Yet somehow during that time, the council are able to invest £4.5 million on a fat-faced warehouse project, which will create 400 jobs, but none of which are careers, because the workers in these will only receive national minimum rate. But each job will cost the ratepayers £10,000. We also note that significant investments are planned for Eastleigh Industrial Park and even larger investments in Glamorganshire. Can I ask whatever happened to the plan for Portsmouth? So the budget sheet at the moment looks like this. We've had cuts to free swimming, to podiatry care for the elderly, travel tokens have been taken away, and home check has been dramatically cut. And then the £1.5 million taken from revenue underspend and transferred to the capital budget. That's page 82 of the agenda for those that haven't read it.
Excuse me, Donna's on her phone while you're doing this. She's not actually listening. She's probably on Facebook.
Please.
Now, this begs the question, what sort of local authority are you? Because your behaviour, your priorities more closely resemble an investment bank than they do a local authority. Let's examine your past investment, the letting of council offices and other properties. What benefits has Portsmouth actually derived from these? Has there been a rigorous cost-benefit analysis of these past investments? Again, I ask the question, what happened to the plan for Portsmouth? What happened to the need to raise skill levels to attract new high-tech manufacturing in electronics and engineering into the city? It's said the budget will have a transformational effect on our city's growth potential. Well, we'll need to see some proof of this. The Portsmouth pensioners will be submitting these and more questions under a Freedom of Information Act in the next few weeks. Lord Mayor, councillors, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bonner. I now call John Spencer of the Portsmouth Cycle Forum to speak on the capital programme. You have 6 minutes. The buzzer will go when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillors. By the way, my name is John Holland. John Spencer was unable to sit into the council chamber this long to get to this part of the meeting. I'm here to ask you to commit some of your transport budget to implement a City to Share, the cycling strategy developed by Portsmouth Cycle Forum at the leader's behest. The city has become very congested, and there are rightful concerns that this will put off visitors, residents, events and investors. This problem has been widely discussed, and the proposed budget includes a £3.5 million investment to attempt to relieve the problem. We are asking councillors to remember that transport is about moving people, not just vehicles, connecting customers to business and keeping the lifeblood of our economy flowing. Portsmouth's roads are at capacity, and there is just no space for the increased movements of people that will require to grow our economy. Spending £1 million on a smarter phasing traffic lights can't address this fundamental problem. £1.8 million of your £3.5 million investment will be on remedial works for the Eastern Road Bridge. This in itself will offer no new transport capacity unless widening of the narrow, obstructive pedestrian and cycle path is included. This is a major cycle route into the city, and this section falls woefully short of any Department for Transport standards. It's not accessible to disabled cyclists and at times can be frightening to use. It is common practice in the Netherlands to add capacity to older bridges by adding new cantilevered paths at each edge. This is comparatively cheap and will create a gateway for the cyclists worthy of our city. What is needed is a smarter, cleaner, cheaper and more efficient way to move people. People on bikes take up far less space than people in cars, and so many more people can be moved. If more journeys can be made by bike and fewer by car, then everyone wins. We reduce the congestion and get a healthier, happier and more productive city into the bargain. This won't happen by itself. Throughout the city, roads need to become more attractive and forgiving to cyclists. This is not hard to do. Many, many cities have gone down the path before us and achieved transformational results. The plan to do this exists in the City to Share, a document that has been praised and supported by politicians of all parties. So we're asking you to turn these words into action and use some of your proposed transport investment to fund the implementation of a City to Share. There is more to cycling than big-ticket events. The city needs to be made fit for purpose for everyday cycling, and we ask PCC to commit to that. We need the bread and butter of safe and easy everyday cycling before we can enjoy the cake of the Tour de France. The MP for Portsmouth South, Flick Drummond, has been pushing central government to support a City to Share. We'd like you to support her. We're asking you to build cycling into your plans, allocate funding to implement the goals of the City to Share, prioritise improvements for cyclists, for example, the Eastern Road Bridge, and to crucially formally adopt the targets presented in the City to Share, including halving the cycling casualties by 2020. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr Holland. Members, that brings us to the end of the deputation of this meeting. May I ask those who have made deputations if you would now retire to the public gallery if you wish to stay for the rest of the meeting. Lord Mayor, public questions under Standing Order 25. There were two public questions which were put today, one by Mr Fleming and one by Mr Brown. Neither are able to attend, therefore written responses will be sent to them from the Council. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We go on to item 8, which is appointments. I've not been notified of any appointments for today's meeting. We therefore go on to urgent business. I've not received notice of any urgent business for today's meeting. We then move on to item 10, which is recommendations from the Cabinet held on the 8th of February in respect of item 10. Members, the recommendations of the Cabinet, which met on the 8th of February, have been previously circulated. They are also attached to the green sheet for ease of reference. We will deal with the Council tax setting and capital programmes items after this matter. I now propose to call the minutes. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everybody that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 4, council tax discounts. Where? 11 and 12 items to receive and consider the Council tax and capital programme recommendations of the Cabinet from its meeting held on the 8th of February 2016. Members, as previously circulated and recirculated in the Chamber today, are the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 8th of February. Are you?
He's gesticulating, Lord Mayor.
So that saves quite a bit. Yeah. Where do we go now then? Right, the relevant budget reports were circulated with the Council agenda. One, further to the letter of 1st of February on the procedure for dealing with the budget debate, I will now run through the Cabinet's recommendations by calling out the minute numbers, pausing for any members' objections. Minute 5. Minute 6. I now propose that the capital programme and the budget and council tax items be taken and debated together on the basis that each item impacts on the other and on the understanding that the budget and council tax will be voted on first, followed by the capital programme. Is that agreed? As objections have been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Jones, will need to move her Cabinet's recommendations on the budget and the council tax and capital programme. Just to remind members, the speaking limit does not apply to group leaders on these budget items, and I will be open to calls for a short adjournment once all the group leaders have spoken to enable members the opportunity to digest the content of any amendments put. He's left. Leader, I now call upon you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder, please.
Hang on. I'm back. Gerald did that, by the way. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today, I present to you and members of the City Council the Administration's financial proposals, our budget, for the financial period covering the 1st of April 2016 to the 31st of March 2017, otherwise known as our revenue budget, our capital budget and our council tax setting proposals. Today, I'm going to set out for you the technical and legal position of the City Council in setting its budget. I'm going to advise the Council about our current income and expenditure position. I'm going to advise the City Council and members of the public about the background to the budget 2016-17, the annual budget consultation, the savings proposals in Appendix B, the medium-term budget forecast and the proposed council tax increase. When setting the budget of this City Council, we must be mindful of the technical and legal responsibility placed upon us as democratically elected members of this authority. We, as the employer, must also think of our staff as well as the citizens that we represent. Through statute of law, it is a legal requirement for all councils to set a balanced budget each year. The budget must be set by the 31st of March to take effect on the 1st of April, at the start of the new financial year in the United Kingdom. Our responsibility, in broad terms, is a simple one. We must set a budget that is in line with the totality of its own funding. In other words, our in-year income needs to be equal or more to our in-year expenditure. Some councils across the UK are struggling to meet this basic legal requirement, having fought the austerity programme for 5 years. This brought me to consider, what happens if a council fails to set a balanced budget by the 31st of March? The answer is they would lose control of financial spending. They would be powerless to set cash limits to reflect their local priorities. The Department for Community and Local Government would ask the Section 151 officer to set a budget on their behalf. A team of inspectors could possibly be sent in and a budget would be imposed upon the constituent council without due consideration to the political aspirations or desires of the citizens in that area. This would be a grave position indeed. So today, we set out for you a budget that aims to achieve the short and long-term needs of the people of this great city. We, the Conservative administration, have been supported by 2 of the 3 political parties here in Portsmouth. Both Labour and UKIP councillors have demonstrated that they clearly grasp the seriousness of the setting of this budget. We have received ideas, comments, feedback and suggestions from 2 of those groups. This has improved, beyond doubt, the document you have before you today to ensure it is achieving the needs of citizens from all corners of our city. The first task in setting a budget is to know the income and expenditure required. The Council's income position is derived from a number of areas. The most obvious source of income for a council is council tax. In the City of Portsmouth, we have a low tax base. This is to our detriment. We are a relatively small city physically, and our space per head of population makes us, as we've heard today, the most densely populated area in the United Kingdom outside of London. This affects our income, with too few homes and limited space for business expansion. Our council tax income is £64 million per year, which is paid by 80,000 households from Portsdown Hill to Southsea Seafront. We retain 49% of our business rates under the current government rules, which is equivalent to £43 million per year. All councils receive a revenue support grant, and in Portsmouth, along with other ring-fenced government grants, we receive around £60 million per year. This is the element of local government funding that will be disappearing to be replaced by 100% business rate retention by 2020, as per the Chancellor's autumn statement. So in total, we have £235 million of non-ring-fence spending. However, £46 million of that is referred to as committed spending. This means it already has been spent or allocated in advance, for example, to debt repayment costs, or to fund our pension obligations, or to pay levies, or to allocate money to contingent spending. So when we deduct our committed spend, we are left with a gross controllable spend of £189 million. But that's not where it ends. Of that £189 million non-ring-fenced money we spend, we have to deduct the income created across the various areas of the council, which is £64 million per year. This income is created by things such as rents and leases through our property portfolio, income derived from adult social care and profits from the international ferry port. This leaves a revenue pot of £125 million. The task before us today is to set a budget with a reduced dependency of £11 million from that revenue pot. However, any new income we create, such as the sponsorship from the Emirates Spinnaker Tower, reduces the £11 million savings requirement we have to make. I'm delighted to report to you that as an administration, we have made income generation a top priority. We have set a clear mandate to directors and the Chief Executive Officer. We want you to create more income. We want you to ensure we are getting the maximum return from our assets. This has been aided by the creation of the Property Investment Fund, supported by this chamber last year, and we have now employed a specialist surveyor to source opportunities for us. We're setting up a development company, and we are seeking new partners to work with us, either through joint ventures or acquisitions, to maximise our returns. I'm delighted to inform you, Lord Mayor, that of the £11 million savings requirement before you today, we have managed in our first year to create over £2 million of new income, therefore meaning the cuts to council spending have been reduced to £9 million. This has never been done before, and I'm proud that this administration is setting positive behaviours and examples, because all too often, as we've seen today, this chamber can be associated with the old-style negative politics. That is £2 million of brand new income this council did not have this time last year. And, Lord Mayor, we want to double that next year and the year after. The aim and the aspiration of this council is for its citizens to be prepared for what's coming ahead. We know the government's revenue support grant is disappearing. Therefore, we must ensure we are a forward-thinking council with a proactive and ambitious appetite for income generation, business growth, and to fulfil the promise we made to the people of Portsmouth 20 months ago on June 3rd, 2014, when we became the new administration. That promise was to transform this seaside town into the 21st century city and establish Portsmouth as an international destination, one which takes control of its own destiny, hence the birth of Portsmouth plc. We have started this journey, and we are achieving new and amazing things. Every day, we are humbled by the sincere feedback and gratitude we receive from the general public. I'm delighted that in the savings you see before you today, around 50% of the budget lines are in fact new income. But that's not good enough. We want more than 1/5 of the budget savings to be new income, and we're not stopping even for a day. We are actively pursuing every option available to us to position Portsmouth as one of the most forward-thinking local authorities and the only major Conservative-controlled city in the United Kingdom today. We are doing this by generating over £700,000 per year from the city's largest commercial deal, as I mentioned, the Emirates Spinnaker Tower naming rights deal. £600,000 of that income is attributed in this year's budget, with £100,000 of it earmarked this time last year. We have benefited from the growth in the economy. We have benefited from low interest rates in the UK, in fact one of the longest periods on record for low interest rates, and we've used our initiative in rescheduling old and expensive debt, thus saving the taxpayers of Portsmouth over £450,000 per year on debt repayment. We have amended our Treasury management policy to ensure we are maximising our income from the lending of money to financial institutions for longer periods of time. And finally, I'm delighted to announce that in the short period since the creation of the Property Investment Fund in July 2015, we have acquired commercial property interests and we have created income for this council in excess of £550,000 per year, and it's not stopping there. We know where we are headed, but it's also key when making decisions, as we are today, to understand where we have come from. Over the last 5 years, since the start of the austerity programme, we have seen reductions in government funding of £59 million. Inflation has cost us £12 million in contract and service costs, and an additional £10 million in budget pressures, mainly in adult social care. In total, Portsmouth has seen a reduction in our controllable spend of around £85 million. This has been achieved by £75 million of savings and efficiencies of £6 million of council tax income. We have come a long way since 2010, and realising what is coming in the next 5 years will be key to councils that thrive and those that don't. We have received an overwhelming response to the budget again this year. Average returns for budget consultations in this city were around 400 to 500 responses, particularly in 2013-14. And this year, we have exceeded the previous numbers by the end of our first week of consultation. This year, we have had the largest number of budget responses ever on record for Portsmouth, with 2,488 people filling in the survey. Why, you may ask yourself? Because we're not playing at consulting. We are doing it properly, giving full information, sharing our thoughts in advance, not fearing retribution from political opponents, but allowing the people of Portsmouth to have their say, to learn more about their council, and by being open and transparent, much the same as allowing council meetings to be filmed, one of the first actions we took as a new Conservative administration. From the consultation, we know that 71% of residents support the council ending smoking cessation programmes. Smoking has a massive cost on the NHS, and the levels of people smoking per head of population have dropped dramatically over the last 10 years. This is the same in Portsmouth, and as such, we are assured that there will not be a spike or negative effect on public health in the city. 74% of residents would like to see a cap in the amount of council tax support grant paid. Most properties in Portsmouth fall into band either A or B, and there are many households in the city that receive a council tax subsidy. We are looking to create additional income by pursuing council tax breaches where individuals have failed to declare a change in circumstances. Our budget is predicated on a 1.99% council tax increase, and following the government's announcement that councils with responsibility for adult social care could increase council tax by an additional 2% for this purpose, we went out and consulted to find out what the people of Portsmouth wanted us to do. I'm pleased to inform you, Lord Mayor, that 79% of people that responded supported an additional 2% council tax increase to pay for adult social care. For the average home in Portsmouth, a band B, that will be an increase of 70 pence per week or £36.40 per year. Portsmouth has frozen council tax for 4 out of the last 5 years, owing much to the reason why we have talked about many of the cuts today in this chamber. This is part of why we are having to reduce our central spending by £11 million today. Our income from council tax is below par when compared to other unitary authorities in the United Kingdom. We have to start to address this in a managed way. It's the only way to protect public services for the long term. 78% of residents would support a council tax increase, and we've very much taken into consideration the views and aspirations of our Labour councillors in Portsmouth when suggesting the council tax increase here before you. We have consulted and listened to parents about ideas and suggestions of how we can improve the service we offer through children's centres. In October last year, health visitors transferred to councils, and they are now operating out of many of our children's centres. But with this increased service, we now need an amended offer, and that's why we are looking to take courses run from or part of children's centres into the heart of the community, using local community spaces such as church halls, community centres and other public buildings. There will be satellite venues in the heart of communities, bringing the service closer to parents. 65% of staff think children's centres should be run from extra venues around the city. We have consulted on bus subsidies, and what was consistent in terms of feedback was a surprise from residents that we were spending so much on subsidising routes. The largest response, 60.7%, was to reduce or cut the subsidies. Those communities that will be cut off without a bus will be protected. But in routes where we have buses driving around the city almost empty, covering 4 buses an hour, this may reduce to 2 or 3 an hour, meaning the service will remain, but people may have to plan ahead for their journey. We'll now want to move on to school crossing patrols, lollipop people. For clarification, we are not planning to reduce this service, but simply share the costs with schools. We've looked extensively at the position of other councils and unitary authorities in the United Kingdom, and the majority are now sharing the cost of lollipop people with schools from their dedicated schools budget. Schools across Portsmouth are sitting on massive reserves, and with this non-statutory service that we all value highly, the best way to protect it is to ask schools to contribute towards the cost. For most schools that have a school crossing patrol, this will be between £2,000 and £4,000 per year. We have contacted schools and spoken to heads. Interestingly, 53.3% of residents thought that schools should pick up the whole cost. We don't want to transfer the whole cost, but we are asking for a contribution, especially in light of the fact the Chancellor confirmed in the autumn statement a £10 billion increase to education budgets up to the end of this term of Parliament. Education is our #1 priority, and as an administration, it was last year and it remains so this year. I've met with heads across the city to discuss how we can help them, and what became evident was the issue of recruitment, especially in the STEM subjects. And so, Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to announce today, Councillor Neil Young and I hosted a joint STEM recruitment event 3 weeks ago. It was a huge success, and over 160 teachers or people thinking of embarking in this career visited Portsmouth for the day. I spoke to a number of very talented people and spoke publicly about our determined approach to have an outstanding secondary school in Portsmouth. The race is on, but which one of our secondary schools will be first to be classified as outstanding? Libraries are public places and are a service that we love and value, and that's why I'm delighted that we are not closing any libraries in this city. In fact, we have plans afoot to add to and improve the library offering in the city. At this point, I would like to place on record thanks to Councillor Julie Swan and Stuart Potter for their support in developing plans in this area. You will remember, back in December, I advised this chamber how Councillor Swan took time to visit Paulsgrove and come up with a blueprint for a new service. We are actively developing a volunteer library service and programme which is supported by 37.34% of the public. Libraries are growing again with a multitude of activities. People now use libraries for accessing the internet, receiving advice and support regards benefits or public services. Back in November, I met with Portsmouth Blind Association at Southsea Library, and the members told me how much they valued the service and the facility, and that's why we're protecting them. From one public facility to another, community centres. 62.64% of residents want to either cut the funding or reduce it. We do value our community centres, and that's why we are not cutting the funding. However, some community centres have large reserves, and where this is the case, we cannot afford to subsidise them whilst they add to their already growing reserve pot when we are having to make cuts. So we have fairly and proportionately reduced the subsidy level to those who can afford it. We have proposed to charge for Meals on Wheels service. This is mostly used by elderly people. 58.73% of responders wanted the service left unchanged, and so we have removed this saving from the proposals before you today. We have listened and we have reacted, amending our savings proposals, yet again reinforcing why our consultation is strong, growing and works. Domestic violence is a non-statutory service for a council, with a current budget of £576,000. Councillor New and his officer team have worked tirelessly to develop a plan to protect vital services in community safety. The blueprint of a company has been agreed and terms of reference have been drawn up. Councillor New has worked with fire and police, and including in the last month working very closely with Simon Hayes, the Police and Crime Commissioner, as well as with other councils such as Hampshire and Southampton, to ensure we can protect these essential services. Domestic violence is one of the key causes of crime in Portsmouth and is also one of the biggest reasons for family breakdown and for children ending up in care. We are committed to developing and enhancing this service. There are many ways this can be done. I want to place on record my thanks to the government for protecting police budgets. Following this announcement, Councillor New was in contact with the Police and Crime Commissioner to discuss the ongoing funding for domestic violence prevention support across the City of Portsmouth. And I'm pleased to confirm, Lord Mayor, that 10 weeks ago in Portsmouth, we launched community domestic violence surgeries, as you heard me talk about earlier today. We are taking help and support that is required to some of the most vulnerable people in the city, those that need it most. We are not sitting in the civic offices and expecting them to come to us. We are taking it to them. Councillor Robert New will expand on the future plans for this service, and whilst there is a reduction in a budget line attributed to this area, I'm pleased to confirm that the amended revenue papers in front of you today put £50,000 back into this service, reducing the cut from £180,000 to £130,000. We also have pledges for the additional £130,000 post the elections in May, depending on who the next Police and Crime Commissioner is. Please rest assured, this does not mean a reduction in service in the next year. We, as a council, must start thinking outside of the box. So I'm delighted, Lord Mayor, that through Councillor New's portfolio, there will be no cuts to domestic violence this year, and he will be using his portfolio reserve to fund this area for the next 14 months, whilst the enhanced model is developed with the other councils. We've also protected and spent money on the prevent agenda, and we have commitment from the Home Office in terms of our Priority 2 status, funding Mr Charlie Pericleous' role. We also have had a good Ofsted rating on the Portsmouth Children's Safeguarding Board. An annual strategy, A Child for a Voice, was presented to the Council back in December. I'm pleased, Lord Mayor, that we have not had to close any toilets, and in actual fact we are enhancing seafront events to create income. Portsmouth's Victorious Festival creates us income through the rent of the common and aids economic growth, nominated for the Best Big Festival this year. Staff reductions, unfortunately, are inevitable, but we are committed to having no or very few compulsory redundancies. We have had over 180 offers of voluntary redundancy when we opened our scheme in September last year, and we are hoping to achieve, as I say, almost all of the required redundancies through the voluntary scheme. Thanks to growth in the economy, record levels of unemployment, with less than 2,300 people in the city now claiming job seekers allowance. This helps us as a city council immensely. This is good for the city and it's good for the people involved. We need to ensure we are helping and supporting people in their journey towards employment and improving their own living standards. More young people now, more than ever before, are bettering themselves in our city. Thanks to changes brought in by the government, all young people leaving school will now go either into employment, further education or an apprenticeship. This is key for a number of reasons. Firstly, it creates new behaviours for those in society that need it most. It shows them the benefits that come from working and having a sense of purpose. It teaches them new things and aids them with the tools that they need to provide for themselves in the long term. As a city and as individuals, we will support these young people as best we possibly can. We are creating a sense of security for people, and that is really, really important to us as a city council. We also now need to talk about our district shopping centres. We are making a cut to the district shopping centres, and we currently have 2 service managers. They will be able to cope with the 2 district shopping centres each that we are allocating them. It should be noted this is a non-statutory service and one that in many places across the UK has been cut entirely. We are not doing that. We are retaining the service and ensuring through help and support from Councillor Luke Stubbs and other councillors that we have high streets reaching their fullest potential. I'm pleased to confirm, Lord Mayor, that following a very positive meeting with traders last month, we have plans afoot to assist North End High Street. Parking has consistently been an issue in district shopping centres. Traders have spoken to Councillor Stubbs and I at length about their deep frustrations post the pavement widening debacle in North End carried out 2 years ago and costing over £400,000. Well, Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to advise you that we have created 9 new parking spaces on the High Street in North End. We have also created additional parking spaces in Ashling Lane, and we have introduced free parking after 3 p.m. in the Stubbington Avenue car park. In Southsea, we inherited a major issue in 2014 when we formed the new administration. Councillor Linda Symes, Cabinet Member and Ward Councillor for St Jude, pleaded with me and Councillor Ken Alcombe to visit the area and witness the devastating effect that the pedestrianisation of the lower end of Palmerston Road was having on local businesses. Parking tickets were being issued, and they were being issued at a rate of knots. Businesses could not load or unload, and one business was weeks away from closing. We visited, we met with them, and we listened. We didn't assume we knew it all, as others before us had done, and we reversed that pedestrianisation. For me, one of the main reasons was safety. Whilst it was a no-car area, thus creating a sense of security for people with buggies and young children, out of nowhere, a huge bus would suddenly appear through the central area. I was caught out with my own children this way on one occasion, and it was a frightening experience. We did the right thing, and I'm pleased. I'm pleased to confirm that in the last 12 months, this council has become an official partner of British Cycling. We have held the city's first family cycle event on the seafront, Pedal Portsmouth, and received the excellent cycling strategy we heard from John Holland today from the Portsmouth Cycle Forum. We are working on plans to increase the number of cycling highways in the city, especially in areas such as the seafront when we build those flood defences. The city's growth is dependent on developing inward investment, and I'm pleased to advise you that we hosted a delegation from Zhuhai, the city in China we are twinned with, just 2 months ago. I spoke to the head of foreign investment and a representative from the National People's Congress Party about opportunities for inward investment in the Solent area, especially at Dunsbury Hill Farm. They were impressed to hear of the council's development at Dunsbury Hill, one of the largest business parks in the Solent. I was also able to take a hotelier to the site following the project, and I'm heading up to attract more hotels to the city. My thanks at this point goes to Councillor Luke Stubbs and his officers for their vision and focus in securing the European Distribution Centre, that is Fatface, that will be the first tenant at Dunsbury Hill. This will be a major employer in the Solent area, and they will be an excellent tenant. This time 2 years ago, I remember sitting in this chamber and being deeply concerned about the proposals before us which suggested cutting the community warden service by as much as 2/3. I was fearful of the impact this would have, but at the same time, I appreciated that we needed to reduce the council spending, and so a pragmatic attitude was adopted by the Conservative group. However, within 2 months, an alarming decision was taken through the Cabinet to pursue an option of awarding to a private company, 3GS, a lucrative contract to give out fines to people across the city for dropping litter and not picking up after their dog mess. I was alarmed because of the potential cost to the council of issuing these fixed penalty notices. I was concerned because fining should always be the last port of call, and instead working with the perpetrator, the person dropping the litter, and making them aware of the impact of their offending is always preferable. Thankfully, the election was upon us, and Purdah prevented this contract from being agreed. This enabled us, as the new administration, to halt this contract that would have lined the pockets of this profit-making company. The one thing we did all agree on was cleaning up the city, which it had in parts become run down. Councillor Robert New and I sat together to go through the cuts he had inherited in his portfolio. The community warden's cut troubled him most, and that is when we came up with the idea of creating the new Clean Cities team. By utilising the manpower of the community wardens and expanding their focus and remit, we were able to achieve 2 birds with 1 stone. We reduced the cuts to the community wardens and created a new team whose purpose is to keep Portsmouth clean and tidy and safe. Thanks must go to Colette Hill and her team for the excellent intervention and service redesign, and also to Councillor New. And I'm pleased to advise you, Lord Mayor, that last week the new My Portsmouth app was launched and it's already proving a massive success. The Child and Adult Mental Health Service is a priority for this council. We have excellent practitioners across the city who are supporting people suffering with mental illness. I'm pleased to confirm that we have a contract with Solent Mind valued at £233,000 per year to support people with mental illness. In total, we spend in excess of £700,000 through grants and contracts for the third sector in this area every year. Following the budget consultation, and after a plea from Councillor John Ferret on behalf of the Labour Group, a joint union staff meeting was set up in December. The unions explained the impact of the cuts that we proposed to them. They explained to us how this could affect the return to work programme of people being off on long-term sick and the potential rise in cases that reached employment tribunals. And so, after much consideration, we decided not to cut the £75,000 budget for union support and facilities time. I have an undertaking, and I've given an undertaking from myself and Councillor Lee Mason with the Cabinet to confirm that this will be the position for the next 12 months. When deciding on the budget proposal in front of you today, we had to decide, first of all, what our political priorities were. In the past, this council has simply set a 10% reduction across the board to all council departments. This would have put vulnerable children and adults at risk. As I mentioned earlier today, our number one priority is education, and very closely behind that is protecting social care and community safety. And that's why you will see in the cash limits proposed in Appendix A before you today, the 3 lowest reductions of all major council areas are social care and community safety. Protection for adult social care and children's social care is paramount. If we had allocated the savings in a proportionate way, the reductions before you today would have seen an 8.3% reduction to care across this council. Instead, by making them a priority, we have allocated reductions which seek to reduce spending in children's social care and education by just 2.5% and adult social care by 2.2%. Both Cabinet members have been tasked with assessing their cash limits. In children's social care, we aim to save over £100,000 by reducing the cost of special guardianship orders. This is where a child is looked after by a family member. By opening a new fit-for-purpose children's home, we will save another £70,000 by offloading a large Victorian building that had high running costs and staff that we will also use to create an additional 10% income through our traded services to schools. We will stop using external agencies for project research, but instead will utilise our own in-house knowledge. This is arguably adult social care, the most challenging part of the City Council's budget area. Huge demands and big cost pressures, especially through the introduction of the living wage, mean we have got to reduce services in this area. We are achieving this without cutting too deeply the very people that absolutely need our support the most. How? I'm sure you're wondering. The answer is by working with partners such as Portsmouth Hospitals NHS Trust and the Portsmouth Clinical Commissioning Group. We have many shared aims and areas we jointly fund, such as the substance misuse programmes. By streamlining these services and speeding up our integration with public health, we will create greater efficiencies, which means more money to spend on frontline services. Councillor Luke Stubbs has been meeting weekly with Innes Richards, the Chief Operating Officer of the Clinical Commissioning Group, to achieve this very outcome, and a great deal of progress has been achieved. And I'm pleased to confirm to the City Council that 2 weeks ago, Portsmouth City Council and the Clinical Commissioning Group took a decision to jointly appoint a Director of Adult Social Care. This is a key step forward and will put us at the forefront of integration in the UK. We recently concluded a joint intervention into adult social care, and from initial findings, I'm confident we will be able to manage the service from the cash limit that we proposed to you today, while still providing an excellent service for the people of Portsmouth. Now on to environment and community safety. It's the next highest of our priorities, and that's why we have a lower than expected savings target of just 5.5%. Through income-generating ideas, Councillor New has been able to mitigate the cuts that otherwise would have come forward in this area of the Council. The highest savings target was allocated to Councillor Luke Stubbs in the PRED portfolio, with a 26.6% target. This was entirely down to the opportunities that he has to create income in this area, such as through the Property Investment Fund. At this point, I would also like to place on record our thanks to Councillor Aidan Gray, the Labour spokesman for this area, for his help and assistance in the creation of the strategy behind the Property Investment Fund. The decision to allocate a savings target of 18.8% to resources was a hard decision, especially when cutting back offices to protect the essential frontline services, but protecting the vulnerable was clearly a higher priority. In context, 66% of our controllable spend is spent in education, children's services, adult social care, environment and community safety. The recommendations before you today are to set a balanced budget with a 3.99% council tax increase, to agree the cash limits in Appendix A, to approve the release of £500,000 from the medium-term withdrawal strategy to increase the new Business Intervention Fund, that the approval of the spending of the Business Intervention Fund be delegated to the Section 151 officer and the Leader of the Council, to approve the medium-term forecast of £24 million of savings over the next 3 years, and also the technical position of the vote today is that as members of the City Council, we are voting on Appendix A and not B. Appendix B is indicative and at the discretion of the Cabinet. And finally, Lord Mayor, I'm almost at the end, our capital budget. We were able to achieve at the end of the first Conservative budget in nearly 25 years a £5.7 million underspend. Of that £5.7 million, we will be rolling forward £1.7 million to go towards future savings. £1.5 million apiece will go towards general reserves, the medium-term resource strategy and also to our capital budget. Accounting for business rates appeals in one go triggered what we call floor protection, which saved the Council £3 million overall. This approach was agreed by the Council in November 2014. As you've heard, we're going to be recommending an additional £60 million of borrowing to go towards the Commercial Property Investment Fund. That will make a total pot of £110 million. We've already created £530,000 profit, and we anticipate that we'll be creating £2 million worth of income from the Property Investment Fund. Schools. We are spending over £7.25 million in total, creating over 400 new secondary school places. We are going to be remodelling Redwood Park and spending money on maintenance for our schools, many of which are not in a good state of repair. We'll also be setting money aside for additional work for subsequent years. By 2020, Portsmouth City Council will need about 1,000 additional secondary school places based on the growth in population. This year's project, plus the 100 new spaces being created at King Richard's School, takes us to around 500. £1.8 million will pay for some of that in the later phases. In terms of transport and environment, I'm pleased to confirm to you, Lord Mayor, that we have submitted a bid to the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership for £53 million of major transport and road reworking across the city. This includes removing the roundabouts at the bottom of the motorway to speed up traffic entering and exiting the city. There are also plans afoot to expand the park and ride and to do essential upgrade work to bridges around the city. We will also be spending over £910,000 on improving traffic lights around the city. Many of our traffic lights run on very old technology, where we have to send an engineer to physically turn the sequencing of the traffic light by pushing a button on the back of the traffic light unit itself. This is not fit for a 21st century city, and smart technology now means that these traffic lights should be controllable from our traffic management centre. The £910,000 investment in traffic lights around the city will speed up journeys in and out of Portsmouth during peak times by around 3 to 4 minutes. This is great news for pedestrians and for cyclists because it will also reduce pollution on Portsmouth's roads. Likewise, if there is an accident, it means from the Traffic Management Centre we can alter the sequencing of traffic lights to give priority to the area where the heaviest traffic flow is. We are also putting aside £1.1 million of additional funds towards the £740,000 we put aside last year for the Eastern Road water bridge. We've been advised by engineers that if we don't do this, the Eastern Road, the top of the Eastern Road, by that junction with the Hilton, may have to go down to one lane at a time. And you can imagine the backlog that that would create around City as one of the main 3 trunk roads on and off the island. We really can't afford to have the Eastern Road water bridge going down to one lane, and that's why it's essential that we invest that £1.1 million this year to go towards the £740,000 we put aside last year to do that essential road improvement. We're putting £353,000 into our local transport project, and that's for things such as crossings, new bleacher beacons, traffic light controlled crossings and one-way systems, as well as speed bumps in the city. This enables councillors to work with a cabinet member for traffic and transport to get issues addressed in their own wards. We are also putting £1.25 million as a local contribution towards the South Sea Flood Sea Defence Scheme. As you'll remember, Lord Mayor, that's a £117 million whole life scheme, and we know the Environment Agency are looking for a contribution from this council of between £6 and £7 million. We won't need to pay that money all in one go, but we will need to pay it over the next 4 to 5 years, and so we're putting £1.25 million this year towards that scheme. We also have publicly visible investments, such as investment in the Hard, and you'll know, Lord Mayor, that project started in August last year. We are spending £300,000 to improve the area directly next to the Hard and linking up with the historic dockyard. The historic dockyard is going through extensive regeneration itself, and we were keen to make sure that the areas around the Mudlarker statue is also improved to meet with the new desired outcome for the Hard interchange. It links with the dockyard works directly. We're also going to be giving the Guildhall Trust an additional £300,000 to go towards their £15 million regeneration aspiration of this building. That is subject to match funding of around £1.2 million. We're also going to be spending £80,000 on new lighting and air conditioning units at the Round Tower. We've been advised by our culture and leisure experts that with improvements at the Round Tower, we will be able to hire that space out and get a greater level of income than we currently are, hence that money will pay itself back within a few years. In terms of property improvements that we need to make, These savings are also part of the revenue budget, but Corban Lodge and Hilsey Lodge create significant savings within adult social care, and so it's important that we put that money aside in our capital budget to realise the £400,000 of revenue savings already agreed. We're also going to look at investing and going out and borrowing money, £2.2 million, to invest in a garden depot for our garden and housing department. And this borrowing has already been allowed, but it does help with revenue savings in the culture and leisure department. We're also putting UV cells onto the roof of public buildings, and we've spent over £1.95 million on generating income through this area, and that's been achieved through going out and borrowing. In terms of our landlord's maintenance budget, we are proposing to spend £1.1 million in our landlord's maintenance, and we've been told by our asset management department that particularly the fire risk issues that we have in public buildings, and namely mostly the civic offices, are so substantial now that those buildings would be unusable if we do not make those essential fire safety improvements to them. So we'll also be putting aside £983,000 to go toward other essential services. And finally, Lord Mayor, the port. We are looking at purchasing new link spans for berths 3 and 4. At the moment, we lease those link spans, and we have calculated that by buying our own link spans, we can actually save money on the rent that we're paying at the moment, therefore reducing the outgoings for the port. It's a cost-neutral proposal, but it's one that makes complete sense. I would just like to finish, Lord Mayor, by placing on record my thanks to staff, particularly to Mr Julian Pike and Mr Chris Ward, for their patience and understanding with the Conservative administration in creating this budget. A huge amount of work has gone into it, as you can imagine. We started the work back in August, and we didn't finally finish it until December. We started the capital budget after Christmas, and we finished that literally 2 weeks ago. It takes up a substantial proportion of the year, and I'm pleased to confirm to you, Lord Mayor, the budget for 2017-18.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the Leader of the Opposition. Oh, would you second that, Councillor Stubbs?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded, written down, specifying what it relates to, and then given to me before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Could I suggest that the amendment goes round? Hurrah, it works. Peter, I wonder if it's possible to circulate the amendments so that people can see them at the beginning, and it's probably sensible if I wait while those papers go round. Vicky, do you want to do the capital one at the same time? Oh, no, actually, no. We need it to go round as well. There's all one. Lord Mayor, I think we're done downstairs. I think some may be going upstairs with Peter in a moment, but if I start on, we shall move on quicker. So, my Lord Mayor, in my speech at the December meeting, where we looked at the budget cuts, I did something that few councillors do, but I will try to do again today. I want to record my thanks to the Cabinet members and the council officers who put together this budget. Yes, that's right, I want to say thank you to the Conservative councillors, because putting together any budget is hard work, and it's right to acknowledge that that is so. It is right to recognise the efforts being made to put into the budget, and also to record our thanks. It's also right to acknowledge that this budget means cutting £11 million of services, and I doubt anyone here wants to do that, but we've got to do it. Here in this chamber, we often disagree with each other, but for the record, we as Lib Dems support 99% of the decisions in this budget, not because they're right, because they've been forced on us. We need to recognise that the City Council has to live within its financial means, and it has to live within the finances given to councils by the government. Portsmouth grants has been cut by government, and we have to implement those cuts. We all know that local government has had a bad settlement from this government, and the finances here that we're talking about is the finances decided by the new government, not by the previous government. We all know the City Council has to make cuts because of this, cuts to services that are vital to local people. Here in Portsmouth, we now have 2 Conservative MPs. Conservative councillors in this chamber campaigned actively to get them elected less than a year ago. Yet these 2 MPs have voted through the cuts in government funding to Portsmouth City Council. Our MP's job is to fight for the people in the city, and I think they failed to do that. These Conservative cuts to services for people here in Portsmouth have been imposed on us by our Conservative MPs, and they must take the responsibility for the cuts to social services, to buses, to the domestic violence unit, to children's centres. Across the country, councils have been forced to cut social services year on year. In England, there are now 150,000 fewer people receiving support from social services than in 2010. This at a time when the number of very elderly residents keeps rising, so you'd expect more people to be getting support. The government's inability to understand that more cuts to social services means extra pressure on the NHS is mad. Their decision to allow council tax to go up by an extra 2% for adult social care just transfers this problem onto local taxpayers here in Portsmouth. It would be much more equitable to do this through income tax, so that the Duke of Westminster would pay more. Council tax is inequitable and doesn't rise according to your wealth. The most expensive properties are just 3 times the rate of council tax than the very lowest. This 2% additional rise in council tax will go to pay for an increase in the minimum wage at private care homes in the city. That's all it will do, nothing else. It won't protect any other services. The pressure on A&E, the pressure on bed blocking, all cost the NHS more. But ministers seem incapable of understanding this, so more and more pressure is put on social services budgets everywhere, and the most vulnerable people in our society have to pay the price. Yesterday, colleagues will have heard that the government granted an extra £416 million to local government in England. This is welcome money. Lobbying by MPs and council leaders across the country has been successful in getting additional money from the government. Dorset got an extra £4.1 million. West Sussex got an extra £6.2 million. Hampshire got an extra £9.3 million. Even, and I'm very pleased to see Sean here, even small district councils with budgets just a fraction of the size of Portsmouth got extra money. So Fareham, Havant and Gosport all got extra money. So what about Portsmouth? Our council leader tells everybody of her close relationship with ministers. She tells everybody about how influential she is. So how successful has she been getting in getting more money here in Portsmouth? Hampshire, West Sussex and Dorset have all got millions of pounds extra from the government. Shall I tell you how much extra the Leader of the Council has secured for Portsmouth out of this extra money from the government? None. Nil. Zilch. Not one single penny. So when in Portsmouth we're having to make major cuts, our Conservative MPs and Conservative Council leader have failed us in getting one single penny of this extra £416 million given out to councils across England yesterday. We got nothing. So I might have been a little too generous in suggesting these cuts that we're looking at are just the responsibility of the government and our MPs. If our council leader has failed so totally in lobbying, then she has done with the government for resources for Portsmouth, she must also bear some responsibility. In 2020, the government has finally agreed to give councils 100% of the business rates. We will stop getting grants and we will get 100% of business rates. That means that councils will be getting £8 billion more, not less, £8 billion more than they get through the grant settlement now. And so what is the government doing? They're coming to say, councils, you will take on extra responsibilities. The one that they're currently talking to us about is that we will have to pay attendance allowance to all residents in this city who receive that benefit, unconnected with anything the council does. There are things in this budget that I welcome, and I want to make sure that I get that on record. I welcome the decision to passport a government grant of SEN provision in Portsmouth. This money has been given to the council to do this work, and I welcome the decision of the council to do it. This carries on from the investment in SEN provision at the new Harbour School under our administration, and I'm glad that this policy is continuing under this administration. I'm pleased that there is investment going into creating additional classroom places in Portsmouth. Under the Lib Dem administration, millions were put into creating 1,000 extra classroom places in Portsmouth School. This was done with cross-party support, and in the same way I'm happy to see this work continue and move from providing extra primary school classroom places to extra secondary school classroom places. Again, this deserves and should get cross-party support to continue this. I'm glad to see the continuation as well of the Lib Dem policy of restructuring debts to cut down costs. I saw former councillor here from the Labour group muttering during the speech that this has always been happening. And Sally, you are absolutely right. This has always happened under all administrations. It's not something new under this administration, Sally. I'm also glad to see and to support the continuation of work that the Lib Dem administration started to replace the sea walls around Portsea Island. With the storms we all witnessed yesterday, making sure our sea walls are effective is really important. These schemes often take 10 years or more to go through the various parts of design, planning, bidding for funding, bidding for more funding, and finally building. The projects have, for many years, been worked on and always received cross-party support, and I'm happy to continue that today. So, my Lord Mayor, there is much in this budget that is inevitable. There is much, though, that we can support. There is also things in this budget that we question. That is around about 1% of the budget, but in this case we're not convinced that the right decisions have been made. It's also right that we offer an alternative to some of the worst cuts in this budget. Therefore we offer a fully funded alternative that has been approved by the City Council's Chief Finance Officer and is in front of you. The cuts to the domestic violence unit have made headlines. I'm really pleased that the cuts have been reduced by £50,000 and will not be implemented for a year. But there are still cuts to this service. 500 victims a year will no longer receive a service. Counsellor surgeries where they refer victims onto staff whose jobs have been cut is no substitute for a professional service. In Portsmouth, we've been fortunate to have no murders committed as part of domestic violence for several years. That is in part because the City Council has invested in a professional system to support victims. This budget takes away that support, and it's wrong. We have found the money to reverse it, and will vote against. Cutting proven treatments to people who want to cut their alcohol addiction is wrong. We know in this city that we face huge problems for alcohol addiction. This cut is wrong, and it needs to be reversed, and we've found the money to do so. Cuts of £135,000 to school crossing patrols and expecting schools to come up with the cash is wrong. School budgets have been capped by the government. By pushing the responsibility onto schools, they'll have to cut their services. The risk is that school crossing patrols will gradually reduce, and Portsmouth will stop being the council area with the highest proportion of pupils who walk to school, as parents decide that it's no longer safe for their children to walk to school across busy roads with no lollipop ladies and men. If they decide this, then they will drive their children to school instead, making our schools even more clogged with traffic and increasing pollution. This cannot be right. That's why we're opposing this cut, and we've found the money to reverse it. We also want to make sure that local residents can park in the area they live by having a fund to remove redundant build-outs which local residents want to be removed. These are many of them that just have unneeded bollards on them that were put in the 1970s when the cars weren't nearly as popular, and they should go to create extra car parking spaces on local roads for local residents. We would also support a one-off grant to get the Helen Ferry back up and running, and a grant to the RNLI to allow their volunteers to have a duty parking pass. If it's okay for councillors and council officers to have these passes, it must be right for the RNLI volunteers to have them as well. My thanks to Ken Elcombe for many things. I would particularly like to thank him for his decision to support the retention of the number 19 bus route. This has meant that we can target the limited finance in this budget to support the evening services on the number 15 bus route. This route is important particularly to people in Eastleigh, and it should remain operating in the evenings. There are other issues that we looked at during our December council meeting. The decision to cut the post at Cumberland House Museum is wrong. The decision to reject private sector help to reduce litter is disappointing. In other cities, it increases capacity at no cost to the taxpayers, but here it's been rejected. And I think that's really disappointing and is a sign of the old way of doing things. The decision to no longer pay the living wage, as defined by the Independent Living Wage Foundation and not by George Osborne, who's stolen the name, is wrong. Those on the lowest wage working here in the City Council this year will be the only people to get no pay rise. So the people at the top and in the middle will get a pay rise, but the people on the very lowest wage will get no pay rise because this council has decided no longer to pay the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation, and that is wrong. The decision to keep South Sea Library shut on Sundays is wrong. We've found the money to reopen it again, and I'm disappointed that this has been rejected. The decision to close down completely the hate crime unit providing support to victims where they've been targeted because of their religion, their colour, their disability, their sexuality is wrong. We oppose this, and we found £50,000 to keep this service going. The decision to cut a post within the antisocial behaviour unit is wrong. We found the money to replace the cut, and that's what we'd do. The decision to remove money from charities from the textile banks is wrong. That's over £50,000 that we have taken on this council away from local charities. Money that should have gone to the Hampshire Air Ambulance, that should have gone to the Salvation Army to provide support for local people has been taken by this council, and that is wrong. The decision to remove free bulky waste collections has been seen all across the city as wrong, and we'd reverse it. We've seen the growth in fly tipping of rubbish dumped across the city. Council figures quoted by the Leader of the Council say this is not a problem, but anyone going around the city will see how grubby it's become. Sometimes reality has to be taken seriously, and this city does not look clean and tidy. For a city that relies on tourism for so many jobs, that's not good. We should reverse the cut and stop all the fridges, the sofas and the beds being dumped all round the city. The council leader has said there are no cuts to community centres, but their subsidy is to be cut. This is spin. If you cut a subsidy, you cut their funding. So you can't have it both ways. Reducing a subsidy is a cut, and we shouldn't pretend it's anything else. We found money to fund almost all of these services, partly by cutting services that are less important to the council, and partly by identifying new finances. If we're looking at cuts at the domestic violence unit and to the seawalls maintenance budget, surely we should decide that extra press officers and the Leader of the Council's second PA cannot be more important. But this is exactly what the budget does. It says to local residents, your needs are less important than councillors' needs. And that cannot be right. The decision to take £25,000 out of the Sea Defence's maintenance budget is wrong. The decision to say to residents in the city that you may have voted in favour of residents' car parking for your road, but we won't listen to you, we will not give you the zone that you've asked for, is wrong. It's arrogant and turns down money that council could use to stop some of the worst cuts. So the council is turning down hundreds of thousands of pounds in income in its desire not to listen to local residents. And that's just wrong. The budget consultation was replied to by 2,400 residents of the city. 1.5% of local residents. A much higher proportion replied in the consultations about residents' car parking zones, but those more numerous residents are being ignored. That is not right. But, my Lord Mayor, there are some things in our December meeting that I got wrong, and we've had to vary our budget accordingly. In the budget meeting in December, the Leader of the Council, the Cabinet meeting in December, the Leader of the Council said the Council would not be closing any children's centres. I know she'll protest about but the comment was made. I was warned by others not to trust this statement. I thought I should trust the Leader of the Council, and I accepted her word. There might be cuts in provision, but all the children's centres would remain open. I have to tell you, colleagues, that I was wrong. Wrong to trust the assurance that was given. My thanks to the Labour group, who decided that children's centres were in fact going to close, and who put finance in their amendment to keep them open. So we varied our amendment to keep all of the children's centres open, and we found the money to do so. I was also wrong to suggest that the investment in maintenance of the sea walls should only be kept for 1 year. This was on the understanding that the work on the new sea wall in Southsea would be completed in 2017. This is not the case. It won't be completed until 2021 at the earliest. So we've stopped the cut to the maintenance budget, not just for 1 year, but until the whole of the sea wall is completed. On the capital budget, again, we're happy to support most of the programme, but we'd like to see some changes. We're happy to support the Eastern Road Bridge. We're happy to support the schools upgrade. We're happy to support the seawalls. We're happy to support the port investment. We're happy to support PV cells and much else. So we do support the continuation of Lib Dem policies of investing in schools, investing in classrooms and investing in the port. But we have 3 areas of concern. The first is with the mover traffic system. This is a £910,000 project, but was originally scheduled for the City Council to put in just £210,000 of it, and £700,000 would come from outside the City Council. Now it seems the City Council is having to find every single penny. Why? We cannot have a traffic system that just relies on the private car in the city. If we do so, we will reach gridlock and city pollution levels will rise and rise. That is why we're happy to support the majority of the scheme, but look for future external funding to complete it. For instance, the junction at St Mary's should be paid for by developers, because that's available and not by council tax. And we think £300,000 should be set aside to implement a green travel plan, to implement a city to share, to encourage electric cars in the city by providing charging points, and to encourage cycling around the city. If we can get people out of their cars, traffic will flow better. A policy that pushes more and more people into private cars is bound to fail and create gridlock. It's not the right way forward. This budget that we've been presented does not put any investment into making sure that there is an alternative to the car, and we need not just warm words about alternatives to the car, we need real action. We've also looked at the request for funding for building of new offices for the Housing Clean and Green teams. Whilst this is a good idea, we already have housing offices in Paulsgrove and Wecock Farm, and when funds are limited, these existing offices should be used, not duplicated by building additional offices. We should spend the money on something the administration has totally rejected. Now, I need to find could you find me budget, a capital programme? Something the administration has totally rejected. We will move some of this money into putting the council's facilities up to a decent standard for people with disabilities. And the places that are being suggested on the list is the Alderman Lacey Centre, steps and ramps, the main entrance and wheelchair accessible loo. The Beddoe Library, the same, and relocation of dispensers and pipework. South Sea Library, Kingston Cemetery, Baffins Community Centre, King George V Playing Field Pavilion, Milton Cemetery and Bransbury Park. We think we need to invest in making those facilities accessible to local people. And we've found £41,000 of money from the Community Infrastructure Levy in Milton to be able to fund that, so the council doesn't have to do that. Then we get to the investment properties. For the council to go into property speculation is a risk. It could prove profitable, but it is built on buying a Waitrose in Somerset for £13 million and a Matalan in Swindon for £8 million, when shopping patterns are changing so fast and more people shop online. The decision to invest nothing in Portsmouth is wrong. The properties we bought pay over £600,000 a year in business rates. If we had invested in creating new buildings in Portsmouth, the City Council would be getting not only the rent, but also the extra business rates. But instead of that, the business rates are going to councils in Somerset, in Swindon and in Gloucestershire. The council is giving away £600,000 a year, and that's not sensible. The City Council has already spent £30 million on this project and wants to spend an extra £60 million. We would say that 50% of the new money, so about a third of the total, should be spent investing in Portsmouth, or in land the City Council already owns in the local area, to create local jobs, create local wealth, and show confidence in the economy of the city. The Leader of the Council has asked where we could invest. Where is there any redundant land in Portsmouth? Well, how about Tipner? How about Dunsbury Farm? How about the old gasworks in Copner? How about Brunel House on the Hard? Let's invest some of this money locally to create more local jobs. Finally, the overall budget position of the Council. I'm pleased that City Council is now reporting an expected underspend for this year. I'm glad to see the administration is following from our example as Lib Dem administrations and having underspends. And my congratulations to the Council officers for turning this around. So what is going to happen to this extra money? The Leader of the City Council yesterday said that children were the top priority of the Council. But this budget shows that's not true. At the last Council meeting, John Ferret, whom we all miss, rightly complained that the in-year cuts to children's services and adult services, which were decided at the Cabinet in December, were not brought here for all councillors to debate. The administration chose just to keep these in Cabinet and not to bring them here. That included £3 million of cuts to children's services. From a £30 million budget, that's a 10% cut. Children's centres were cut, services to children with disabilities were cut. Now, if there is an underspend at the Council, and the children's services are, as the Council Leader has said, the top priority, then you'd expect the extra money to be going into children's services to stop these cuts. It's obvious. It's the top priority. But no, if you look on page 55, paragraph 6.15, you will see something different. Nothing to stop these cuts, nothing going into children's services, but over £2.3 million into the planning reserve. And I have to say that's just not right. We asked Chris Ward, our excellent Director of Finance, to allow the movement of some of this money into children's services, but he wouldn't allow it and said that this was a decision for Luke Stubbs as portfolio holder. Over £500,000 of that money is unallocated. People can't think what to do with it. So if the Council is not allowed to make the decision to protect vulnerable children, then I'd appeal to Luke as Deputy Leader of the Council to make that decision and to put children first. The needs of vulnerable children should come higher in the list of priorities of the Council than a planning reserve, or as somebody called it to me last week, a planning slush fund. So, my Lord Mayor, much of this budget is driven by the cuts imposed by government, and responsibility for this rests with our Conservative MPs and those who campaigned for them. But even within the budget available, decisions have been proposed here and cuts to services to children and to those for fleeing domestic violence, and that is not right. It cuts finances to keep our seawalls safe. It invests huge sums in property speculation outside of the city and turns its back on the votes of local residents who want residents' car parking zones and on hundreds of thousands of pounds of business rates that have been given to other councils. We must also ask why Hampshire, Dorset, Fareham, Gosport, Havant and West Sussex have been awarded extra money from the government to support their budgets, some getting millions of pounds. But the leader of the council couldn't persuade ministers to give Portsmouth just even 1 penny. This is a budget that does not care for the vulnerable in the city. It does not listen to the voice of the people in the city. It shows Portsmouth's failure to influence ministers and prioritises the desire for a planning reserve over the needs of children. I couldn't support this and will vote against it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mason, do you second?
I second that. My Lord Mayor, I reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you. I now call upon the leader of the UKIP group, Councillor Galloway, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and written down, specifying what it relates to, and then be given to me before to discuss further or put to the meeting. Councillor Galloway, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Once upon a time, it used to be common practice for an employer to give their staff a bonus, usually just before or after the expensive festive season. The bonus was always a very welcome gift, and everyone was filled with love for their employer. The employer obviously felt good for being such a fine, philanthropic human being and looked forward to working with loyal and grateful staff. We've all heard the details of the city budget that will impact on all our lives. We've already heard harsh criticism of the decisions made by the Council for cutting back so much and from such vulnerable institutions. We have heard those critical cries of, why us? Why reduce our funding? We have not heard the critics say, reduce the funding from them. Because the critics know that today there is less and less funding to distribute. And whilst critics may shout unfair, they also acknowledge the fact that they realise that financial help is diminishing rapidly. How grand it would be then to be like the generous employer, to be able to say thank you with a nice big bonus, to give instead of having to take. How easy it would be to administer a council when all the residents support you and cheer you. Well, that dream isn't going to happen. Certainly not soon. In December last year, you heard me explain how we've got ourselves into this untenable financial mess. And I will not apologise for beating that same drum again today. Since joining the European Economic Community, now simply known as the EU, in 1973, you have stumped up over £500 billion to remain a member of that spendthrift club in Brussels. Yes, you. Because it's your money that is going to Europe rather than your schools, your NHS, your elderly, your needy. Our annual contributions have increased from £187 million 43 years ago to a staggering £19 billion a year today. And you wonder why you have to endure such savage budgets like this. Well, wake up and smell the sauerkraut, because it's going to get worse, with the UK expected to cough up another £96 billion over the next 5 years. Sorry, Councillor Gray. And if you think that Cameron is going to come back up trumps with a renegotiated deal from Juncker and Merkel, it'll be far off the mark, so far off the mark as to be embarrassing. Migrant workers will still be able to claim a variety of benefits in spite of the fact that they have made no financial contribution to the system. England seems to be the big milk cow with an unlimited supply resource, and migrants from far beyond the European borders are determined to get their share. In 1931, Dr. Adrian Rogers prophetically summed up the situation that we find ourselves in today. He said, "You cannot legislate the poor into freedom, by legislating the wealthy out of freedom. What one person receives without working for, another person must work for without receiving. The government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not take first from somebody else. When half of the people get the idea that they do not have to work because the other half is going to take care of them, and then when that other half gets the idea that it does no good to work because somebody else is going to get what they work for, that, my dear friends, is the end of any nation. You cannot multiply wealth by dividing it. Thanks to the pressure from our little group, the government has been forced to declare a referendum on our continuing membership of the EU. And on this side of the chamber, we hope that others will see not only the financial costs which have been brought upon the heads of every adult in this country as a consequence, but the democratic deficit, which means that none of us can challenge or vote on the fiscal or other decisions made in Brussels on our behalf, and usually to our detriment. Fortunately, in the City Council, we have not yet lost complete sight of democracy. And noting the word independence in the name of our group, we have considered carefully and objectively the proposals put forward in the budget and thought long and hard about the implications for our people and our city, irrespective of any political overtones. So, listen to Westminster promise you great things. You may even believe the spin that things are going to be better. You are not fools, but you are being fooled. As Mark Twain once remarked, it is easier to fool people than convince them that they have been fooled. Our party has been ridiculed at every opportunity by the professional politicians because our main fault is that we are telling you the truth. The only people that are mad at us for speaking the truth are those people that are living the lie. Protocol, my Lord Mayor, dictates that I must tell the Chamber whether or not our group commends or condemns this budget. We find ourselves in a strange position this year. We do neither. Last December, we agreed the administration budgetary proposals, and now, rather than commend or condemn, we find ourselves in the ridiculous position of merely saying that we find this budget acceptable under the fiscal restraints imposed by an unrepresentative central government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway. Now call upon the Deputy Leader of the Labour Group, Councillor Gray, on behalf of his Group Leader, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and written down, specifying what it relates to, and then given to me before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Gray.
There we go. I think the electricity's got it in for me today. We do have an amendment, so I'll wait for that to be passed around. Peter, if you'd be kind enough to pass that round. It's a bit of tinkering around the edges from myself and the group, just in regards to the original revenue proposals. Whilst we're waiting for that to go round, I would just like to say to Councillor Galloway, I can recommend some sauerkraut in Gendermanmarkt in Berlin. It's very nice if you're ever there. I wouldn't want to offend all those Germans who are passionate about their sauerkraut, and indeed it is a very good dish. Thank you. Okay, so moving into today's budget. Again, I think you'll be pleased to know that with John's absence, he did give me some notes. I've left them at home. Hurrah, I hear you all cheer. I did have a look through them, but most of it was to do with Gerald, so cutting that out. I think I've reduced it by 3 hours. I think you'll be pleased to know. So there we are. Sorry, John, if you're watching. Okay, indeed. I think, as I say, really in terms of the budget amendment, I'll take it in two parts, because we have obviously the revenue budget and the capital budget. So I'd like to speak about the amendment first, really similar to what the Labour Group put forward in December, really. So what you'll see there is we've identified a few additional lines of funding, and it's consistent with what we've been talking about along the way, which is regards to the Sure Start centres. Now, it is something that I'm and the group have been campaigning for many years, when I had more hair and John was less grey. And again, I think it just echoes the fact that, in a time of austerity, and the times that we're facing, to find something to assist with the centres is really vital, and particularly when we see campaigns at the moment with petitions about saving certain centres in certain parts of the city. I hope the administration will take into account the workings of the Labour group that will help towards that aim. In terms of the amendment, as I say, it is consistent with the past budget proposals, and we remain committed to the reduction of the cost of democracy. We've talked previously about 4 yearly elections. That is something that we still feel that we should be moving towards. Again, not only does it stop the politicking, but it also gives a bit more stability moving forward for the city as a whole in terms of direction and consistency. Furthermore, we remain committed to preserve one of the great achievements of the last Labour government, as I've already alluded to, which is Sure Start. And this has been decimated by both the central Tory and Lib Dem coalition government, and it continues to be so. I think the overall arching thing here, talking about the austerity measures and the wider picture is that the attacks here really from my side is that the cuts are being made, are proposing to go too far and too fast. I think the government really does need to think about what is happening across not just Portsmouth, but across the city, across the country as a whole. There really is a situation where we're facing existential crisis with a lot of different departments, particularly social care has been alluded to within the city of Portsmouth. Again, in terms of I suppose the residents' consultation that the council budget received, looking at it, there's only a 1.2% response from the general public as a whole. The administration's own report admits that, again, most of the vulnerable and marginalised voices were not heard in that consultation, and a lot of these cuts hit them the hardest, and that's something I think we all need to bear in mind, really. I go on to the fact, as Councillor Vernon Jackson's alluded to earlier, that we have seen about the funding yesterday from central government. It really does gall me to see, Hampshire County Council with 9.3 million, and we're here with diddly squat. We're one of the most deprived areas in the south. We have a demographic with a great need, and I really do feel personally let down by both our MPs who should and could do more on the situation, particularly when we've seen the council leader write to George Osborne and the Prime Minister many times. I would expect and hope that the MPs would take heed of that and be fighting far harder for the city of Portsmouth. In terms of the council tax, again, we've already sort of echoed that earlier today. We believe that there's little option but to implement a rise as set out in the recommendations, and it has only been the Labour Party locally that has been consistent in saying, as I've already said, that we cannot live in a fool's paradise by freezing council tax at a time when the grants from central government are being slashed left, right and centre. It doesn't solve the problem, but again, as I've alluded to, if across the floor we'd have been supported far earlier with this, it would have risen £6 million, and that really is heartbreaking that short-termism has been implemented over the greater need of the city of Portsmouth. And I really hope that moving forward the city can address that and really think on the bigger picture in terms of that situation, because ultimately all it's done is come home to roost and left Portsmouth with a really difficult, invidious situation that even, as I say, if there was a Labour administration in Portsmouth, we would be basically faced with the same situation. So to pretend otherwise would be a very silly situation to put ourselves in. But as I say, that could have been avoided and could have swollen the coffers somewhat in terms of the situation. Even with the council increase, we understand that there will still be a significant shortfall, and again, as has been alluded to address the national living wage increase, but not least in social care. And I think the leaders alluded to the situation, but I still have real concerns about that long term, and I really hope that is something that central government and our MPs can address in a very concise manner to the Prime Minister to say this cannot stand and it needs to be looked at far harder with a lot more support. Particularly now we can actually go back to the central government and saying, well, look, there's money being given here, there and everywhere. What about Portsmouth? Wake up and smell the coffee, really. We do support the capital budget, so in terms of that, and I think it's worth noting that the administration are being responsible in targeting resources at priority projects. I really do not want to see a return to the days of the bread and circuses which we had under previous administrations, where we need to look at the long-term needs of the city and not short-term electioneering. It really has hurt, and we can see that, as I say, it's coming home to roost at the moment. We do also, support the doubling of the investment fund. we have to find ways of plugging the black hole in the city finances. That is apparent. And, you know, yes, I would like to see more investment in Portsmouth. Of course I would. I'd like to see jobs created here. But it's about making sure, priority one, that we find money for services. And I think that has got to be paramount in the minds of everyone across the floor today. Ironically, though, obviously the black hole that the city is facing is a creation of the administration's own government. So, again, I would really ask the council leader to continue to lobby and press the Chancellor and the Prime Minister on this issue, particularly when we've seen recently the Prime Minister sort of talking about cuts in his own constituency, but also his mother opposing cuts, which does seem rather farcical in the situation that we see. However, we move on. You know, again, I really find myself in a difficult situation. I think the group does as well in terms of austerity, and I talk about this as a national picture. It has gone too far. I do think the way that the government has decided to prioritise some things have been wrong. I personally think that's just a personal thing morally, and also, you know, I think that you've got the poorest in society who are really being hit hard here, and again, it just doesn't seem to marry up with the realities of what people are facing day to day. This is a government that seems to be increasingly out of touch and lurching further and further to very dark areas, and it's something I hope that the reasoned and moderate and long-standing members of local government can continue to lobby their members of parliament and bring them into line to understand really the issues that we are facing as a council. In terms of the budget itself, I mean, as I say, it's a difficult situation. I don't like the situation in terms of having to make cuts. I don't think anyone likes that situation, but we are left in a situation of, even as Councillor Stubbs alluded to, with our leader, Mr Corbyn, who I'm sure most of you will be aware I don't agree with on many things, but I do agree with him on the situation that we cannot be left with a situation of opposing for opposing's sakes when we have a structural deficit with no credible alternative. That needs to be addressed. We shouldn't be setting illegal budgets, and we shouldn't be using that as scaremongering to others outside in false hope. The fact is we are in a situation where we need to be doing something. Otherwise, central government will come in and will make harder cuts, deeper cuts that we will have no control over, and that really would be a travesty for the city as a whole. So I think as a group, we find ourselves in a situation that, no, in an ideal world, we don't wish to implement these cuts. I don't like many of the situations, as Councillor Vernon Jackson has alluded to. A lot of the services that are being hit across the city. Very difficult situation, and certainly priorities I do feel need to be really reflected on moving forward, because there are a lot of the difficult situations and decisions that need to be made, but I really do hope that we can at least push as an authority across party to really make sure our MPs step up and start giving Portsmouth the voice that it deserves, because it's been let down so badly to date by both of them, and they deserve to do far better for the city and the residents who put their trust in them at the last election. So we are in a situation where I feel that the Labour Party cannot support the budget, but at the same time, we cannot oppose the budget. We don't have a situation where, as I've already alluded to, that we would have a credible alternative that we could find to sustain this. I wish we did have a magic monetary or a magic solution to that, but the reality is it would not be credible to oppose a budget. We need, as an authority, to implement a budget. So I think it sort of echoes certainly Councillor Galloway in saying that, it's a budget we need to implement, but unfortunately... well, I could be here for 3 hours if you want me to. Indeed, I mean, again, I think sort of alluding to the Liberal Democrat amendments, so thank you. You read my mind there, Councillor Wood. It's quite spooky, but yeah, I mean, there are things obviously in the Liberal Democrat amendments that I feel more comfortable with, certainly, and I would be wrong to say I didn't, particularly around seeing the reinstatement of funding for Sure Start centres. That is pleasing to see, particularly with the hate crime and obviously domestic violence as two other areas that are really critical and very emotive areas. So I feel in terms of the Lib Dem amendments, there are things in there that would be acceptable to the group, but in terms of the administration's budget, again, I appreciate them taking that time to speak with us and being collegiate in terms of trying to get some understanding from areas that we feel very passionate about, as do all parties. But at the same time, I do feel that you're in a difficult situation, and it would be wrong of us to oppose that budget. So in terms of the Labour group, we will be abstaining on the administration's budget and will be supporting the Liberal Democrat amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can Councillor Chowdhury second that, please? Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury. The proposals, amendments on the two budget items before the Council are now open to all other members of the Council to debate as one item on the basis that at the end of the debate, the budget and the Council tax and any proposed amendments to it will be voted on first, followed by a vote on the capital programme and any proposed amendments to it. Yeah, I'll now a call for speakers. So is there anybody want to kick it off? Right, off for pancakes. Councillor Wellington.
There we go. Right. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. A bit like last time, I'm just going to keep to, in this case, 4 specific things again, just about things that we're doing in our alternative budget. Again, I'd like to thank the officers for putting together the budget, to Chris and his team, who've been really helpful, and obviously to the administration, and obviously to ourselves and Labour as well for their amendments, and of course UKIP as well for what they've given into the administration's budgets. So really, it's just so to start with, we have the number 15 bus. So I understand, obviously, the original proposal from the administration was to cut all subsidies apart from for the number 16 bus, which I'm very pleased that Councillor Elcombe agreed to do in his portfolio meeting, which keeps that link for Eastney in on Sundays, and also for the number 20. Is it 24, I think, on the mainland? So there is you remain a bus on the main line which goes across the thing, which I know for residents in all parts of the mainland of the city, they would be really lost without. But I think the number 15, losing the bus service in the evening, would be a real mistake. I'm grateful to First Bus, who are looking to run the daytime service commercially, which I think is fantastic, and I think that's showing a real investment in that route. But I think, as a council, we should be looking at maintaining that evening service, because it is, for a lot of people in Eastney in particular, in that far, what I refer to as the Far East, going out towards where the Hayling Ferry hopefully will be running again in future, they really are isolated without that bus, and so to get rid of it in the evening would be really, really poor. I'll bring again about Cumberland House. Obviously, we found the money again to put in put money towards getting their development officer post back. I was at a meeting, as was Councillor Stubbs, who's just out of the room at the moment. We were at a meeting last week with the people at Cumberland House, and I spoke to a few of them afterwards, and they really are very, very concerned. There's various things going on at the moment. They're having various issues with their butterfly house and with other things. Having no development officer there is a real strain for them. I really wouldn't like to lose people who have been volunteering in that museum for years to be leaving us, because I think it would be difficult to replace some of the absolute quality we've got there. We've got one of our volunteers there who's trained to be a beekeeper, to look after the bees there. If someone like her, who is feeling very, very disillusioned at the moment, someone like her was going to go, then I really hate to think what situation we would be in that museum. I know so many people who obviously live in the city and go as adults, but the amount of people, including my wife's mother, so my mother-in-law, who went there as a child with her mum and her grandma, and it means so much to them. And they've taken my niece there as well. It really is something for our community. I would hate for us to get in a situation whereby we can't keep that running to the way we can because we don't have the staff there, the volunteers there. Obviously, the ferry, which I've alluded to, again, we found that money for, to bring in for the ferry. I really do think that's something that would be, if we could say as a council, put in £10,000, just so we can say up to £10,000 to any new operator. We've had the things coming now from to the Harbour Master, myself and Lee Mason and others from the Harbour Board and from Havant. We'll be looking at any proposals for the ferry. And I just think if we can say as a council we are prepared to put in a small amount of money just to start up costs, then I really think that would help us get it back. And it could also source funds from the likes of Sean Woodwards and Hampshire County and others who might be able to put some in, including Havant as well. And finally, just on a city to share. So this council made a big thing about supporting a city to share. We, as the Liberal Democrats, supported that as well and been very active with that. As you know, I am I'm active with the Cycle Forum and everything. And to have that kind of project as a whole, to really look at the way we deal with our traffic and transportation in the city, it's not just for the benefit of cyclists, but it's also for the benefit of everyone else. Because there are a lot of people in the city who use their cars, who, given the opportunity, wouldn't. But there's also people who use their cars who need to. And if you get people who otherwise, if they felt confident on our roads because they felt safe, if they felt safe walking, and others, they would get out of their cars, and then those people who use their cars would have a better run on the roads. So really, we've been out again, as we said before, we've been talking to people and getting what their priorities are, and I really do think that our amendment touches on those priorities, touches to make this budget a palatable budget, even though 99% of it we're not amending. It really is our amendment, which I think makes it palatable, which I think makes it appropriate and makes it really work for the people of the city. So I commend our amendments and I hope everyone in this chamber can support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Willington. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
So, my Lord Mayor, I want to talk about a couple of things today, about residents' parking and about the way that charities are being harmed by this administration. On parking, the Lib Dem budget will reinstate the residents' parking schemes taken away by the Conservatives and introduce schemes where residents have voted for them. This generates £213,000, Lord Mayor, this year and around £415,000 the next year, Lord Mayor. These schemes were voted for, Lord Mayor, by many, many more thousands of residents, many more than at the budget consultation. Yet Councillor Donna Jones continues to deny those residents what they are asking for, and she hits back time and again, saying that it's a tax on motorists. Hang on a minute, members and Lord Mayor. Who introduced that tax? It was Councillor Donna Jones herself and her Conservative councillors. They introduced this tax, so it's more smoke and mirrors from the administration. And it's an increasingly discredited and unpopular Conservative group running our city at the moment. And another reason for that is the way that they've dealt with charities. And it's awful, it's so parsimonious. These are really small amounts of money in the City Council's budget. But the Tory party nationally says it wants charities to do more and to work with local authorities to pick up diminishing services. The big society, David Cameron's mantra. So what do the Conservatives do here? They swipe the income generated, this is so awful, they swipe the income generated from the city's blue banks by way of public donation and divert all of that surplus, around £50,000, to plug gaps in their budget. This money should, Lord Mayor, you raise money too, but this money should go back to the charities that you Conservatives have taken it away from. In the Lib Dem budget proposals, the proposals we have on the table is to put all of that money back to the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Air Ambulance. My family have used that when my sister fell down with a heart attack. the British Heart Foundation, children's charity Dreams Come True, the Salvation Army, who look after people in the winter and all these storms, and to Trade, an international textiles redistribution company who send clothes abroad. So in Westminster, we see the Conservatives saying one thing about charities, that we must work with them and we must support them. But here in Portsmouth, the Conservatives take the cash away. So we look quickly at mine then. They only needed £40,000, but now are closed down. All they needed was to have a grant of about £40,000, but this administration apparently refused to meet with them or didn't meet with them. And I saw attacks on Roger Batterby in an email recently, quite unnecessary. All they needed was his grant for £40,000 to get through to allocated funding in the future of £70,000. A really important local mental health charity. It is now gone. And then we come to the awful attacks on the women's charities recently, and again today by Conservative councillors. So uncalled for, I'm sure Cameron will be absolutely mortified by what's going on here at the moment. And then we see Conservatives denying free parking permits to RNLI volunteers who risk their lives in these stormy seas which we see off our coast at the moment. They need their vehicles near them all the time. And I understand that there's one bloke who's run up thousands upon thousands of pounds of debts with fixed penalties because he wants to keep his vehicle near where he works so that he can respond. And he's a leading volunteer in the RNLI. So just a few examples of just how the Conservatives in this city are approaching charities. It's parsimonious, small amounts of money, but to the charities themselves, the money means a great deal. So, Lord Mayor, in Westminster, the Tories say one thing, but round here, this very right-wing Conservative group continue to raid and harm charities. So I wasn't surprised when you called for speakers. Not one Conservative put their hand up to speak because their budget is not a good budget. I very much hope, members, that at least we can prick the conscience of one or two Tories, but I doubt it somehow. I doubt it very much. And as I say, Lord Mayor, they're becoming increasingly unpopular. And I hope when you return to them, you might even join the Lib Dems and get on the right side. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I'll bear in mind what you said. We've now got Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
I hadn't expected to be this early. My Lord Mayor, normally it is the job of an opposition to oppose. And it's right, it should be so, because that is the type of politics we've had in this country which has kept us safe from revolutions for 200 years. And so I was hoping that I would have more to oppose. But in this day and age, with the pressures on this City Council, the majority of this budget is not the choice of the administration, it's something which has been forced upon it. They had very little option. And so the majority of this budget we would accept. Some of it, albeit reluctantly, but we would have to accept. But there are areas where we would seek to modify it. We wish to modify it in accordance with our priorities, and we'll try and argue those in order to try and persuade members of the Conservative administration. A first priority must be, as I said earlier, about 3 or 4 hours ago, the safety of this city, the safety of the people of this city. And thus, we have to find money, I think, to support the hate crime unit. Anybody who has talked to minority communities or to people who have gender problems or to people who have become, in one way or another, a member of a minority knows that there is in this city, as in every city, a degree of hatred, a degree of activity which must bring them misery and harm. So it's important that we should keep this hate crime unit. This is very important. Domestic abuse service. Well, we've heard it this afternoon. We have heard the strength of feeling about domestic abuse. We all know it. We all know it exists in our wards. We all know families which are being torn apart by domestic abuse. We need to support that. Alcohol remains a major problem in this city. It's one of those things which has possibly diminished slightly over the years, but still remains a major problem. You only have to come into my ward and walk down Albert Road at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning to see that alcohol remains a problem in this city. And then antisocial behaviour unit. One of the effects of alcohol is antisocial behaviour, and people are afraid, many people are afraid to walk out late at night. Many people are afraid of antisocial behaviour. Not so much that they would be attacked, but they would be subject to some form or another of antisocial behaviour. These are areas of public safety which we must find money, and in our amendment we do find money to support. There are other areas where we have made suggestions. The first is bulky waste. Okay, it's only a very modest amount. But if you come down to parts of Southsea, parts where the tourists come, you can sit down quite happily, quite often, on a settee in the road. We need to do something to address this problem, which is making our city look tatty. On sea defences, £25,000 may seem to be minor amount of money. It's only £25,000 in a huge sum. But it is sending the wrong signal to DEFRA. It is sending the wrong signal to the Environment Agency. It is sending the wrong signal to the government. It says, we think this is an area which could be cut. This is a time when the government is prepared to put in many, many millions of pounds into our sea defences. And so the signal which is being sent to government is totally wrong. That should be reinstated. Then we come to charity banks. When the City Council took over the charity banks, we made certain assurances to the charities. We need to keep to those assurances. Okay, they were made by a Liberal Democrat administration, but they were made on behalf of this City Council to charities. And I think this City Council must respect the decision which was then made and the promises and assurances which were then made. So we found some money. Okay, it's scrabbling around here and there, and we found money in this place and that place. But what I would ask the Council to concentrate on is not so much where we have found the money from, because Chris Waters assured us that this is sound and stable, but where we want to spend that money, which is on safety, on making our city cleaner, on keeping a promise to charity banks, and on not sending the wrong signal to government about our sea defences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Masing. I'll now call upon the Council Leader to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Lord Mayor even. Too many leaders being mentioned today. Some interesting points that have been made today. I think the 25,000 of the sea defences, that's not being cut. That's part of the capital scheme cost that we're recharging back to the Environment Agency. Number of bulky waste slots would mean we'd have to halve the number of bulky waste slots that we're currently introducing, that £10,000. Not really a lot else to say. That's it. I'm done.
The amendments to the budget and council tax will now be put to the vote, starting with the Liberal Democrat Group amendment, using the recorded voting method as required by the regulations. Those in favour of the... We have.
Yeah. Right, Lord Mayor. We now have the Liberal Democrat revenue amendment that's got to be dealt with by way of recorded vote. So those in favour of that amendment, would they stand and sit as their names called, please? Right. Councillors. Councillor Smith. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Winnington. Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Foster. Councillor Wood. Councillor Dowling. Councillor Purvis. Councillor Horton. Councillor Ashmore. With those members who are against the Liberal Democrat revenue amendment, please stand and sit as their names are called. Councillor Tompkins. Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Jones. Councillor Lee Mason. Councillor Bosher. Councillor Ken Ferret. Councillor Alcombe. Councillor Stockdale. Councillor Weems. Councillor Hastings. Councillor Symes. Councillor Young. Councillor Lyon. Councillor Harris. Councillor Rob New. Councillor Ryan Brent. Councillor Hockaday. Councillor Jenny Brent. Councillor Gemma New. Councillor Galloway. Councillor Swan. Councillor Denny. And Councillor Potter. Any of those abstaining, please stand and sit as I call. Thank you.
I don't think everyone's voted yet.
Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Gray, 2 abstentions. Okay. No, that was just on the amendment to the Liberal Democrat. So, okay, so we're just going to top that up, Lord Mayor.
For the Lib Dem amendment was 13, against 23, abstentions were 2. So that is, the amendment is lost, thank you. We now deal with the Labour amendment. Over to you.
Right. We're now dealing with the Labour revenue amendment. So those in support of that, will they stand and sit as their names called, please? Thank you. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Gray, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Foster, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, and Councillor Ashmore, and Councillor Ken Ferret. Right. Will those who are against the Labour Revenue Amendment please stand and sit as their names called? Councillor Jonas, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Stockdale, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Swan, Councillor Denny, and Councillor Potter. Are there any abstentions? I don't think there are. Okay, Lord Mayor, we'll just top that up for you.
The recorded vote for the Labour amendment was for 16, against 23, abstentions nil. That amendment is lost. We are now going to vote on the Cabinet's recommendation.
Right, Lord Mayor, with those two amendments having failed, you're now reverting back to the Cabinet's recommendations on the revenue budget. So again, we need a recorded vote. So those in favour of the Cabinet's recommendations, please stand and sit as their names called. Councillor Jonas, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Ken Ferret, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Stockdale, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Robnew, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Swan, Councillor Denny. Those against the Cabinet's recommendations, please stand and sit as the names called. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Foster, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Potter. Are there any abstentions? Okay. Councillor Gray. And Chowdhury. Councillor Chowdhury.
Members, there were 23 for the recommendation, 15.
I have to check the record of my team.
That's 23, 30, 38, 40. There's two missing.
Yeah.
Members, the revised count. 423, against 14, abstentions 2. The budget vote is carried. The amendments to the capital programme will now be put to the vote, starting with the Liberal Democrat Group amendment by recorded vote. I'll then deal with the... Yeah, not there.
Okay, Lord Mayor, another recorded vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment on the capital programme. So if those in favour of that could please stand and sit as their names called. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Foster, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore. Okay. Will those against the Liberal Democrat capital amendment please stand and sit as their name is called? Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Ken Ferret, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Stockdale, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Swan, Councillor Denny and Councillor Potter. Are there any abstentions to that? Just Councillor Gray and Councillor Chowdhury are the two abstentions.
Members for the amendment were 13, against 23, abstentions were 2. That's lost. Moving on.
Okay, Lord Mayor, you are now reverting back, that having been lost, to the Cabinet's recommendations on the capital programme. So those in favour of the Cabinet's recommendations, please stand. Councillor Jonas, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Ken Ferret, Councillor Alcombe, Councillor Stockdale, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hastings, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Harris, Councillor Rob New, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Jenny Brent, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Gray, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Galloway, Councillor Swan, Councillor Denny. Okay. Are there any abstentions at all? Okay. Pardon? Yeah, no. Right, Lord Mayor. The next one is any against the recommendations of the Cabinet on the capital programme. Could they please stand and sit as their names called? Councillor Hunt, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Foster, Councillor Wood, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Horton, Councillor Ashmore and Councillor Potter. As I say, any abstentions? No. We'll just total that up for you, Lord Mayor.
Members, the capital budget was as follows: for 25, against 14, abstentions 0. Thank you. It was therefore carried. That concludes the budget debate. Moving on to item 13. Recommendations from the Licensing Committee held on the 15th of January. Members, the recommendations of the Licensing Committee, which met on the 15th of January, have been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 5, Licensing Act 2003, Statement of Licensing Policy for 2016 to 2021, Approval of Interim Measures.
I believe there's an objection to that.
No objections?
Yeah, I think Councillor Hockaday is objecting.
Oh.
No. It's not.
No, Councillor Hockaday, please.
There is an amendment. We're aware of it.
Lord Mayor, it's just a mechanism so that an amendment can be put, otherwise it would be passed without a debate, and an amendment needs to be put and voted on.
Councillor Hockaday, formally propose. Is that seconded?
Okay, we'll circulate it, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll circulate that. Councillor Swan, please.
I'm the proposer of the original, and Lee, I believe, is going to second this. We're well aware of this amendment. It's a purely administrative amendment to correct an error in the report to do with the dates.
Thank you, Councillor Swan.
Happy to subsume it in her main recommendation? Are you happy to accept it?
Yes, happy to accept it.
Does anybody want to speak? Thank you. Does Councillor Swan want to sum up?
I think it needs to be seconded first. No sum up needed. It is purely administrative and accepted.
We'll go to the vote on this one, please. Members, all those in favour? Any against? We'll take that as read. Item 14, notices of motion. We have two notices of motion before us today, and understanding order 32D, they must be formally moved and seconded as published in the order to be considered by the Council. Motion A is the motion proposed by Councillor Winnington and seconded by Councillor Dowling.
Yes, my Lord Mayor. Formally proposed.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you both, councillors. Members, the mover of the motion now is up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to Cabinet or Scrutiny Management Panel for consideration. Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As you can see, there were various meetings cancelled in January. I really think we need to debate this today, not least because the impression that gave was very much the fact that we didn't want to talk about things. I think by us having this debate today and talking about it would at least show that this council has nothing to hide and isn't running away from things. So I really would like to say that we should do it today. And also, I think we need to have things out in the open so we can really move forward and get a better way of working at the council, so that we don't give the impression to the members of the public that we are hiding things and cancelling meetings where we are going to hear things that we don't want to hear. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Leader, carry on.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to propose that we send this straight to committee.
Is that seconded? Thank you.
It would go to governance and audit, not scrutiny management.
Therefore, we'll move straight to the vote. Those in favour of doing what the administration would like? Those against, please. That's referred to government and audit. Members.
My Lord Mayor, point of order. So, when we put in point of order 39(1), so we put in a particular.
Gerald, sorry, we've moved on. We've moved on.
You've got to hide.
Lord Mayor, point.
Members. Where are we? Ready? Moving to the second motion. Here's the motion proposed by Councillor Sanders and seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason. Linda? No. Members, the mover of the motion now is up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to Cabinet or Scrutiny Management Panel for consideration. Councillor Sanders, please.
I've been told that there's actually going to be an amendment to this, so it might actually get debated today. The consultation in this is ongoing. By the time we next meet, my understanding is that it would have been closed, and so I think it's very sensible if we actually express one view or another to that consultation. So that's why I want to debate it today.
Those in favour of debating it now, please. Oh. May I remind members, details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before the debate begins. The normal rules of debate will also apply. I'll now call upon the proposer, Councillor Sanders, to present and speak to his motion.
Well, thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'm delighted that we're actually debating this. It does seem to be a change. But the issue, as far as both Councillor Mason and I is concerned, is looking at this consultation, there seem to be some real concerns about passenger. Thank you, Neil. I'll have a coffee. There are some real concerns about passenger safety. What Govir is trying to do is basically ape what goes on in London, whereby there are many driver-only trains on the London Underground and also on London Overground as well. There are driverless trains on the Docklands Light Railway. However, there is one difference between London and here. And that is that in London, there are ticket barriers at stations, which enhance safety, which means that people who want to get on trains and in order to commit assault cannot do so unless they have a ticket. Also, London Overground, both under the Independent then Labour Mayor Ken Livingstone and followed by the Conservative Mayor Boris Johnson, have done quite an old lefty thing. They've got stations staffed whenever trains go through. And believe it or not, it works. Because London Overground, where this has happened, is the fastest growing train company in the country in terms of extra passengers. Now, if those two things were in place on Southern Railways, at all Southern Railway stations, then this motion and this campaign by the RMT would frankly be worth a hill of beans. Because there'd be no need. Because the essential mechanisms to maximise safety would be in place. However, they are not. As someone who spent 3 years getting on the 20-past-7 cattle truck from Fratton to London can testify, there are no ticket barriers. Making it very easy for the sort of safety concerns that I'm concerned about to exist. The same is true at Hilsea, the same is true at Cosham. So to cut staff on trains, as the Commons Transport Committee has suggested, could well make this railway and those stations less safe, particularly at night, and deter women and vulnerable users from travelling by train. And that is why I hope this council will support this motion today. Now, firstly, I would like to say that actually there has been some grown-up politics in all this, because I'd like to thank Councillor Swan, as always, for her positive discussions that we've had. I don't think we totally agree, but at least it's very useful to get a slightly different insight. As I said, I understand that there is a Conservative UKIP amendment to come to this, and I think it's anything like Councillor Swan has given me, very kindly showed me last night when she didn't have to, then my concern about that, which is it was around extra safety checks when driverless trains are being considered, is that actually there's something much, much simpler than that, and that's to abandon these proposals and call on them to abandon these proposals because, very simply, the circumstances that make them work in London do not apply at Fratton, Hilsea and Cosham. And until they do, then I think driver-only trains on our railway lines creates real safety concerns, and as such, I'm asking that Councillor Elcombe writes the CEO of Southern's parent company requesting that these proposals be reversed. My Lord Mayor, I didn't want to take up all 6 minutes because some of us may have things to go to, but that's my discussion for the evening.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weems, do you want your amendment distributed? Thank you.
I wish to second the motion and reserve my right to speak later.
So can I now have the amendment formally proposed and seconded, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will move the amendment as all now have before you. And I've moved it because I think the original notice of motion was flawed in a number of ways. Firstly, I did my research and I looked through all the minutes of the Commons Transport Committee and I could find no reference to anybody saying could make the railway less safe, particularly at night, and deter women and vulnerable users from travelling by train. And in fact, I did quite a bit of research, government research, and I found that the McNulty report of 2011 found a number of things, mostly revolved around the inefficiency of the stock. We have one of the highest levels of usage in Europe, one of the highest levels of investment and subsidy, but we are inefficient in terms of the costs. 1/3 of it, in fact, compared to other countries in Europe. And certainly, UK rail is 40% more expensive per passenger mile than any other European railway. And most of that cost comes down to staffing. And the staffing, in this case, is superfluous. I'm sorry to talk about people's jobs that way, but that's the way it is. Because quite clearly, guards sit in a train, they sit in their cab, and that's where they sit. They don't intervene in any passenger situation that becomes difficult. In fact, the government report, or a parliamentary debate on this, noted that railway staff are not expected to intervene in very distressing circumstances of real difficulty with passengers. And furthermore, there is evidence, and there's plenty of evidence, that there has been no incident in driver-only operated trains. No incident of patient safety, sorry, I should say. So clearly, while I can understand that travellers may feel less safe, the reality is different. The reality is they are not unsafe. And that again was noted in the parliamentary report. And I note also the Liberal Democrat spokesman was in favour of the driver-only operated trains at the time because of the cost savings that would accrue, which amounts to between 740 million and £1 billion. And given that we have high fare increases all the time, one might question whether the passengers using the train service would rather have a cheaper train service, cheaper tickets, and feel slightly unsafe, or they'd pay more for their ticket to not be protected anyway because the guard wouldn't intervene and the RMT wouldn't let them intervene because it's not right for their staff to do so in distressing circumstances. Furthermore, the other issues I have with the original notice of motion was it talked about the RMT's campaign. The RMT's campaign acknowledges that it's only some of Southern services in Surrey and Sussex. It does not mention Portsmouth in any way, shape or form. So I think there are issues I have with the original notice of motion that are wrong in terms of material accuracy, but also in effect. And that's why, and I do acknowledge that Councillor Sanders has a point in that passengers may feel less safe, which is why I've drafted this amendment, which says, what are you, Govia Thameslink, going to do about it? Because after all, while they have rolling stock that is specifically designed for driver-only operation and has CCTV that looks at all the carriages and all that, so passengers are safe, they don't, I think, actually use them on the Portsmouth route at present. So the point I think I'm making to you, Lord Mayor, is while the original notice of motion was perhaps well-intentioned, I think the amendment addresses far more of the reality that I believe to be the case. Certainly, I made every effort I could to find evidence to the contrary, and while I scoured the internet, I couldn't do so. And, you know, perhaps if Councillor Sanders has got evidence to the contrary, I'm willing to, accept that he has. But what I'm saying is, I cannot find that such rolling stock is used on the Portsmouth route, so it shouldn't affect the way our passengers from this city feel. And also, the RMT's campaign doesn't actually touch Portsmouth. So, in that respect, supporting somebody else's campaign about driver-only operation when driver-only operation already exists in a number of places seems bizarre. So I think the thing to do is address the concerns that Portsmouth residents might have, and that's why the amendment asks for Councillor Elcombe to write to the CEO of Govia Thameslink, who runs Southern now, to express our concerns and ask them how they intend to address those concerns. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Swan, do you second the amendment?
Yes, seconded, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Call on Councillor Elcombe, please.
It's recharged itself, a bit like me, after sitting here for a while. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I take into account Councillor Sanders' concerns, and I think if these trains were to come to this part of the world, I would have some similar concerns. I take on board his point about unbarriered stations, and obviously at the moment we have ticket inspectors on trains for that real reason, the fact that some stations are unbarriered. So I think in both suggestions, the original and the amendment suggest that I write to Govia and seek, point out our concerns to them. I'm quite happy to do that. I think at the moment we are perhaps anticipating a problem which may not arise, but I'm quite happy to try and cut that off at the pass, so to speak, and actually make them aware of our concerns should that provision be that they move those trains down to this part of the world. So I think that's probably all I want to say, Lord Mayor. I'm quite happy to take that on board and contact the company involved.
Thank you, Councillor Elcombe. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just some personal experience, it's only anecdotal. We got the train back from Gatwick on Southern a couple of weeks ago. And partway through the journey, it was meant to be direct from Gatwick to Fratton, there was this plaintive call. Can the guard please contact the driver? Can the guard please contact the driver? Clearly they had a conversation. And then the guard announced, I'm terribly sorry to say, but this train has been cancelled. Neither the driver nor I know any reason why, but you're all to get off into the rain at the next stop. But there was a guard to do that. I've been on trains and I've witnessed guards helping people to try to understand the immensely complicated fare structure on British Railways now, and to tell people they have to get off, because otherwise, when they get into London, they're going to get an enormous bill. I've also seen them looking after people who become ill on the train. So I think actually making sure that we keep the guards on the train is a reasonably sensible thing to do. One of the things that seemed to have caused great mayhem in London is taking conductors away from buses. Because actually that meant it takes much, when people used to put money in, it takes much more time to give out a ticket at the driver, and that causes traffic queues. But my Lord Mayor, it seems to me this is a fairly sensible thing to do. My only other question is, my Lord Mayor, the Council looks as if it's about to take a position on the views about trains with guards or not. Earlier in this meeting, we were told that we shouldn't take a view about fire services in Portsmouth because it wasn't our job. That seems to me inconsistent. I'm happy to take a view on behalf of local residents about trains. I'm also happy to take a view about the fire service, and I think we should be consistent.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. No one in this chamber was told not to take a view on the fire services. They were told there are 3 reps in this council who represent us on the Fire Authority, and they should put their submissions to them.
Thank you for that information. Calling Councillor Winnington.
Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, just again some anecdotal stuff. And when Councillor Vernon-Jackson mentioned about that train a couple of weeks ago, I was wondering if it was the same train that I was getting back with my wife from Hastings, because almost exactly the same thing happens. We had to change, so it might have been the same one. Anyway, for me, Southern's stance on this it just seems like a complete false economy. So if I get on at Fratton, a station, of course, which they have no control over because it's run by South West Trains, and I go not to Hastings, which does have barriers, but to one stop before, and St Leonard's Warrior Square, again a train station they don't have any control over because it's run by South Eastern. There's no barriers at either. So I could travel all the way across the south coast, 90 miles, for nothing, because no one's going to check my fare. So even from a business point of view, this seems ridiculous. But also, as others have said, from a safety point of view, this is just nonsense. So many of our stations on the Southern network, which goes all the way from Southampton in the west to Ashford in the east, and obviously up to London, are small rural stations where people could, if they wanted, get onto trains, cause some mayhem, cause any violence, get off at the next station, and they'd be away scot-free. So as much for security, in terms of for the police, I would imagine British Transport Police are pretty sceptical about this, because there would be no control whatsoever over people getting on and off trains. It would cause absolute chaos. So I really do think that we should back the original motion of the motion and say this really isn't the right thing for travellers on these trains. And just for a bit of information, the reason why they don't mention anywhere outside of Surrey and Sussex is because, like the shorthand that they have, so they say Southern covers Surrey and Sussex, but of course it also goes into Kent and into Hampshire as well. And actually, yeah. So I support the original notice of motion. I think the amendment makes some good points, but I don't think I can support it, because I don't think that we should really say to them, oh, you know, let's show how you can address these issues. Well, unfortunately, Southern aren't in a position to address these issues because Southern don't have control over all the stations that their trains stop at. And so even if they wanted to make every train barriers, like they have on London Overground, as Councillor Sanders mentioned, they just can't do that. And so they cannot guarantee the safety of the people on their trains, and they can't look after their people on their trains, which only someone with a guard can have. So I can't support the amendments, but I do support the original motion. I really think we should send a message for all our people who are travelling here, east, mostly east, slightly west if they go up, if they change and go to Southampton, but certainly east of here, along the coast, which of course is a big commuter network for us. It's a lot of people use that to get to London and get to places in between. And of course, as Councillor Vernon Jackson mentioned, to Gatwick Airport, I really do think we need to say this is crazy, and it's actually crazy for themselves in terms of their business, because they're going to lose money from their own fares. So even for these big corporate entities, sometimes they have to be told you're going to lose money on this as well. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wellington. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
I've used Southern a couple of times quite recently. One was on the last train coming back from Victoria to Portsmouth, which incidentally does spend most of its time in Surrey and Sussex, although it does come into Hampshire. And the second time was coming from Southampton to Cosham. Don't ask why I had to get off at Cosham, but I was on the train from Southampton to Cosham, which was then going on to London Victoria. On both of those trains, we stopped at stations which were unmanned. People could get on, people could get off at those stations. The train I travelled on from London to Portsmouth was the last train. Very few people on the train. Outside, quite dark. No, I'm 6 foot. And even at my advanced age, I'm not particularly frightened of people. But I could imagine people being a little nervous on that train if they were smaller or older. And this is a matter of safety. It's the theme we've come back to time and time again in this council meeting today is the safety of people. And I think it is incumbent upon Southern to look after the safety of people on its trains. Because it's all very well having CCTV on a train, but if something happens, the communication cord is pulled and that next train stops at the next station which is unmanned, people can get off. So there is a problem. There is a question of safety, and I would ask people to vote for this motion. I think there are many good bits in the amendment, but overall, because the amendment doesn't come up with a firm view, this is not the way to go forward, then I would urge people to support the motion rather than the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Can we have...
Just a brief point of explanation. Thank you. Comment has been made about Surrey and Sussex, and the point I made in my speech was that the RMT's campaign says this affects only some of the routes in Surrey and Sussex, not all of them, even in Surrey and Sussex, and doesn't mention Hampshire at all. That's what I said. I wasn't saying it didn't affect Portsmouth, or might not affect Portsmouth. I said the RMT's campaign wasn't worth supporting because it didn't address the concerns for Portsmouth. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Swan, please.
No. Did you want to speak?
You don't want to speak to the...
I wasn't intending to. I didn't put my hand up. I mean, I can do if you want me to. I'm quite happy to carry on talking. How many minutes have I got? No, it's fine. I'll sit. Thanks.
Councillor Lyon, then, please.
Oh, it does. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just very briefly, I hadn't intended to speak, but Councillor Rington sort of inspires some kind of ire in me occasionally to make me feel that I probably ought to. So I'm sure it's mutual. We talk about how trains are more dangerous, and it's much more likely that vulnerable people will be accosted or molested. But we had the same arguments when it came to London Underground. They lost their guards. In fact, it's much safer as a network than it ever was before. We have sealed carriages, as you know, in modern trains, which means that you can't get off halfway between a station. So actually, there are points at which you can get off and no other, and that does actually make it easier for a driver to control what's happening on the train. And on a long train, say for example you're coming from London late at night, you're going to be on a 12-coach train coming down from Waterloo to Portsmouth because it's got to be there for the morning rush hour. And what is likely to happen is the guard is going to be a long way away from any incident that might occur on the train, and it's very unlikely that they're going to be there wherever mischief will occur. And I think that it's important to remember as well that, as far as I'm aware, there isn't an epidemic of hooligans or antisocial people who think that the best thing to be doing at the moment is to get on a late train at night and molest and accost vulnerable people. And finally, you say that Southern has got the wrong business model because obviously they haven't worked out that they're going to lose money. Well, I'm sure they're big enough and ugly enough to know how a railway operates and what the balance of costs and rewards would be. So I think actually, although I do agree that we should, as a council, be writing to make clear that the Chief Executive of Southern has considered these things, I don't think we're in a position of commercial strength to be able to tell them that we know better than they do. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lyon. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I appear to have one of the few microphones that worked first time, aren't I the lucky one? Councillor Weems has told us that he looked for evidence of a rise in violence on trains. I must say he didn't look very hard. Bearing in mind that most figures in the public sector are based on the previous financial year, I have an article here on the Independent's website. The article is 7 months old. It talks about the 2014 year, and it claims that assault on trains had reached the highest rate in 10 years. That is linked in the article, admittedly by the RMT, so some people may choose not to believe that. I would hope that the newspaper followed that up and verified its source, that half of this assault took place on stations and half on trains. Half overall resulted in convictions for common assault. I believe that the speech Councillor Weems brought to us betrays his political views in a most unpleasant manner. He appears to be saying that only the wealthy can feel safe, that you have to choose between feeling safe or being able to afford to travel by train. He made the clear link between people feeling less safe because of the removal of guards and ticket prices coming down because of the cost of the staff. I don't think people should have to make that choice. I believe guards do contribute, absolutely, to the real, tangible safety of passengers in a way that CCTV does not. people forget that CCTV is there. CCTV definitely helps in the detection of crime and the conviction of perpetrators. I believe it has a very limited role in preventing crime, particularly, let us say, by people who may be drunk. I have encountered terrifying drunk people on late trains, and I believe their behaviour is held in check by the fact that the guards I have met do not sit in their compartment for the entire journey. They make repeated journeys up and down the train. That has a deterrent effect that CCTV does not. I think we should acknowledge the RMT's campaign not mentioning Hampshire, in which case this becomes a preemptive motion, which is still entirely appropriate, that we should say this council is against driver-only trains being operated to Portsmouth stations. And if that helps affect the thinking of the operating companies before they extend these proposals, because they don't do it everywhere at once, they start with an area and then they extend their proposals, if they have little public opposition. Public opposition may change their mind before they make the proposals. And that's why I believe this notice of motion, as proposed, should be voted on unamended, and that's why the amendment is inappropriate, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. A point of order from Councillor Williams.
Lord Mayor, in no way, shape or form did I say only rich people should feel safe on a train. What I said was that costs would come down by saving on the cost of guards and make tickets more affordable for everybody, which is totally contrary to what Councillor Smith has just said. So please, Lord Mayor, I did not say those things, and I do not like the fact that those words were put into my mouth. I would actually...
Thank you for that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Point of clarification for Councillor Weems' benefit. I was making an inference based on what I heard him say, and I apologise for offending him by inferring more than he intended.
Thank you. Councillor Wood, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Really, I'm just following on from what my colleague said there, which is really, it's about perception. The economic benefits, if you take the guard away, could be also offset by the fact that less people will travel. There is plenty of research. I have something here, independent social research from April 2009, quite a bit ago. Passengers' perception of personal security on public transport stated that the presence of uniformed staff provided a sense of order and authority and gave passengers confidence that antisocial behaviour would be challenged. Women and older people in particular were reassured by staffing initiatives and often commented that seeing staff on train stations and at bus stations made them feel safe. So I'm not advocating that necessarily there shouldn't be an economic imperative. I'm saying that from our point of view, in Portsmouth, this whole thing of the pastoral sort of thing as opposed to the economics thing, we should look at both sides of this, which is for passengers, even me. If I get off in a darkened station and there's a load of people I don't know there and I can't see a reassuring person there, I must admit I'm slightly, nervous. And I think that's the point we should make here, which is we have an opportunity to challenge that. And I take the point that Councillor Elcombe said he would challenge it. And I think we need to make sure we follow that through, whichever amendment's going to come through here. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have frequently travel on the same train as Councillor Love. there you go. No, it's. I beg your pardon, Councillor Symes. Yeah, you're all at it. I mean, there's no direct train from here to Aldershot. You obviously don't know your trains. It's from here to Waterloo. Well, I'm glad you find this all so funny. You know, you are a pathetic lot, aren't you? You know, you really are. Anyway, so getting back to the serious issue, I frequently travel on that same train coming back from London after enjoyable weekends. And the guards, they don't sit in their offices. We've had enough of women's charities being run down today. We've heard of no regard given to RNLI volunteers. We've seen the charities in our city have money taken away from them. We've seen Hampshire and Isle of Wight Air Ambulance have its money taken away from him. The Tories aren't going to put any of it back. And in the same way that they want to run down and denigrate, we heard that at the council meeting before last, the firefighters in our city. Here they are having a go now at guards on trains. For heaven's sakes, where are you people? What are you up to? You're attacking every single public service and people who do good jobs on public transport, saying that the guards just sit around in the trains. I see these guards get up and they'll go down the train and they'll tell the lads who are having a go at the girls, you know, to stop it. They tell people to get off the seats. But I don't think it matters to any of you lot. You actually do not give a fig about good public services. All you lot are doing is carrying out the instructions of your Westminster MPs, and you are voting through cut on cut on cut to decent public services. And I'll tell you what really irks me about all of this. It is a shame, I'm sorry, Aidan, of the Labour Party.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. What has this got to do with train travel?
With the Labour Party.
I'm sure we'll get there.
Backing you all the way. And of course they laugh and they...
Members.
Lord Mayor, these lot, they do it throughout. When they're under pressure, they laugh and they scoff at people. And Neil, and this councillor can sit here shouting because he thinks he's the next Lord Mayor of the council as well. You are a shame to our city. The whole
I'm
lot
not ashamed to my city.
Yes,
I
you
just
are.
think...
Members. Councillor Young. Councillor Young, please sit down. Councillor Hunt, carry on.
I beg your pardon, Leader? I mean, you keep mumbling from your sedentary position. Nobody can hear a word you're saying. So, Lord Mayor, we have seen reflected in this question, in this notice of motion this evening, more of the Tory desire to cut and cut and cut. And now we see them denigrating guards on trains who do a good job. We've seen them denigrating firefighters. We've seen them denigrating women volunteers. When will it stop?
Councillor Hunt, you're now going over and over the same thing. Can we come to the end of it, please?
Lord Mayor, this is secrecy. All the time we see in this council chamber debate and people's opinions and expressions of opinion, whether it's repetitive or not. I'm free to say what I'm elected to do on behalf of people that I think they want me to say. And we see this clampdown. We saw it earlier on in another notice of motion where you don't want...
Councillor Hunt, we don't mind you speaking, and as long as you're speaking about the subject matter, OK?
You see, the Tories don't like it up them, do they? Good, red-hot Liberal Democrats still, they don't like it up them.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. We now call upon Councillor Lee Mason. Is this another point of order?
Again. There you go. Yes. Sorry, Councillor Hunt claimed that I was against the guards, and all I was doing was quoting from a parliamentary debate where the Labour spokesman said that greater than 800 guards on South West trains, as it happens, were sitting in cabs doing nothing. So it wasn't me, Councillor Hunt. I was quoting from a parliamentary debate.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, please.
9B, Lord Mayor. I didn't mention Councillor Weems. I said it was a Tory party.
Lord Mayor, if I could make
my speech without being constantly interrupted. It'll be quite good. Conductors are an important issue. I know the importance of myself. Having a mother who's now registered disabled and needs help getting on off trains, she does book ahead. They know which seat she's in so they can avoid her. And then when she gets to the relevant stop where she needs to change, they come find her, yank her off the train and chuck her on the next one. So British Rail are very good on that if you do book ahead. And I've witnessed it myself when you try and put her on at Fareham instead of putting her on at Cosham, the difficulties it causes. But what looks like it's a very warm, nice, liberal, happy, let's all hug each other, buy some sandals and wander together hand in hand in the park motion isn't as it appears on the surface. For a start, Councillor Sanders went about the wrong way. Rather than trying to actually gain something or put forward or get us united, he's decided to use political scaremongering, scare old people like my mother, try and tell them, oh yes, you won't have guards, they're going to get rid of you, those Tories are going to take them away from you. If he had actually wanted to get meaningful change, he could have come and spoke to the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation. He would have listened to him. He might not give him a...
Maybe.
Well, he would have listened to him, they could have worked together, and we could have had a united face here. Instead of that, he thought, no, I'll go out and try and have some political games. I'll bring in the RMT, I'll try and get the lefties happy. I'm showing I love unions, I'll get the RMT. Even though their campaign has got nothing to do with Hampshire, nothing to do with Portsmouth, doesn't affect the people here. It's a relevant campaign. It's like me joining a campaign in South America. It's not going to affect the people in Portsmouth. But it looks good on the next Focus that goes out. And then we have the leader of the opposition here, who does decide to interrupt as he comes in, showing how out of touch he is, talking about the difficulty of not having conductors on the buses in London to give them your change. Well, he ought to be aware that buses in London haven't taken change for 2 years. They've been on cards. If he was actually more in touch with the average person in the London omnibus, he might not be so out of touch with people of Portsmouth. So just so next time you're up there, don't go and give them your threatening bits. They will want to have your card. So I'm getting there. I'm getting.
How are we going?
A little bit more. I'm calling on Councillor Saunders, who has purely gone off on this political thing, to do the honourable thing now, accept ours as a substantive, accept it into it, and then we can all be united and put forward it wouldn't be nice to be able to say to them, this is a unanimous thing coming from Portsmouth City Council, but you'd rather go for the political division and try a little bit of point scoring than saying, I'm accepting the amendment as the substantive, and we're going to work together. This is all of Portsmouth saying this is what we want. No, you'd rather have your political infighting so you can have your focus, and put out lies, rather than actually having a united front and actually achieve something. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Sanders to sum up, then a vote will be taken, dealing with any amendment first and the substantive, if applicable. Thank you.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? I have to say, Councillor Lee Mason, I had 30 seconds of more grown-up discussion with Councillor Swan than I had with you, I have to say. And if you want to talk about... sorry, you didn't want to be interrupted, Councillor Lee Mason, but now you're interrupting. I like consistency. It cheers me up no end. And I've had several discussions with Councillor Elcombe on various issues, not least trying to work with him in order to reduce the cuts in services in Baffins that First Group now want to make. So I'm always happy to talk to Councillor Elcombe on issues that affect this city. So let me come back to Councillor Weems's speech. And I have to say that for the first 30 seconds, I actually thought I was listening to Jeremy Corbyn. I tell you, he said, and I have to say, the Labour group is still recovering from that concept. He said that British Rail is inefficient in cost terms. It is 40% more expensive than other ones on the continent. Guess what? The other ones on the continent are overwhelmingly state-run. And in this country, they're overwhelmingly privately run. I mean, frankly, Councillor, you're writing Jeremy Corbyn's leaflets for him because the system is much, much more expensive. And I'm sure Councillor John Ferret will scold you later. So let me come back to actually what you said about this particular motion. You said that this, if memory serves me right, you said it affected some routes It did not mention Portsmouth. Well, the email I got from the RM team talked about driver-only operation on nearly all their services, which I suppose is one way of saying some, through Surrey, Sussex and into Kent and Hampshire. Now, as Councillor Weems knows, there are only two Southern Railway services that go into Hampshire. One goes to Southampton via Cosham, which is in the Portsmouth Council area, and the other one goes into Fratton and Portsmouth Harbour, which I also understand is in the Portsmouth Harbour area. So the southern routes that go into Hampshire go into Portsmouth. So therefore I think it is perfectly right, and I disagree with Councillor Weems here, that it is perfectly right to say that it could, as the motion says, it could create problems for Portsmouth residents. So I disagree with him on that point. He then says that actually there are driver-only trains on much of Thameslink services, and that's absolutely true. Particularly the Great Northern Line, which now goes out of Moorgate into Hertfordshire. But guess what? From 2017, that will be taken over by Transport for London. Those services will be taken over by London Overground, again with the model of staff stations at all operating times and ticket barriers. So therefore there will be fewer driver-only trains on those services. I have to say I particularly enjoyed the discussions from Councillor Lyon and Councillor Vernon Jackson about their train travel, particularly when it breaks down. So thank you. I won't go to Gatwick Airport in a hurry. But I think that as far as the motion is concerned, because I realise it's 8:15, as far as the amendment is concerned, I think it doesn't go far enough. The simplest thing to do is to abandon these proposals, to call on Thameslink to abandon these proposals until other proper safety measures are in place. However, I suspect that the amendment might get passed. I may be wrong, but I suspect the amendment might get passed. So in the interests of the slightly more grown-up politics than we've seen in the last at least 10 minutes, I would ask colleagues to not to vote against the amendment, to vote against the amendment, but if, as I suspect, it will be passed, to actually back the amendment as subsumed into the substantive motion on the grounds that half a loaf is better than no loaf. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Members, those in favour of Councillor Weems' amendment, please show.
Lord Mayor.
Those against?
So
16, so the amendment is agreed.
You're voting on the...
Vote on the substantive.
So those in favour...
Those are in favour of the substantive.
Looks like everyone, Lord Mayor. Any against?
Any against? Thank you very much. Now move on to item 15. Questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 3 questions under Standing Order 17 that have previously been circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within Standing Orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everybody, in fact, that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question, and that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Galloway, to be answered by Councillor Bosher.
Thank you, Lord. Question 1 of my name.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I won't take up 45 minutes. Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Galloway. A report on the cost evaluation for moving from a leader cabinet system to a full committee system went to Governance, Audit and Standards on the 29th of January, last weekish. and the report shows the cost of £251,900 per annum net extra on top of the current cabinet system.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask you to perhaps farm that out to all of us, all the groups, please?
Looking at the city solicitor, yes. I mean, obviously it was a public report, so that report is available online, but I'm quite happy through the solicitor and Democratic Services to provide a copy of that report and the appendix to anybody and everybody.
Question 2 is Councillor Winnington, to be answered by Councillor Jones. Councillor Winnington, please.
Question number 2, my name, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't laugh at any person who volunteers or any post being cut at the Cumberland House Museum. This is obviously being twisted for political gain. I know that you're going to find that hard to believe, but I think if there was any smile or grimace on my face, it was in my reaction to Councillor Matthew Winnington's last speech at the last council meeting.
Does the Leader of the Council not remember, therefore, that when I mentioned that people of some friends of Cumberland House were seriously considering whether they would continue to volunteer at Cumberland House Museum, Natural History Museum, that she laughed extremely loudly to the point that I actually sat down and waited for you to stop and asked you at the time to apologise for doing so?
No, I don't remember.
Thank you, Leader. I'm rather disappointed in that, and would therefore the council leader take my word for it? Indeed, she can go back and look at the footage of the last meeting, and therefore then apologise. And does she think that treating our volunteers in the city and treating their plight and what we rely on with such disdain is no fit way for a leader of this council to behave?
For clarification, I was pulling faces at his speech. I enjoy them so much. They're always so riveting and they're really enthralling, and I've just enjoyed that one as well. So any facial motions or reactions I had were purely in response to him and not about any volunteers, and certainly not anything to do with Cumberland House. But thank you for wasting another 20 quid, Matthew Winton.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand that answers can follow from previous answers. I understand if she's the Leader of the Council is upset at members of the Council asking her questions. I wonder how much the cost to the Council of her hour-and-a-quarter speech was.
I'd estimate probably about £200 or £300, but that's actually about a budget setting of around £235 million, so it's justified and important that people who have elected us understand exactly what they're getting for their money and understand what the priorities of this council will be for the year ahead. I have done some rough calculations, and I reckon that your party today, Councillor Vernon Jackson, has cost this council about £6,000, and over the year, and today you've been averagely behaved, so I'm estimating that you're actually costing this city council around 60 grand a year, and if you lot stop behaving and we can save money on these meetings, I will give that money to domestic violence in the city.
Councillor Young, please.
Would the leader agree with me that we have some excellent volunteers here in the city, and would the leader, on behalf of this council, thank them for all their contribution to the city?
I completely concur with Councillor Neil Young. We have got some excellent volunteers in this city, and as an administration, we are embracing that. I'm pleased that our City of Service scheme is working so well under the City of Service manager, Brian Brasher. We're also working with Claire Martin, Pompey in the community. There was an event last night. There is so much going on in this city. We have so much to celebrate, and one of the great things that we are doing, particularly through Councillor Linda Symes' portfolio, is trying to develop extensive volunteering to help us run some of the key services around the city, and particularly working with the Department for Work and Pensions as well.
Councillor Stubbs.
Sneakery there, because I was going to ask that question. Instead, Instead, I will ask, would the leader agree with me that the Culture and Leisure Department and the Libraries and Museums Service has a particularly strong record in bringing volunteers into the service, and that they should be praised for that?
Yes.
Right, members, that concludes the formal council meeting. I didn't Is there a third question? See, it's the thought of these pancakes I'm not getting. I've got pancake withdrawal system. Yes, question 3, Councillor Galloway, to be answered by the leader.
Question 3 in my name.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I know how much of a big heart that our little Irish leprechaun has over there in the corner, and this is actually quite a serious issue in all seriousness. This is not specifically just an issue for Portsmouth City Council alone to be dealing with. There has been an increase in homelessness and begging nationally. And what cities in the south of the country tend to find is that that number goes up during the winter months when it's colder up north, often significantly sort of between 5 to 10 degrees colder. And often a number of people come down to the south of the UK where it's warmer if they are homeless. We are working with our partners to tackle this issue through rough sleeping and begging in the city centre, and obviously elsewhere across the city, although I do acknowledge that it's mostly around the city centre. We are seeking to support the individuals, obviously where we can, and looking at their specific needs. And for example, we have homelessness support services, which are seeking to engage with the individuals that are rough sleeping to accommodate them. We do have obviously our drug and alcohol services, and they're seeking to engage with individuals to get them into those much needed treatment services. So the offer of help and support is there, and I can say that actually members of staff that work directly for me have actually been and spoken to a number of them outside, particularly those that sleep rough around the city centre, because they had noticed and I'd noticed, and we wanted some direct approaches to be made. And I know that Councillor Paul Gaudier has also been in contact with some of them and has spoken to me about the plight of a couple of the regular ones, particularly a very young lad that was sleeping rough that he was very concerned about. It's fair to say that some people obviously are indeed in need of much greater support than we can give as an organisation, and some people are begging but not actually sleeping rough, so they do have somewhere to sleep at night. They usually are begging during the day to fund drug and alcohol addictions. We do know that. The police have dealt with a few cases of aggressive begging that have been conducted over several different operations throughout December, and we've got some specific feedback on that, and that particularly centres around cycle theft as well, and shoplifting, perfume, that sort of thing that they're stealing to sell on quickly. The beggars do continue to be targeted by the police patrols, but it's not always easy to identify people, and particularly sitting and waiting for people giving them money and, as they're passing, particularly around the Christmas period. Where people are sitting on private land and not actually begging, we are liaising with the freeholder, the person that owns the building, to try and move them on. Where appropriate, and when there is sufficient evidence, we will look to use an antisocial behaviour legislation, part of the Act, that we can, to prevent them and to ban them from being able to sit, beg or sleep rough in that area. In addition, we've been seeking to promote our alternative giving campaign, encouraging people to give to homelessness charities, which will help provide, rather than giving direct to the individual, and then they use that money then obviously to fund their drug and alcohol addiction. So we're currently working to persuade businesses to display posters for a campaign that we're running, which is called Spare Change or Real Change, and that's an initiative. I can provide you with the details of that if you'd like. So there are a number of things going on. Quite often these people have very complex needs, and if they are from out of the area, it makes them even more vulnerable, and it's difficult for us to deal with it on our own as Portsmouth City Council, and we often have to work with multi-agencies such as police, probation and the drug and alcohol services in the city as well.
Thank you, Leader. Just as a point of interest, are you aware that our very offices, if you look at the Conservative office and you look down there, there's 3 accommodation places set up nicely with these chaps? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, there's 4. So if we're appealing to corporations to sort themselves out, how are we doing it on our own premises?
What do you mean? People that are sleeping rough around the civic offices? If they have a connection to the city, then they obviously can make a claim for under homelessness, and then they can then get bed and breakfast, and there is temporary accommodation that they can seek whilst they put in benefit claims and things like that. If they're sleeping on our premises, then obviously what we have got is staff that will regularly go around and talk to them, particularly people that work in our housing service. And as I say, staff that are working directly for me also have gone out and helped. Councillor Paul Goddy, I'm sorry to keep referring to him, but he seems to find them on his walk into the council at least once or twice a week, and actually will stop and find out how long they've been here for, how old they are, what their position is, if they have a connection to the city, if they haven't, why they've come here, what's attracted them here. And I think really it's about talking to them and trying to make them aware. I saw someone that was sleeping rough in Charlotte Street. It was late at night. I was walking through there from the old Tricorn car park through to Commercial Road, and he seemed very young, and he was in a doorway, in a concrete big doorway, and I went over and spoke to him, and he was very frightened when I approached him. He was wrapped up in a sleeping bag, and I went to speak to him to find out if he if there was a problem or if he knew what services were available. I told him to come and present himself at the council first thing in the morning, explain where the council was because he was out of area. It is very difficult, and where they are on our site, we are trying to move them on and make sure that they know what help and services are there. It's a problem across the whole country, and in actual fact, our issue here is far less than in most big cities as well.
Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Where certainly during spring, summer and autumn, there are a very large number of people, often with complex needs, who are...
Yeah, I see absolutely no reason why not. It's a poster campaign, things that we're encouraging shop owners to put in their windows. I don't see any reason why that couldn't be done across the seafront with concessions and other traders along the seafront, the cafes there, and any other places that you know of. Send me an email and I'll make sure that the people that are running the campaign, I think it'd be comms, get that stuff out.
Councillor Goddier.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the leader agree with me that what we should actually be doing is having a bit more compassion for these people and actually getting off our bottoms and getting out there and talking to them, Councillor Galloway, rather than saying we should be kicking them bums out of the city and shooting them? As somebody who spent many years on the street and is now a councillor in this chamber, I think your remarks are very childish and stupid. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I won't be long. I'm following on from my colleague again, Councillor Hugh Mason, who basically covered the same point. It's really just asking the leader, because I was approached by several residents. One of them particularly was tremendously upset with seeing a young lady sleeping rough and continued to see her. And he tried to talk to her, and he came and saw me. And I went and tried and spoke to the young lady, who told me that there was no accommodation anywhere in the city, and she tried to approach the city. Now, I know it's very complex, and we did go to housing, and I had this person here who felt that strongly that the city weren't giving the right message. In other words, they were saying that they couldn't help out, and all they could do was signpost. And I agree with the point that perhaps the leader could look at this, because lots of people have seen this, and we have to show a bit of compassion in the city. It's obviously on the rise, and all of us, I must be honest with you, I found it very difficult to work out what to do. And I think it would be great if the leader could put a bit more around this, that we're in a good place right now, but, you know, there for the grace of God, go us. Thank you, Lord.
I think it's a really good point, actually. I will endeavour to get some kind of links and some kind of maybe an online training session sent around to all councillors so that they can read the hyperlinks, know what council supports and services are available, make sure they're aware of current campaigns, and then at least if they have that email and they save it, they will then know where to go and who to speak to and what advice and support is there for homeless people if it comes up in the future. So more than happy to take that on board, Councillor Wood.
Councillor Swan, please.
I was actually just about to say pretty much the same thing, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, most people that know me will know that where the homeless people are concerned, I don't give money, I give food. That's pretty much the way I always have worked and always will continue to. This is an issue that affects most people. We see this every day. If possible, I don't know if this is something that Commons could possibly do for us, would be to get some small wallet-sized cards that we could possibly give to people as we walk past, which will signpost them to the right direction, to the right places, and give them numbers and contact places to go. I just think that might be at least something we could all carry. Then when we do speak to people, we could actually give them some information. Thank you.
Well, the Cabinet member and the Head of Community and Democratic Engagement have both nodded at me and said that's absolutely fine. So, yes, I think we can do that. And I think also it's worth pointing out, I mean, Lord Mayor, you'll remember that you and I are both contacted by some residents in our ward, people that worked in the cake shop just along from your old hardware shop, Frank. And they were concerned about a man who'd been sleeping rough in North End for a few months, and they were really, really worried, and they really wanted to help him, and they go down there every week and go to the bank or whatever they were doing, and they kept seeing him, and he was a bit of a local character. Everyone got to know him, and I did take the trouble to go down and speak to him, and actually he didn't want any help. And unfortunately, some people's lives are in such a way that they just don't want to have rent and gas and electric and water, and they don't want to have that responsibility, and it's a very, very sad situation because their lives are in such a state that they can't cope with structure, they can't cope with normality almost, and I think that's why a number of things that we're doing across this council, from starting with a good education, health, the work we're doing with the NHS Trust, the clinical commissioning group, alcohol, mental health services. All of these things need to effectively work to stop people getting to the state where they just can't even cope with living under a roof. But yes, I certainly think that's a very good idea, so they can have that and they can pinpoint themselves to where they need to go to get the help and support. So we'll endeavour to do that.
Councillor Willington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Does the leader know what work the City Council does with street pastors on this? Because obviously street pastors are out. They often are there on Friday and Saturday nights to deal with sort of people who are out on the town and out on the lash and often get into trouble because of that. But that's also a case that often that's when the homeless people are out, especially in places like Albert Road. So does the council leader know what work or what anything goes on with street pastors to also engage with homeless people?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Rob New, please.
Would the leader agree with me that we should also applaud Joanne and her team at the Portsmouth Water Sports Centre for running the rucksack project year on year, and they collect a huge amount of rucksacks and donations which they then distribute across the city and the wider area?
Well, actually, yes, I do really congratulate her. She's a real stalwart. She's a local hero. She has a full-time job. She has a family, and yet she does this, and she's done it for 2 years successfully now. And actually, I was really pleased as a council to be able to provide them with some space to store a lot of the rucksacks. They were inundated this year. I think they had somewhere in excess of 1,000, yeah, and last year it was 2,000 or 3,000. I mean, it was loads. They were inundated. But actually, not November just gone, but the November before, so November 2014, Councillor New and I went down and we bought a couple of rucksacks each, and we filled it up with flasks and socks and pants and all these other sorts of things. Anyway, we got there towards the end of the day, about 3 o'clock, and they'd been on the go since 8:30, 9, and they had a massive tray of mince pies, and they gave them to us, remember? But anyway, it's a really, really good local organisation. They're really, really helping. They're all volunteers that come together once a year, and then those rucksacks were going all across Hampshire. They were going, they had people from Fareham, from Aldershot, they had people from Basingstoke, so they were sending them all across Hampshire, and in fact she had so many, she was talking about sending some over to Calais as well.
And finally, maybe, Councillor Stubbs.
There you go. So far as Commercial Road is concerned, I mean, there was quite widespread concern before Christmas of the number of rough sleepers there, you know, in a shopping street. Would the leader agree with me that the legislation in this regard is extremely weak, and that there is very little that the local authority is in a position to do in terms of moving people on in key shopping areas?
Well, far be it from me to disagree with Councillor Stubbs, so I guess I'd have to agree with him on that one. But no, in all honesty, yes. I mean, I think he's coming from the Colin Galloway school of thought here. I'm feeling a bit, and not so much the Paul Godier school of thought. But yeah, I mean, you know, there are two tacks here. One is that we as a council should be empowered to move people on where they are, you know, begging, breaking the law and creating a problem. But then you've got the human side of it, which is about helping people who effectively are, you know, if you think how low, desperate and vulnerable you must be to not even be able to clean your teeth and go to the toilet properly, then that's how some of these people are living, and that becomes normality to them, and it's a very, very sad state of affairs. But yes, I do agree, Councillor Stubbs, there is amendments required to the legislation with regards to vagrancy and a number of other things, particularly around the rough sleepers, and I think that probably this council should be in contact with our local members of parliament to ask them to raise the issue for us.
Councillor Stockdale, please.
For 3 years I was a volunteer at the winter shelter cooking for the homeless, and I can confirm that a lot of them did come down from the north, and I've noticed this year that we see a lot more. And it's very easy for them to get into that situation. One gentleman said to me that his marriage broke up, he turned to drink, he lost his job, and here I am. He said, I have had a very, very good job. So anything, and thank you very much, Leader, anything that can be done to help them with information or whatever would be very valuable. Thank you.
Members, that concludes the formal council meeting. I didn't realise we had so many train experts in here. I won't tell you about my horrific trip back from Gatwick. No, not too late, so we'll pass on that one. In 5 minutes' time, I'll return to the chamber for the customary private session for the selection of the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor. So if you'll bear with us for 5 minutes, then we'll be returning for that. Thank you.